You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off doing it. Oh my God, huge comeback from 1. Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this.
We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, calm down. Keep your fucking shirts on. This is a PG show. Family friendly. Keep your goddamn clothes on. Fuck's sake. What did I come into? This is getting wild. Well, you boys know what it is. Let's get in there for the arena. Let's check this out. Holy shit! This fucking guy! Pope John Pones everyone. Bro, thank you so much for the 7 Canadian coin tip. I think that... You know what? We've got a little bit of a detour to make. Let's jam it. Big cheers to Pope John Pone, the Philiac himself. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. The show is free. It's like dialing up on, it's like firing up the incognito browser on Pornhub. You're about to get everything you ever imagined and more. And the best part is, you don't have to pay for it. Minimal benefits for paying for the subscription. But indeed it is much appreciated. Big cheers. Thanks so much, brother, and a big shout out to all you guys. If you're on the list, you're allowed into this room right here to watch the show, okay? VIPs only. Grab a seat, bask in the golden sunlight. Let's get ready to fucking jam this. Hell yeah, man. What up, Maddie? What up, Enigma? Holy shit. And Primo! Yeah, absolutely no fucking scrubs up in there. S-tier membership. Jesus Christ, bro. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Big cheers to this guy. Top mod, no question. See that Annie badge, recognize. Get in fucking line. And speaking of which, ripping 91 with those 31 months, the Annie badge as well. These guys are fucking wow. Y'all better see them in the chat. Y'all better show some respect. And just know, this show is here because of those guys. Specifically, those two guys right there. Primo and Rippin'. Wild, man. Thank you guys so much, man. That's awesome. Really, really appreciate it, dudes. That's awesome. But boys, what a fucking card, huh? What a card. This is insane. Yet no LLD title match on the line tonight. That's all right. DD, he's famous now. Guys, I don't think you quite understand it when you are a champion in the DFC, and you can ask Squigs, you can ask Darius now, Jagger Swagger knows all about it. There's so many interviews, there's so much press and media, there's so many different things that you have to attend to. You are indeed famous. You're one of the best in the world, if not the best. Certainly the best in your division. So that is something that is going to bring a lot of attention along with it. A lot of haters out there too. By the way, what's up? Ari at Summit, the man, the myth. Hell yeah. What up, guys? Good to see you. Bros, it's time. Riz. Coming up either on a Sin or a Bard. Going up against Squigs on either a Sin or a Neck. Both of these guys got some options here tonight in HLD. Very, very curious to see how that one goes. More importantly, what Squigs brings to the table. I think it's going to be, I would guess it's going to be the Neck, right? I would guess. However, I think it would be a huge statement if he brought in the Sin and Riz brought in the Sin. I think it would be a statement. If Squigs won that one, that might be one of the greatest wins in his entire career of PvP. But it wouldn't be advised. Right? Riz is an absolute Sin savage. Probably, we always tout this guy as the most aggressive D2 player in the world, and I think it's really true, man. He's just, this guy doesn't know how to back off. It's always pressure, always right up in your face, and always exciting to watch, man. And Squigs, an absolute savage. This guy is really solidifying his spot in the all-time greats right here, and especially on this class with the Necro. He is just insane. Can't wait to see that, regardless of which one these guys choose. It's gonna be wild. Yeah, gonna be Necro versus Hype Sin. Yeah, I figured as much. I figured I wouldn't bring a Sin versus Riz either, honestly. And obviously, I'm one of the best. I was number 2 ranked Sin in Sin PK. Not enough credit here. Still wouldn't do it. All right, still wouldn't dare to do it. In all seriousness, man, that one's gonna be epic. Then we've got Darius D2R with his first title defense in Melee against an absolute savage. I'm sure after this one, if he can put down the Jagger Swagger tonight, that's going to be a big sigh of relief. Darius recently gained the title, the first Druid title holder we've seen in a very long time. And now he's going to have to defend it against probably the most dominant, most savage Din champion in recent history, Jagger Swagger. Wow, that one, can't wait till the Eagle lands and we get to check that out, boys. And then, of course, my gosh, speaking of Sin v Sin in bouts that I'm pretty excited to see, Enigma versus Will. I think this one is going to be so savage. Enigma was, he just finished his 2v2 Sin PK finals. Those guys placed runner-up, but what an epic match it was, man. They certainly had a hell of a hill to climb, but he's an insane Sin dueler. But what does Will bring to the table? We're going to find out in some DFC Sin PK. That one should be wild, man. Looking forward to it. I used to hate this matchup, but now new DFC rules, I absolutely love it. Certainly borrowing a lot from the Sin PK ladder. And man, they're fun to watch. Then we've got GDA Master versus, speak of the devil, Pope John Pone. Pone and everyone. GDA Master can try to lay the stamp down on this guy. But I don't think he's yet prepared for the absolute savage that is the Pope John.
35% block plus bear, only versus GDA Boa, no multi, no strain.
What a hell of a way, to let us know those special rules. Thanks for that, Track Amp. I meant to get you another match on this card as well. My apologies for not doing that. If we got some time, you and I can throw down for a special match, dude. I noticed that yesterday. Dude, big apologies, bro. Really appreciate the 2-coin tip, though. But that is good to know. I was gonna get there, and I'm happy you said that because I actually couldn't remember the special rules you guys had for the rematch. But GDA and Track Amp gonna be throwing down again the epic rematch. GDA thinks he can do it. These guys have really worked out some rules that they think will actually be pretty fun with Zon versus Druid, a matchup that we rarely ever get to see. but it's going to be 35% block bear, bear only, with GDA's Boa, no multi, no strafe. I actually think that sounds like a great duel. Multi is just the big thing. Of course, strafe is a druid killer, but multi, if you know how to use it, multi is just also so demoralizing. You can ask Maddie. We actually did that duel off stream. Ask Maddie. I won't reveal anything. I won't go into too much detail. I don't want to embarrass the guy, but you know, basically I flatlined him because of my accurate aim with multi-shot from all over the map. And I fucked him up so bad, it actually, he lost power. Yeah, it was bad. So, yeah, okay. It could have been in some order. I'm unsure the order of which that happened. Whether I beat you, then you lost power, or you lost power, then I beat you. I couldn't remember the exact order, but I don't think it's important. Either way, the point is, we took him out. Multi-shot was strong. And, man, this card is just sick, man. We've got some legends up in here. Dragon Mega Duel, Coooley be epic. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That would actually be sick. Sin versus Droid. Would love it, dude. Yeah, throw him in there. Let's jam it, Enigma. Yeah, and then we've got Green Lungs making a return in HLD. I can't wait for this, man. I'm not sure exactly. I could have checked the notes. I might have missed it. I hope he didn't plan on coming in on ES. We threw this rule in there. He's going to be on Vita Sorceress versus Super Dude on the Necro. ES Sorceress is just a shutout for Necros. It's really tough to beat them. 80 ES, one might argue, is a little better, but even then, it's kind of miserable. Either way, should be an epic matchup. We rarely get to see the Sork versus the Necro too, and I think both of these guys are just savage duelers. Super Dude coming in with a lot of promise. Looking real good, and Green Lungs an absolute legend. Then we've got Harlot versus the return of Nuffin. That's going to be a sick NVD, or maybe a DVD. You never know. Maybe Druid v Druid. Harlot's got some options. Javito PvP, able to bring whatever he would like against Ja, who will be on a Sin or a Druid. Both of these guys savage. Epic throwdown at the top of the ranks. And then look at this. Friggin' Mantriana coming in here against some sort of Aura Sork. I don't know. I don't recognize the player name there, but either way, seems like a gay build. So Montriana probably going to shit stomp that guy. But will be interesting to see new things in the DFC. We always support that. We're an inclusive bunch around here, if you will. So should be cool, man. Good luck to Montriana and that. The Dins get the wins. Then we've got Mooches, the return of the great Fletcher himself. The Boazan champ taking on promising prospect, the Crypto Ninja. This one's going to be wild, man. Crypto Ninja comes in. We've seen him a number of times now on this very interesting Din that gets wins, man. It's a very hard one to predict. You never know what kind of tricks he's pulling out of the pocket. But he has said himself, he considers this to be the best Din build of all time. He really has a lot of confidence in it. It's really good. I'm curious to see what sort of solutions he'll bring to the table to take out an absolute legend, if he can, or if Mooches shall keep the distance and put him down with those savagely precise arrows from a distance. We've got Nimrod versus Jits in the HLD division with some Din v Din. That one's going to be sick, man. These guys have duked it out in the LLD arena before, and now we get to see it in HLD. I actually can't wait to see what happens when Enigma is thrown in the mix here. Nimrod looks, he just is so good on that Din. He's so clean, everything he does with it. And Jits, super creative. We're going to have this very clean, very polished, very just top Din style player in Nimrod versus the creative, the Charger King. It's the Jits himself. Gonna be wild, man. Can't wait. Then the next match here, I think this one has a lot of weight behind it. Polytheist versus the Foos. The Foozer man. This guy's been climbing up the ranks, absolutely flatlining people ever since he's made his triumphant return. And man, now he's got himself his toughest opponent yet. Could be wild. Curious to see what he's going to bring to the table. Probably a Necro, I would guess. That has certainly been the chink in the armor of Poly, is what some people have seen it as. But we'll see if Foozer can pull it off as such and can actually capitalize on it. Gonna be an epic match, man. Then we've got, of course, the rematch, Track Amp GDA. Gonna be wild with those special rules. Really can't wait to see that one, dude. No multi, no strafe. That's gonna be sick. And then in the LLD division, we've got AF50 versus Jits. We've got Nim versus Green Lungs. Two very sick bouts. All of these guys, you love seeing them. Love seeing these guys here in this division. Every single one of them brings something so unique. You know, Jits with the creativity. It's almost like he's juking, ducking, and dodging in there in the LLD division. It's hard to get an A-block on him, hard to hit him. AF50 always coming in with the most creative, savage, absolutely over-the-top builds that not only are hard to prepare for, but with a pilot like AF50 behind them, they're hard to beat, man. And then we've got Nimrod versus Green Lungs. This is a match that probably haunts the Nim a little bit in recent history, going up against the Sork in DD, but he'll have his chance for redemption here tonight. He looked so good in that duel. It is a very, very miserable one, but I think Nim can do it. This is certainly in favor of Green Lungs on the Sork, but you can't underestimate Nim. I actually think he looked insanely good in the last time he was in this matchup in recent history, and I would expect fireworks from it, man. I actually think he could pull this off against all odds. But regardless, gonna be sick to see Green Lungs back in the saddle. I believe he usually plays on a Blizz Sork in LLD. Different kind of Sork than Nim is used to in his recent matchup. We're gonna see, dude. That one's just got so many question marks of how it could go. It's gonna be wild. And then in the Melee division, look at this. We've got the DFC newcomer, Cats, Gats, Tats. This guy coming in on the Barb. Finally, we get to see a Savage Barb player up in the DFC Melee division. He's going to be taking on AF50. Dude just absolutely flatlined. I forget his name, but he was clearly likely one of the top dins last week in a very, very close matchup. Negan was his character name. I think he had his bat. Yeah, I forget who it was. Either way, that's what the effect AF50 has on you. He absolutely just makes no names out of top dins. That's what he does, and he's going to be trying to keep that win streak going against Cats, Gats, Tats tonight. And then Alex, a big test for Smolps. This guy coming off his first loss in Melee, but he's back on the horse. He's ready to throw those claws against another absolute legend. Who knows what Alex is going to come in with, the Din or the Zon? This guy has proven his prowess on both. It's going to look real good, man. And then GDA versus Green Lungs in Melee. Another Din v Druid showdown. Absolutely love seeing this one. This is a changing dynamic in the recent meta, and it's so good to see these matchups and see the tricks that people bring to the table at the highest level. And then, of course, we've got the absolute legends. I would say the Mount Rushmore of DFC Melee in the next two fights here. We've got the Mecha, the Donger, the Nate Fizzle, the Nimrod. All Dins. This would be the most homogenous Mount Rushmore, all right? But look, it's all Dins. They all get wins, all the grins, all the different facial expressions on this theoretical Mount Rushmore. Just imagine it. And then just know that they're all devoted to those four players. Absolute savage Dins. We get to see them throw down against each other tonight. I'm excited, man. Literally can't wait for this. I think it's going to be a great card, man. Let's get in there. Let's check out, see what's going on. Holy shit! We've got GDA Master. We've got Green Lungs up in here. Nimrod up in here. All right, I'm just going to... Look, I got to pull out my notepad, boys. Got to pull out my notepad, take some notes. Get a little cue going. All right, let's do GDA first. Then we'll pop in with Green Lungs. Then we've got Nimrod. That's how I see it. That's how I'm gonna jam it, man. Let's pop into GDA, who's got a number of matches here tonight. We're gonna see which one he's fired up and ready to do. Oh my god. Oh my god, I think this one might be the one. I think this might be the one, boys. Is this versus Track Amp with the special rules? Oh man. Oh man. Be careful, boys. Look, this is the only warning I'm gonna give you guys. You best be having your shitting pants on now, because shit's about to get real. Let's get up in here. These guys clearing the moor, ready for the violence. Let's fucking jam.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Hell yeah, boys. Hell yeah. Bill, what's going on here, Bill? All right. I was gonna say we need some shit. And by the way, just want to say big cheers to you guys. Sweaty Betty, good to see you, man. So good to see you. D2R DGen. Holy shit. Thumbnail looked a bit altered there, Coooley. Made me click. It's done its job. I hope these tits are as good as those ones. Some would call it clickbait, but I would like to think that we both bring something different to the table. Alright, so I hope you enjoy, man. Good to see you here, brother. Kreider, what's up, man? Hell yeah. Oh, this is Pope John Pone versus the GDA. Okay, this is what it is. This guy's got himself 2 HLD matches tonight. He's ready to throw down on this Zan. Get dirty, get violent. What up, AF50? Misfit. Necro versus ESFB is like going to Magic Johnson's cookout. Just have to tell him you put his blood, sweat, and tears into the food you're eating. Yeah, I mean, it certainly isn't a fun one. It is very doable, but I think if a Sork player builds the Sork the way he should, the Necro really can't win. Like, it's kind of bad. Like, I wouldn't lose to too many Necros on my ES Sork, even at 80%. If I wasn't streaming. When I stream, I have this, like, yeah, you don't really want to gay them. Like, you know what I mean? You don't really want to be too gay. You don't want your true gayness to show on stream. However, off stream, different story. We let our true rainbow flag colors fly, and you just can't beat them. We'll just tally away and rep to full. That's what it is. Necro doesn't have many options to do that. Hey, thanks, Billy Bones. Appreciate you, man. Big cheers. Yeah, exactly. I feel bad doing it on stream because, you know, and what I mean by that, in case you're confused. Oh my god, look at this. Pope John coming in, laying the smackdown. The Philiac is back, and in violent fashion. So what I mean by that is, in the words of the great Drew G, specifically, ironically, when he told me this, he was referring to this exact matchup, when you have to gay your opponent, and that is, you go out, you reset. Every time you go in, it's like you have all of your defenses up, and as soon as you don't, you're out, right? You could also have that refer to repping to full, having enough rep life to rep you back to full, not engaging, right? Letting the ref handle it, letting the ref make the calls. And that's what it's all about. All of those things, you might be able to say, could go under the classification of clinically gay. You know, or at least, diabolically gay. Holy shit, man. Big hits here from the Pope John Pone. Ariat Summit, aka the GDA, is in trouble here. He hasn't chosen to go magic missile here, but oh, nice hits there. He is delivering some damage of his own, however. Oh yeah, going in with that big strafe, and now the tables have turned. Pope John Pone in trouble. He is leeching some big life back here. It's hard to tell where that's coming from. Whether it's I think it might be the blood golem. It could be. It very well could be that. Yeah, it looks like that blood golem. As soon as he hit that, he was leeching some big life back. It's appearing as though that might actually be a liability for Philiac in this duel. LOL, Squigs. Hell yeah, man. All right, Philiac got there even through the massive life leech there that was coming for that blood golem. You notice he would go down low and he would smack that blood golem and just immediately rep the full, right? Like that's insane. I had no idea you leached that much off the golem. Of that in particular, you know, that one in particular. Quick question about cold res and sorb with DFC rules. Am I allowed to have 450 res, 80 cold res, res max, and 20 sorb? Hold on, what class were you on again here? Let me check this. Super Dude is on Necro. It doesn't quite sound right. I think it's 420. I think it's 420 and 20 sorb. If I remember correctly. If someone can confirm that. I could check the rules too. Hold on. Cold res. Cold resists. Yeah, capped at 420 if you use any sorb. So if you don't use any sorb, you can go to 450. But if you use like a Raven Frost, you can go to 420. But then yeah, regular rules apply. So like 80 max res. You won't. It's kind of a trap to do that because you won't have 80 res by the time the cold spells hit. So it's sort of a trap to do that. Yeah, I think so too, Squigs. Yeah, so technically 80 max res would be allowed, but by the time the cold sork sunders your resistance away, you probably won't have 80 anyway. The sorb is good though, but hey, I mean, craft it however you'd like. But 420-20. All right, man. Pope John Pone has pulled ahead here, showing his absolute prowess on this Necro. This guy is an absolute legend. I'm so happy to see him back. Now we see this from his standpoint. Look at this. Look at this. He's going in, grabbing that. Oh my God, huge hits there. Every time. Just reassesses, comes in with a fire golem now, and that's going to be some big trouble. That's going to be a big deal for GDA. That fire golem means basically no more leech. Holy shit. Here. Look at that. Look at that fucking decoy just doing its job. Most underrated, best skill on the Amazon skill tree. Decoy. Accidental towning. Forgot my FHR. Yeah, can reset. We can jam it again. I say we jam it. Let's do it right.
No.
I thought cold res was uncapped now. Yeah, fuck him. Let's just. You want to run a cold sort? Well, that's fine. But we're just gonna not restrict any cold resistance.
I can't carry anymore.
Fuck him. Nah, man. We saw Lamp back in here temporarily. I would love to see him back, man. It was so good. It was so good. That's like one of the things I wish I would have seen the culmination of. It was, in his last duel, it was Muchez versus Lamp. And Muchez wasn't able to finish. I'm not sure if they ever finished that duel. But I was impressed because Muchez was gonna go against Doombringer, and Doombringer had said at that point that, like, it's basically a free win for Muchez. Like, he was not happy about it. So we got him a new opponent and all of this. And then to check in on that duel, it was 2-2. Now, granted, I think Muchez might have had something going on. Might have been a bit distracted. He had to leave early. Could have had something to do with it. But regardless, that was an interesting thing. I would love to see that. The point is, Lamp the Champ was back. You know what I mean? And he was back in dominant fashion. Oh my God, they both annihilated each other, boys, just like that. That was probably the best that GDA could have hoped for right there. Yeah, I definitely would, Super Dude. I wouldn't mess around with max cold res because you're likely not going to have it. It's just likely The number is deceiving. It looks like you have it on the screen, but by the time all of their minus res comes into play, you technically don't. You don't have max anyway.
I am overburdened.
Who knows, Track? I think that, I'm not experienced enough on the Zon to know what the best option is here. But I would figure, all else being equal, that you would probably just want to do a lot of damage. You might even just want to do open wounds. In which case, maybe it would favor being a Telly Boa. But if you have a really good Necro, they have better cast frames than you, so if you try to Telly away, they can just chain you. So, all else being equal, I don't know. I think there's merit to both. Oh my god, vicious pressure here from the Philiac, aka the Pope John Pone. Oh, that sucks, that sucks. Damn, son. GDA getting the shaft here tonight, man. He says he's a little bit buggy there, wasn't able to click. Getting the shaft. Look, the RNG gods just, they came down. Absolutely put the smack down to his controls. Was like, nope.
I can't carry anymore.
Philiac's gonna take you out. Damn, son, that's crazy. Well, alright. You know what I say we do? Yeah, Philiac says they can go one more, man. Yeah, I say jam it. I say jam it. It would feel bad to go out on that note, you know? And props to Philiac. Did Coooley win any DFC match this year yet? Alright. I can't find the ban button for that guy, but any of the mods, feel free. Whoever this fucking wise ass is. Fucking randoms just coming in here from anywhere. Yeah, anywhere. I don't know where they all show up from. Jesus Christ, get them out of here. You can chase down a knock on a Telly Boa if you're good enough? No shit. Interesting. I guess that makes sense too. If you become the aggressor on Telly Boa, you hit them as they come in and you make it so they can't come back in. They can't go reset. That's intelligent, yeah. So either way, I guess it does boil down to probably Telly Boa is the way to go. Oh man, vicious spears there. You know what really was not in GDA's favor tonight was the dodge avoid evade. We usually see more of that from Zans, especially with bone spears like that, but it seemed like with so many of the bone spears that Philiac was throwing, they were connecting. They were just getting in and connecting. Yeah, and he didn't even have max block. He just came in with 47% block. I think that's fair, man. I think that's legit. That's a good way to do it. Yeah. Hell yeah, man. Pope John Pone like an absolute savage. But GDA says, you know what? Don't worry about it. I shall be back with a vengeance. All right, we're popping over to Green Lung's point of view here. Popping over to Green Lung's point of view. Let's take some notes. That was pretty cool, man. That was insane. It's so crazy to see Philiac back, man. This guy's an OG legend of the DFC. Absolutely savage Necro player. So good to see him back. And now you can see. You saw those name locks. You saw him close in that distance. Like, this guy is just insane. He's so good. All right, and this is Green Lungs versus Nimrod. Oh my god, I'm just going to put this down for Fight of the Night consideration right now. All right, this one. Oh my god. Green Lungs versus Nimrod. This is going to be an epic match. This is LLD, level 30. Oh, look at this. Green Lungs has gone on. He did. He swapped it up to Fireball. I think this is a choice he made in recent history. He used to play on the Blitzsork, but I think he noticed a little while back, I thought I remembered this, that Fire Sork is just better, you know, in LLD. So he's running it. He's on it for this matchup, and Nimrod just throwing down that FOH, landing some shots from the outside. Green Lungs is out of mana here. This is really bad for him. And Nimrod is looking clean, dude. Barely hit at all. Holy shit, Nim gets in there, delivers the punishment. And Nim was being very, very wise there. He didn't charge. He didn't actually charge in and try to physically hit Green Lungs. And that's because it's possible that Green Lungs has damage taken goes to mana. And in which case, when you hit them, that could re-up on some of that mana. That could give them the boost that they need. I think Nimrod noticed he was out of mana there. It was like, okay, I'm going to FOH him down. You know, I'm just going to keep that meditation up, FOH him down, not really give him any chances to get that mana back. That was crazy. That was some high-level shit right there. Yep, sometimes you get bad RNG, avoid just not working, yep. Yeah, it happens, man. Nice shots here from the outside, though, from Green Lungs. He's doing a great job of keeping the distance, not falling into Nimrod's trap here, and also this time pulling out that insight. Very, very good. Repping that mana, regaining it, not letting it drain right out so that Nim can punish him. I love the harassment from the outside. That will likely change how Green Lungs approaches this from the outside. Fancy footwork here from the Nim. But big hits from Green Lungs, man. Nim now trying to kite him in to those hammer fields as Green Lungs sort of smells some blood in the water here. He senses that he's got Nimrod low, and he's trying to finish. And as he's doing that, Nim is kind of capitalizing on it, trying to kite him into a little bit of hammers. See if you can get him to come in a little too close. And as he does it, Nim throwing down the FOH from the outside. Let's take a look at this from Nimrod's standpoint here. Oh yeah, he's actually doing okay. He's at about 50% health. Oh, the telekinesis tech from Green Lungs. This guy mixing in. This is why I say, man, this guy completely underrated. That telekinesis tech is something that you really only see the top of the top use in LLD, man. It is really cool. I think it's almost you know how the Dins have the combos, the Smite Telestomp or the Smite FOH Telestomp combos. In LLD, with great timing, you can turn telekinesis into a combo with a sorceress. So you gotta be aware, you gotta be waiting for them to get stunned, but as soon as they do get stunned and knocked back with that telekinesis, you can stomp them, fire, and get out. So it's more of like a defensive combo. Holy shit, man. That was an insanely close battle right there. Yeah, it's more of like a defensive, you know, with slight offense in their style of combo. But you hit from the outside with that telekinesis, knock them back, telly into them, hit them, and get out. It's there's no chaining necessarily involved. It's just you get that little stun. It gives you a small window to just score some free damage, right? And if you can line those up enough, they are super annoying. But most importantly, they also change how your opponent plays. When they notice that you're on that game plan, they might switch up their style a little bit, try to close the distance. It suddenly turns them, you know, into the aggressor. And then you can kind of counter. You can kind of counter as they come in. Nice hits from the outside from Nim, but he's taking some fireballs for his troubles. It's now 2-0 in his favor. I think 2-0. Hey, thanks, Primo. Really appreciate you, man. And as always, for those central games, brother. What a savage. What up, Fax? Hey, speaking of LLD legends, man. This is big here. This is big. Nim being very patient from the outside. I told you, man. I told you he could definitely pull this off. He almost did it. Even though you might look at the score of his matchup versus DD last week when he went up against a Fireball Sorceress on this Din. You might look at the score and be like, wow, that must have been easy for DD. It certainly wasn't. All of those rounds were so close. The movement, the timing, the game sense of Nimrod made it very, very tough for DD. He managed to get there, but so many of those rounds were very, very close. Nimrod is being very patient here. I think this is what you have to do. A lot of times in LLD, people get too aggressive, right? Sometimes you have to be patient. You have to wait, look for your opportunities, right? There are no mana pots in LLD. You can't just suck down those mana pots, regain that mana. You've got to pace yourself. You've got to wait for your opponent to make the wrong move, right? Especially whereas you don't have items like Enigma, so you can't necessarily so aggressively telestomp. Nice shots there from Green Lungs. Hey yo, what up, Ayura? Hey, speaking from experience, hold on, I'm having trouble connecting what that applies to now. I say so much shit comes out of my mouth, facts. I can't keep up. Can't keep up with my own shit. Aggro, oh, I see what you mean. Well, no, even with the charger, you know, with the charger, I think I'm probably the most patient charger. I think that, like, when people play a charger, they try to get in there. They try to be like, oh, I gotta charge him down and stuff. And sometimes, yeah, that's what you gotta do. But a lot of times, man, like, it's all a big mind game. You're trying to get your opponent to come into you. Trying to open up some opportunities to get those big charges in there. Nice shots from Green Lungs. Green Lungs is low. But now he's trying to kite Nimrod into some of these fireballs, and he's doing a great job backing Nimrod off a little bit here. Nimrod trying to fire the FOH from the outside as he recognizes that Green Lungs is also low, keeping that conviction aura up just in case Green Lungs comes in a little too close, just like that. And that time, that conviction aura got there. Holy shit. Yeah, most people die stomping charges these days. Oh yeah, that's like one of the stupidest things you can do. I see people doing that. It's actually funny. The first stomp usually catches me by surprise on the charger because I figured so long ago people stopped doing that. But when I notice that someone has the inclination to do it, I'm like, all right, well, you're getting upcharged all day. Like, you're getting... All right. We shall correct this problem, this little chink in your LLD armor here. This little kink in the game plan. You'd have AI transcribe this for you, Cools? LOL. Yeah. It's wild though, man. Gotta be patient. I think that's what it's all about. That's in my experience at the highest level in LLD, that really has been what it's all about. Sometimes for a viewer, oh, big hits there from Green Lungs, and he wisely gets out. Very nicely done there. That was incredible positioning. That's what he's got to do. He's got to keep Nimrod. He can't let Nimrod get too comfortable. That's the thing. And, you know, DD was successful in that in their matchup. He always just stayed at this distance that was very annoying and never gave Nimrod the chance for that meditation aura that he's got up right there. Never gave him the chance for it to ever really mean anything because he couldn't swap to it. He was always close enough where Nimrod wanted to throw hammers. Rarely wanted to throw the FOHs. But then he would run out of mana himself, and that was the time where literally DD would even just go right to the insight, risking getting charged and everything. Just to be like, yeah, all right, here we are, man. Do you want to regain mana or do you want to charge in? Like, just making him make these very, very awkward decisions at close range. And that is what Green Lungs is trying to do here now. I think this strategy is really good. Wingstop, wifey goated? Oh shit, man, that's sick. 3 years in DFC.
143 became a member. At N7 Reaper 143 celebrates 36 months of membership. 3 years of DFC. Let's go.
Let's fucking go. N7 Reaper. So good to see you, man. S tier membership. 3 years, my friend. And a big special cheers to that. That is so wild. I gotta make a note for Bill because for some reason he insists on doing this manually still. Fucking retard. But he's gotta update. He's gotta update that Hall of Fame. You know, yeah, he ain't all there. All right, but he's a good guy. Still thinks I owe him a lot of money, or forum gold. Fucking guy. N7 Reaps. 3-year. Bro, that's so sick. Thank you so much, man. I can't thank you enough. That is so wild. It is crazy to think we've been doing this 3 years now. I think we started this channel specifically for DFC, and man, here we are. Here we are, bro. Time really flies, man. It's so crazy to have you here for every moment of that N7 Reaper. Even from before that, brother. Even since those good old LOD days, you know? Hell yeah, bro. Much love sending it your way. Big hits from Greenlongs from the outside. Now Nim backing off a little bit. But it appears as though Greenlongs is also pretty low. Because otherwise, and I think under any circumstance, he kind of still wants to harass. Oh, big hits there from Nim. Landed a ham. I'm surprised Greenlong survived that. It might have suggested that... I'd have to go back and check the tapes, but that concentration wasn't up for that ham. I thought Greenlongs was super low, or maybe he was, and that just put him even lower. But yeah, he is like FOH PK now. Nim knows it. Nim knows it. And there it is. Gets there with that FOH. Holy shit. No way, dude. Congrats on the retirement orders, man. That's gonna feel good. That's gonna feel good. Yeah. Nasty, man. Military retirement, it's always, at least in my family, when I've seen my family members retire from the military, it always seems like they're so young, and they still have so much more of their life ahead of them. So that's an exciting moment, man. Congrats on that. Yeah, me too, Siddharth. Love that these guys are showing off the gear here, too. We get a rare look into what you might need to muster up if you ever want to step into the level 30 duels. But if you ever thought it was cheaper than HLD, well, you were sorely mistaken. While some of these items might be things that you found before, taking a look at, you know, the helms, the amulets of Greenlongs and Nimrod here, even that staff right there from Greenlongs is very, very interesting. Yeah, you'll notice that that fucking amulet is insane. But yeah, you'll notice that those might be a little harder to get than you think. That scepter of Nimrod's is insane too. Meditation on it, conviction, fist, meditation, 65, 121 spirit. He ain't messing around. This guy came here to win. He didn't come here to play. He came here to win. Inventory mixed with 3 X15s and 15 12s. Love this build for Nimrod's character. I think he brought the guns to this format right here. Every single round there, very, very close. Nim gets his revenge against an absolute savage LLD Sork player in Greenlongs. Very great show put on by both of these guys. Very good duelers. That was so cool to see, man. Really, really cool. We're going to make a special note of that. I think that was epic. That was an epic LLD bout, man. All right, let's see what else we've got up in here. I see GDA still streaming. I think he might be ready for his next match, possibly. Let's cut back over. Otherwise, I'm going to just try to put up a queue. I know that some of these guys that were streaming have multiple matches, so I'm just going to restart the queue. We'll just go right back down. I don't see anybody else has popped in. So let's go GDA track amp, right? I think that's what's going on here. And then we'll check back in with Greenlongs. See if he's ready to jam his next match, and then Nimrod. Let's fucking go, man. That was a sick bout. That was a very, very nice LLD match right there. LLD, level 30 dueling, has always been the closest one to my heart. I always feel like that was where I got my start, my real, true start in PvP, was level 30 duels, man. And they still just hit different for me, brother. I'm up against GL. I need to just get some gear. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, I might have some 2011s you could borrow too, dude, if you need them. A book of Track Amp's best quotes. Be there in a min? Oh yeah, no worries, dude, no worries. Look, it's why we send the notification right up at the top. Get those shitting pants on. All right? Get them on. You never know. You could be mid-duel. This has happened to me before. This happened to me in a speed run once. Forgot those shitting pants. It was a real shame. Cost me a few minutes. You just gotta let it all out. Just gotta let it go. Because there's some things you can never... Be the Yoel Romero. Be the Yoel Romero of the DFC, alright? You don't let a little mess in the pants affect your performance, alright? You just jam it. Stick right to... Just stay focused. You can clean it up later, you know? Partially shat gaming chairs still go for like $50 on Facebook Marketplace, so... You just gotta jam it. Game closed? Yeah, no worries, no worries. No worries, take your time, brother. Never take steroids. They say I'm the... Look, I'm just spitting the facts, man, alright? Like, I thought that would be useful information to some of you guys, but... Gosh. Whoever's writing these scripts really needs to... We're gonna talk... Yeah, this is all scripted. Pre-recorded. Yeah. I always say lightly shat. Yeah, that lets them know it wasn't... We didn't go full out. There's still room, you know? There's still room for more intense gameplay. It's still got... It sure has got a little bit left in it. Alright, here we go, man. The special rules are in effect for this duel right here. We've got Track Amp on the Shaman Druid. He is going bear only and 35% block. And GDA is going no multi, no strafe, straight guided here. That's it. Slick movement, guided arrow. And honestly, if you ask me, I think the bear is really a liability. Bear only might be a trap. Sure, it's nice to be able to block an arrow, but it's kind of counterintuitive to the game plan of what the Fire Druid's trying to do. He's trying to land vicious, consistent damage over time, right? And the biggest bump in the way of that game plan is when the Amazon leeches life back. You saw that one tick right there, probably gained GDA a couple hundred life back, which is interesting because that basically undoes like a volcano tick or, you know, or something, some sort of significant hit that's hard to get through with the dodge, avoid, evade, the intelligent movement of GDA here. Hard to get those through. I think the bear might be a trap. The bear only might be a trap. He is just leeching nasty life back off of it. But can Track Amp figure out the puzzle? Can he figure out the puzzle that is the GDA Master? This guy has been honing, refining his Amazon skills, and this guy is becoming a real threat in the Bloodmore here. That battle order's running out. Track Amp getting low. Nice Molten Boulder there from Track Amp. This one's gonna be wild. Track Amp is very low in this match. Or in this round. Yeah, Oakley only. Oakley, as we have seen in recent videos, is the only protection that you need. He does his job, you just have to let him know that you trust him. Big shots there for GDA. This is getting rough for Track Amp. This is getting rough. Big hit, though. Nice volcano hit. Track amp needs to get in, get out. I think Oak only here is definitely the way to go. Just needs to get in, get out, reset, keep GDA guessing. And just come in, don't stay long, just drop something and get out. That's what it is. As soon as those arrows come in, I'd be right behind one of those corners shaking them off. Oh, big hits, a little bit of frame drops there from GDA. Oh, big hits though. I think he held that name lock. It was hard to tell. A little bit of pixelation there. I think he might have held that name lock and all of those guideds were coming in. Oh my god, what a close round as Track Amp whittles down GDA. Is now even to the score between these guys, I think. Nice Molten Boulder as well. Oh yeah, you think so, Summer Reaper? Good, man. I'm glad I conveyed his story as good as it should have been, man, and that you enjoyed it. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I would say a full-fledged, full-bore Amazon that's not holding anything back is certainly a tough matchup for a fire druid. But these guys have essentially chose to hold something back, right? With Track Amp only going 35% block and bear only versus GDA only guided arrow, basically. Well,
Yes?
essentially no multi-shot, no strafe. Which makes it a gentleman's duel of accuracy.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Good stuff, Kreider. Glad you liked it too, man. Big cheers for that. That's cool. Tried something different. It was a little bit of a different style for me. Long video too. It took me a long ass time to like get it done. I actually didn't stream on Monday or Tuesday. We're gonna make up for it. We're gonna do a stream on Friday though. Because I was just like, look, I got nothing else going on today besides the stream and it's just gonna throw a wrench in my day. And I was like, while I'm fucking in the zone, I'm just gonna do this. And like, I managed to like, in those few days, make some big progress. I mean, you could check back in the VIP channel of, I actually looked back the other day to see how long ago it was that I got the first part of that done. Like the intro. And it was like a month ago almost. I was like, fucking A, man. Like, feels bad to be that long without posting something. But I was like, man, we've got to give it the love it deserves. Yeah, so we might throw in a bonus stream tomorrow. Oh, you saw that, Wicked? Yeah, that was a fun one, man. That was a fun one. I think the only real bad matchup for that is actually Polytheist. The other matchups seem very winnable. I think it really does depend on skill level and the absolute savagery, the ability of your opponent to execute, but I think it's actually, I was very surprised at that build. It was heavily inspired by Sweaty Betty and Max, but finally when I dove into it myself and tried to figure things out, tried different approaches, tried the dual auras versus one aura, tried fire aura versus light aura, all to figure out that like, that setup that I landed on was actually pretty insane. GDA getting worked down here. Hard to tell what Track Amp is at, but he's doing a great job of getting in, landing these shots from the outside, and really not taking a lot of damage here. Or I should say, not getting hit by a lot of arrows. And the way you'll be able to tell...
I am overburdened.
The way you'll be able to tell is if Track Amp is off screen, you'll see this little red swirl over the face. Right there. Right there. You see that little red swirl over the face of the Amazon? That means that Life Leech is going off. You know, and how much is hard to say. If it hits the Oak, it's not much. If it hits the player, it doesn't leech much. But Life Leech is trying to go off. And it can only do that when the arrow has connected on something. So that's a good way to tell when their opponent is off screen if they're actually hitting something. Will and I ready for Q? Oh, hell yeah, man. Sin v Sin. We'll throw y'all in there, man. We'll throw y'all in there. Some good old Enigma v Will. Sin PK. Fucking right, man. Some good old DFC Sin PK. Yeah, that's the thing too, and this is a really hard thing to do, Casey, is like trying to do things that are unique and remarkable. So whereas Zarfen has done that, I feel like if you are going to do that, you have to take it to the next level and go try to do it in hell, which I actually think it's impossible. But I think he's even trying to do that. So it's like, I don't think it'd be very remarkable. It wouldn't be new, you know? I feel like that challenge, I would have thought somebody had done it before, but no one ever beat hell difficulty with Arctic Blast only. And I was like, all right, here we go. Let's fucking jam. Let's do it. It's like, it's going to be a weird way to do it. And I think I know why they haven't done it. Because it's technically impossible. But I was like, we can get it. We can do this. Easy dub. Only saw the end. Hey, what's up, sir? What's his name? Yeah, it would be tough to take a different approach, you know? Like, that's the thing. Whatever you do, I think in the content creation world, I think it has to be, like, unique in its own way and remarkable. You know? And it's like, Zarfen is that guy is an absolute legend. Certainly drew a lot of inspiration from him for that video that I just put out. And like, just remarkable dude, remarkable creator. And it's like, you have to, if you want to make things like that on that level, I think you have to realize what's good about it, and that is that it is remarkable. Like, look at the videos that he did when he steps into hell at level 1, right? Like, that's a story. That's crazy. Like, that is actually a wild challenge, and nobody had done it. Like, you know, it was something that immediately piques your interest. Like, how would you do that? You know, so if something's been done before, there's no mystery like that. There's no frontier. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point too. You could always stream it and yeah, for like a fun challenge on stream. That's true too. I actually have a few ideas for the next challenge that I don't believe anyone's ever done. And they are very miserable, but I think they could be really cool. They have a lot of potential. But we're gonna toy with it. We're gonna toy with it. Actually, tomorrow's stream I might theorize some of it. But yeah, do some planning, see how it all works out. Yeah, is that a shaft stop? I think it might actually be. That looks like a shaft stop, dude. It's got that straight black look to it. It's gotta be. Track Amp getting in here, delivering some blows, but GDA Master, holy shit, man. Holy shit. I gotta say, it's actually impressive for Track Amp to be delivering all of this damage. You know, because multis, you know, multis or not, like, I think it still is a very tough matchup. The way that these guys have kind of rounded out the rules here, too, makes it interesting, but it's still very impressive to see Track Amp doing so much of this damage over time consistently. Nice Molten Boulder there. I thought that one was going to be clean, because as you can tell, GDA's bow has run out. And Kane, aka Track Amp, is probably going to try to take advantage of this as much as he can. Not give him as much time to bow. There it is. He sneaks it in, though. Very nicely done. Yeah, shaft stop pipe. Hell yeah, man. Oh my god, big hits. Yeah, could do like a pacifist orc or whatnot. Yeah.
I'm overburdened.
I actually think I have a crazy idea, and I'm not sure. I don't believe it's ever been done. But my only problem is it's so possible that, like, I'd be surprised if it hadn't been done, and maybe I just am not finding it. But that is a complete hell conquering with the Act 3 mercenary. It seems like it's got a lot of potential. Doesn't seem like it's been done. Which is kind of scary, because it doesn't involve any of the Coooley crazy bullshit ideas that nobody else would do. So it feels like somebody else could do it, and in the time it would take me to edit a video, someone else could just do it. Like, yeah, that's kind of scary. Want to see this setup when he's done? Hell yeah, man. Oh, thanks, N7 Reaper. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's that Coooley shit I was just talking about, right? Like the ancients glitch, the fucking wave skipping and shit. The shit that probably not many other, like, challenge runners are gonna do. Even BattleNet play is something that most challenge runners don't do. It's all, like, solo, you know, single player, all that shit. Which is interesting, especially, like, when I see, like, hardcore challenges, whether it's magic finding hardcore, whether it's, hardcore runs or whatnot, I always kind of take it with a grain of salt, because, you know, cause content creators are incentivized to not, like, waste time in challenges like that, right? And you can just undo your death in hardcore. You can just, like, save a backup copy and undo it. Like, so BattleNet play would almost be more remarkable and believable for those. So, you know, that's just my thoughts on it. Big hits here from TrackAmp as he's whittling down GDA and a nicely placed Molten Boulder. Holy shit. I think it's 3-1 in favor of oh no, 2-1 right now in favor of GDA. That is wild. All right, let's see if we can sneak in another match here.
Can't carry anymore.
We have got, I'm just going to check in with
I can't carry anymore.
I think Greenlungs might have himself a melee match here tonight.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, let's see. Oh no, that's against GDA Master. Never mind. Nimrod has himself. He's got his LLD match in. His HLD is against Jits. I doubt Jits is ready. Nate Fizzle and Melee. Oh my god. I don't even want to cut away for that. I feel like that one's just going to be that's going to be so fucking wild. All right, that's all right. We'll be patient. We'll be patient. Damn, son. I want to see 8 of a terrible build, 1 to Ubers. Right? Yeah. The Royal Rumble. Oh yeah, DFC P8 FFA Chaos. That'd be cool, man. I think FFA is really fun. Oh shit.
Drinking the DFC Kool-Aid.
You know what it is, Massive Moon. Hey, so good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the 2 Canadian coin tip. I'm also sipping on the good stuff, man. We got the straight gas going on here. Lemon juice only. Lemon juice only for the just absolute fired up gas here. That's what it is. Gets you all gassed up for violence. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much. Well, boys, it's getting pretty insane here. TrackAmp is turning up the heat. Let's see if he can do it. He's trying to make a big comeback. He's learning the cadence. Learning the cadence of GDA here and landing these shots. He has indeed given up on the bear, and I think that is going to net him a lot more damage over the long run. The bear is a big liability. Nicely done. You see this, dude? That is some straight polytheist, top-of-the-line shaman druid hitting right there. You see TrackAmp coming in right on the corner of the screen, like not actually on the screen of GDA, and landing these big shots. Like landing those fissures, those volcanoes, making GDA run. Oh yeah, with that was with Barricade, right? That was super fun, man. That was an event that Barricade put on. That's all right. Hey, just pick up your armor and put it back down, GDA. Just literally pick any item. Yeah, so what you do, go into your inventory, pick up an item, and put it back down on your character. Yeah, so if you guys ever get this lock right here, where like you can't shoot, all you gotta do is go into your, like if you can't cast something, you can't battle orders after swapping an item or something, all you gotta do, you can't teleport, right? All you gotta do, go into your inventory, pick up one of your pieces of gear and put it back on really quick. It breaks whatever glitch happened. Yeah. The bug happens most often when you're strength bugged, right? When you have like items that you're wearing with strength that are holding on other items. When you shift swap off of those and cast battle orders or any sort of like buff that then gets removed and put back on. I don't know what it just breaks things. I have no idea why. It doesn't always happen, but like it just sporadically happens. No idea why. But it is a pretty simple fix once you know what's going on. Once you're like, oh, yep, I'm fucking attack bugged or whatnot. Just, yep. Immediately. Inventory, pick up the armor, throw it back down.
I can't carry anymore.
Fixes everything. Happens when I used to pre-buff on my throw barb so much. Every time I would pre-buff on the throw barb, it was like, it would just attack, it would cast glitch me. It is wild. Game sucks. What can I say, boys? Game sucks, you know? It was a small indie studio who built it. Nah, it's been like that for a while. Like I said, it's not consistent. It's not easily replicatable. It's just so sporadic and random. Oh my god. Big hits there for the GDA. Damn it, I was just typing that. Yeah, we're on the same page. We're on the same page, man. Great shots here. Great shots. GDA getting some big damage in. He landed an arrow early on in this round. And ever since Track Amp is not using that bear, it's very, very hard for him to rep back. So all of the damage that Track Amp does, basically, there's nothing. There's nothing he's gonna gain back. Very, very minimal amount that you gain back from hitting the Oak Sage. Or the player. You do actually get some life leech back from hitting the player, but that was nerfed in 1.10. I believe it was 1.10, maybe 1.9. And it's not much. It isn't like the old 1.09 Zealot duels. I would guess a ladder reset Wicked One Ball and possibly more information about the D4 expansion. That's what I would guess. Probably Diablo 2 ladder reset, which we guessed was going to be on the Thursday of the second week of February. Which that lines up right around that time. It's like Chinese New Year and shit. That's what I would guess. Damn, son. Track Amp getting pieced up by those arrows as he's come in, but it's hard to tell. Sometimes the arrows don't actually crit for a lot of damage. There was another hit right there. Hard to tell if it hit. I think it might have hit the Oak Sage. But sometimes they don't do a lot of damage, so Track Amp can kind of get away with getting in, taking a little bit of a risk. And that was some big damage that he just landed. Yeah, Track Amp is at about 60% health here. And he has reduced GDA to less than half. He's technically winning this long duel of attrition here. And that was a very nicely placed Fisher. In search of new rune words? I would agree. I would support that. I hope they run them by some testing first. All they gotta do, just bring in the cools. Alright, that's it. Just bring in... Y'all don't need nobody else. I got you. Can tell you exactly what these rune words are gonna do. I'll show you how to break them. They did. They did hint at a Mosaic rework is what it is. I think they hinted, if memory serves me well, and I don't remember the source, but they hinted at a Mosaic rework, as in changing basically how it works, or changing something at its core that will affect how it works. Who knows? Could be a buff. Sins certainly need buffs, right? Like, it's... we certainly need to see that. That's a good question, Casey. That's a really good question. Honestly, I think as much as some people complain about this, it's what Diablo 2 does with its rune words and essentially its items, is it solves problems of builds. So what I think we need is just something that solves a problem a build might have, a certain character class might have, right? You know, such as the Barbarian's IAS frames. Perhaps we have, you know, perhaps there is something for Barb Helms only that gives massive IAS and ridiculously godly stats. Right? Like, that's it. Maybe it's for all kinds of class-specific helms. Druid and Barb Helms. Gives massive IAS, right? Helps the bears, helps the barbs. Oh my god, and now it's tied up, man. 2-2, just like that. Track Amp did a great job there, especially after getting cracked early, of keeping that pressure on. That was insane.
I am overburdened.
That was nuts.
I can't carry anymore.
John Wick's Mosaic, Pub, BM, RIP. Oh, yeah, yeah. Or just all of the Mosaic, Pub, BM, RIP. Like, I say good. Get him out of there. It's ridiculous.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, or something for, like, the, you know, Frozen Arrows Ons or something, right? In PVM, I like that. Those things are kind of...
Asks Patent Pending 12 became a member.
What?
Patent Pending 12 celebrates 9 months of membership. Let's go. Moved into new spot and feeling DFC night.
Dude, hell yeah, Patent Pending, congrats on the new spot, man. Happy to hear that. Hope you're enjoying it. And bro, thank you so much for the Legend tier 9 months. Let's tip one back to this guy and celebrate. And celebrate the new move, man. Big cheers to you. Hell yeah, dude. But I think that's a good point. Like, it's you don't want to go overboard with rune words in the sense that, like, every class is gonna wear them, but overboard doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a very good rune word, right? So, like, an example would be Plague. You know, it doesn't really go overboard. I think it was an unintentionally good rune word, but really good. You know, really cool rune word. Isn't necessarily best in slot for much, but it is very powerful, and you know, could be. There's actually some PvP players that use it. It's a really nice offhand claw for trappers, budget offhand claw, Plague, like really cool. Well done rune word there. The other thing is, like, you know, but the problem that Plague and other rune words have is that they don't really solve any problems that builds were having in recent history. With the exception of Mosaic. I actually think Mosaic is a good rune word. And just the damage on finishing moves is just too high. But the rune word is great. Because it solved the problem. The problem was that MA Sins fucking blew. There was no point to building up charges and playing a martial arts sin when you had a trapper. You know, there's just no point. But now there's a point, right? Like, it fixed things. Same could be said about Grief, same could be said about Enigma. Those items fixed big problems in the game. So, like it or not, that's how D2 solves problems. Through rune words, through itemization, and it's a big strength of the game. So, as long as new rune words, they can be powerful as long as they solve an existing problem that builds are having, right? I think that's kind of the test. There is indeed. Interwebs went out. Welcome back, the Caveman Ken. We are still on. We are now 2-2 in some GDA versus Track Amp back and forth here. This is an epic bout. Track Amp was down 0-2, and he has come back now 2-2 with this Savage Fire droid right here. Does that mean I get a name lock rune word? LOL. What up, Pavian? Yeah, exactly. One that just auto name locks for you. Right? I think that would be cool too, actually. Allowing Doom in a bow. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I think that would be a great one. That would actually be an incredible, largely uninvasive change that is extremely powerful. Solve some problems. Adds mastery damage to the or adds aura to the, you know, adds aura damage to the cold projectiles, which gets insanely vicious. I think that'd be really cool. Insanely cool. Wow, nicely done, and Track Amp pulls ahead now. 3-2. A vicious comeback. Yeah, I suppose like almost good, right? It's like one of those builds that's almost good. Sunder Charms made it almost good. But still the Javazon just smashes all the Zan players, right? But if you just allowed Doom, you would still have IAS breakpoints that you would have to meet on a Zan. But it would actually just open up vicious damage options for you, and that could be a cool build. I'd be on board with that. Making Doom in a bow. That'd be really cool. Great change.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, I think so too, and same thing, right? You could make Hajj in a bow. Hajj in a bow would be interesting. I don't know if it would be good enough, but the point is, adding auras to ranged damage, this is what you would need. You would need a bow that has the Holy Fire aura, a pretty considerable Holy Fire aura that could be combined with Dragon and shit, right? You can make a Dragon Zan, Holy Fire aura, and then here's a kicker though. You gotta be careful on doing this, but you gotta add some mastery damage in with it, right? So like, it's probably not +1 to fire mastery, but maybe it is. It could just be 30% added fire damage, or extra, you know, 30% plus fire damage. Like adding that sort of mastery damage in with the auras and ranged weapons could make explosive shots so vicious. Yeah, well, it's a great observation for sure. These guys have agreed to a special rule set for this duel because otherwise it's pretty lopsided in favor of the Zan. But their special rule set is bear only, which Track Amp has opted not to use here very wisely. Bear only 35% block for the Druid, and basically guided arrow only for the Zon. Not allowed to use multi-shot or strafe, which are two very, very powerful skills in this matchup, two demoralizingly powerful skills. So these guys have sort of had a gentleman's agreement here to dial the block down and have themselves a gentleman's shootout of accuracy. Look at that. GDA landing some big shots. Big shots here. And now Track Amp is in trouble. Instead of hold freeze, I would give it conviction, opening up for another elemental damage or salvation, making up for loss of res on both sides. That's interesting, but the only problem with that is when you take away the holy fire, I don't know, I can't even explain why this works like this, Nim, but when you have an aura on top of ranged damage, it's kind of the secret behind the bow sork, right? When you have those auras on top of the ranged damage, especially when you can stack them with things like Dragon or whatnot, the damage goes through the fucking roof. I mean, it's pretty simple and straightforward, but it also isn't. So when you take that offensive aura off for defense, you nerf almost all of the damage. So I think it would have to be an offensive aura. Thanks, man. But, you know, you could give the bow resistances. You could give it... You give it IAS resistances. You could even go real rogue with it and give it, like, DR or something. Like, some very strange thing. That isn't resistances, but that makes you stronger on the other side of it. Which is, which would be pretty wild. Force you to kind of solve your problems in another way. But all for a trade-off of vicious damage. You could also essentially give it 10 DR by just saying monster, you know, monster physical immunity is sundered. No drawback, it's just there, and it gives you 10, it essentially gives you 10 DR in PVM. Creative way to do it. Increased block would be weird on a bow.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, I see. Yeah, something else here. So something like lightning aura plus griff would be something. Gives plus claw block. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Oh my god, huge hits. Holy shit, man. I think that's an interesting suggestion, Sidark. I haven't really thought about that, but that's interesting. Removing the requirement for concentration to be up to buff hammers, and instead they just do that damage and don't get buffed by auras. I think that would be a very interesting change. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it is interesting.
Yes.
It would basically give the hammer din 20 more points. I mean, it isn't like they need points anyway. You would just see a bunch. You would just see like a bunch of hybrid dins just throwing hammers in there regardless. I don't know. I mean, I think it does give the build identity. The concentration aura gives it identity, and it's almost iconic with all the history it's been through. So for that reason alone, I'd probably opt away from it, but I don't think it's a horrible idea. It just isn't a great one, I would say. Yeah, it's a good one, man. 3-3 between these guys right here. This is wild. Yeah, it is interesting, but I almost think at this point, it has its own little history. Like, Concentration and Hammer has its own little history. And it's like, it's like iconic, you know? It certainly doesn't make a lot of sense from, you know, it's certainly one of the harder builds to run and get used to, I think, is a Hammerdin. But, I mean, it is kind of iconic. It kind of, at this point, it would be weird to change it. It would be weird to change it. You could, yep, but I'm not sure if a skill change like that is the way to fix a paladin, right? Again, I would go back to D2 fixes all of its problems with items. Whether you like it or not, it's just how it happens, right? So changing a skill like that, an already powerful skill, to be technically more powerful, unnecessary, right? That's how I look at it. Unnecessary. Yeah, I agree, Darius. Barbs need buffs bad. Hell yeah, super dude. It's gonna be sick, man. I think Arctic Blast should deal exponentially more damage depending on how much time the target has been ice or Arctic blasted. Like, it makes sense. It's almost like Sub-Zero's deep freeze, where like you get hit by it and it's just like eventually you're just deep frozen. You cannot move. Like, that's what it is, man. That's how Arctic Blast should be. It should be like deep freeze. The more you're cooking in it, like it's just this exponential hit. But then again, I don't know. I'd be weary of changing a skill like that. Like is not every skill, and I almost said this at the end of this video, is that not every skill was meant to be or has to be good. And that's the beauty of D2, is like not every skill is good or even has to be good. The game doesn't need to be devoid of bad skills. It's okay for a skill to just be bad. But it would be nice if it, like, there was some sort of benefit to using it early on or something, you know? It doesn't have to be great, but it does feel like a waste if it doesn't do anything. Like, they scaled pets to do more damage, or... what was it? They scaled something to be better at lower levels, and that was interesting. That's an interesting change. Helped him get his setup? Dude, that's sick. Oh, hell yeah. You gave him the tip, Squigs. That's sick, man. That's gonna be good. I think it was... someone asked me that the other day. I think if you count the final attempt, we actually did it once. The first time we did the Arctic Blast challenge, we actually did it differently. It was just the worst build challenge, so we just put a lot of points into Arctic Blast and used other skills when we ran into, like, immunities. And I was like, this is too fucking easy. Like, nothing is remarkable about this. So then we just redid the challenge with only Arctic Blast. And I was like, this is way harder. This forces you to solve problems. Like, this is a big deal. This is actually impossible. But when you count, if you only count that, it was probably, like, between 20 and 30 hours. But the first attempt was probably a good 10 or 15 in and of itself. But that was just too easy. This is 3-3 and it's coming right down to the wire, boys. 3-3 and it's coming down to this. Big hits from GDA from the outside. Firestorm isn't bad. It's actually a really heavy, hard-hitting skill. Firestorm is good. Like, actual true Firestorm on a Druid, really good skill. Tag him with the Arma. He's trying to get in there. Look at this, man. All the way from the side of the map, Track Amp getting in here, doing some nice CT casting. Oh, man. Cuts him off with that Fisher, and what a great duel between these guys. That was fucking epic, man. That was epic.
I'm overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Wow. Back and forth between those guys. And that was the grudge. That was the end. That was the rematch between those guys right there with some very special, very intricate rules there. Love seeing that. That was super cool. Wow. It's so rare that we even get to see Druid versus Zon like that in the first place. So props to these guys for making special rules to make this happen. I think that's just really cool to see. Really rare. Certainly something we take a mental note of right here. You know, no strafe, no multi versus Druid. That seemed a bit more fair. That was kind of cool. Yeah, that incredible gameplay there from GDA. Swift movement. That was just so good. He goes, it's hard when you're not cast bear. See, yeah, that was the thing. He wanted to see that bear out there so he could leech back some life, man. That was crazy. All right, boys, this is what I say we do. Let's get in. Let's, I'm gonna jump you guys in the queue real quick. I don't think this is actually gonna be a long duel. Let's cut over to Enigma. Let's friggin' jam this. Enigma v Will, if you guys are ready. And then this is what we've got. We've got Green Lungs and Nimrod on the queue after that. And if I'm going to throw Super Dude in there, too. He mentioned something about that. We're going to throw Super Dude in there. But that's what the queue's looking like as it stands right now. We also got, I see Juul Van up in here. We'll throw him on the list. Hell yeah. But that's what it's looking like. But first, let's cut over to some Sin v Sin. Enigma v Will. I think this one is going to be fucking wild, man. This one is going to be an epic one. Loving the new Sin v Sin DFC. God, this is insane. It's one of my favorite matches to watch. It's one of my favorite matches to be in. And just to give you the heads up about what exactly goes on in some Sin v Sin. Sec, pregnant wife needs help. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No worries. No worries. Yeah, man. That's awesome. Congrats to this guy. Big shout out. Hope everything's going well over there. Look at this. Will just taking care of the fam, man. Taking care of the fam. What a good guy. You know what we can do? We can cook over to Green Lungs while we wait. No worries. Take your time. No hurry.
Hello.
No hurry. We will check out the Green Lungs. This guy's ready to throw down. This guy's ready to get violent. And I say we make it happen. At least I think he is. At least I think he is. No, never mind. Let's kick over to Nim. What's Nim doing? Nim is ominously waiting by the fire in pure Nimrod fashion. In pure Nimrod fashion. This guy awaits his next opponent. You can take the champion out of the river of flame, but you can't take the flame out of the champion. This guy, an absolute legend, even in LOD classic graphics here. Yeah. I feel bad for his opponent tonight. I believe he's going up against Nate Fizzle tonight. I believe that's on the agenda. Yeah, Nate Fizzle v Nim. Oh my god, that's gonna be good. It's gonna be crazy. All right, that's all right, man. We'll wait. We'll wait. We also got. Let me message Manti. Message Manti and get ready, dude. I gotta show you all this real quick. It's gonna be a violent one.
Your power was no match for mine.
All right. Well, I hate to reveal all of the tricks, but let me tell you, man. This girl is savage. Okay, don't let her looks fool you. All right, she might look. You know, if you kind of tune out the face a little bit here, she might look like a fast clipper ship, Santiana, the hottest, most gorgeous sorceress on the planet. But do not let that fool you. She will fucking punch your ass out, dude. That's what she'll do. I think versus Manti, I don't exactly know what he's on. I think it's like some sort of healer din or something. I don't know. It sounds like... It sounds like a questionably legal build, but we're okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna jam it. Because you know what? I'm here to have a good time. That's what it's about. So if he's on some sort of like exceptionally fast healing build, I'll probably zeal him. But if he's not, we're just gonna shoot him. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get up in here, we're gonna shoot. This is that girl. This is the sweaty Betty wannabe. That Sork looks familiar. Where did you get that idea? Completely original. Completely came up with it all on my own. I figured out one day that like an Aura Sork seems like it would be a really good build to make, and come to find out, wow. Yeah, you ought to try it sometime, Max. You ought to try it. Yeah, definitely had nothing to do. Who's Sweaty Betty? Who is that? Who's that guy? Yeah, then, oh yeah, let's clear the moor here. We can't be using that. We go 95 ES on this. Yeah, definitely didn't have anything to do with whoever that Sweaty Betty and Max is, whoever those guys are. Definitely had nothing to do with this completely original idea. Yeah, so just glad we cleared that up.
Not here.
But I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys ran this one like I do. I think some of you guys are running dual auras, and I decided to go not do that. We just go with the dream, just the dual dream. I'm not sure if anybody was wearing this armor, but this was something I kind of came to as like, this is probably the best armor for this build. Cause I also go, I go pretty hard into ES and we go 95%. We don't worry so much about enchant and the fire mastery. That's not necessarily what we're focusing on. You use that back in LOD? I didn't even know that was Zeal Sork armor. That's sick. We all have different builds. That's nuts. Yeah, double dream and light mastery makes you feel really, really... Yeah, it's... I mean, in damage testing, it seemed to be the only real thing that was making the damage go fucking parabolic. Enchant and fire mastery was cool, and it made for consistent damage, but it was like... It wasn't... It didn't have the big KO potential, and even just having a little bit into enchant was good enough to make your damage a little more consistent, and to add like that fire damage. Then when we swap and we shoot and swap though, boom, those guideds are doing 65k. It's insane. We shall not show any mercy. Mercy shall be something we don't show. We're going after it hardcore, man. What's the AMI? This AMI is just, it's a rep life AMI, 220 rep life. But yeah, rep life on the ring. You got to be able to rep to full, man. If you can't do that, I don't believe I question whether or not you're a real build. Also, these right here, the only reason we have them is because of ES. This makes me want to redesign a little bit, but it's hard to give up 95% ES. It's just so good. But you could open up the way for more charms like this. Like Dex, Strength 59s, even Life 59s would be fine. But yeah, 451 poisons as well. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right, boys. I think we're ready to jam. I think anyway. Are they? Are they still... We still waiting? It's fine if so. There's no hurry. Oh, they ready to jam. Let's do this, boys. Holy shit, boys. These guys ready to throw down in some sin v sin violencia, as they say. And this one is gonna be fucking wild. I can't wait for it, man. GG to these guys. Sin v sin violence. Let's fucking go. This is where it's at. Certainly one of my favorite matchups to watch in recent history. Oh, how times have changed over the 3 years of DFC. And it looks like this is going to be Hybe Sin versus Hybe Sin, possibly. Oh, yeah, both these guys casting traps. It is vicious. Enigma, this guy, pretty decorated, pretty savage Sin player here, very highly ranked. Just coming off a runner-up placement for the 2v2 Sin PKs. Sin PK tournament. That shit was wild. This guy's on a whole different level, man. Whole different planet. So Will is going to have his work cut out for him. Yeah, this is Will and Enigma right here. Yeah, I think you need a 215 by the very least, Pavian. I think 215 was by the very least, and I think I ran across some setups where I needed the 220. But I think it's 215 by the very least. But rep life is a must. I think if you go full ES, rep life is a must. You have to play to win. Big hits there from Enigma, and he clips him again as he goes out. These guys are on Hybe Sins, hybrid Sins right here. Now, there is a lot of different Sin builds that you might have heard of, and if you're in the spot that I was in a few years ago, you might not know the difference between them all. It's easy to tell the difference between a Trapper and a Whirl Girl, right? You're either using Chaos or you're not. Trapper, very, very powerful. The queen of the sin builds, one might say. Oh, another big hit for Enigma. Now he might be, Will might be Mind Blast PK here. He might be Mind Blast PK. But he's being very, very cautious. Oh, there it is. Gets him with a trap, man. Hell yeah. Good duel, bud. Good duel. 0-1. This is sick. Now, these guys are on hybrid sins or hybrid sins. And you might think, some people don't understand the difference between the hybrid sin and the spider sin, right? This is something that certainly I didn't really understand a few years ago. But there is a big difference. The spider sin is going to be using chaos, maybe fury as well. She does some big trap damage, but all of her whirlwind damage is really coming from damage over time. And she's not really focusing in a lot on doing damage with your claws, with her claws, right? Actual physical damage. It's really damage over time. Venom, venom and open wounds. But, and that's just commonly what Spider Sins will wear. Like, budget Spider Sins will probably be on Chaos Fury. But you could also go Hybe Sin, where you commit a lot more of your points towards things like Claw Mastery. You might even have, oftentimes it's indicative of a Hybe Sin to have a high damage claw as their main hand claw. Almost like a Whirlwind Ghost style claw that has like skills on it, right? It allows them to keep up pretty decent damage with traps, but also when they whirl, they have a pretty good chance of actually delivering some pretty heavy physical damage as well. And that is not to be understated by the fact that they can still do damage over time with Venom, with open wounds. The Hybe Sin really does have it all. And the Spider Sin is just... I in retrospect, kind of feel like the Spider Sin is like what the Hybrid Sin, or the Hybrid Sin is what the Spider Sin would love to be. Is really what it is. We did, CMC. We survived, man. Yeah, every Thursday, man. Yep, that's it. That's it, Mr. Sparkle. Yeah, every Thursday, unless something comes up. That's been for the last 3 years now. It's actually been longer than that. Because before we made this channel for DFC matches and all of that stuff, like there used to be, we would do it on Twitch, and we had so many tournaments for so long. I think DFC is actually, it's probably coming up on 5 years. 5 years old. It's old enough to go to school now. DFC's old enough to go to school. Holy shit, they grow up so quick. Ah, good point. Good question, Rizulu. A ghost sin. That's a great distinction. Great question. How does a ghost sin fit in the mix here? Well, a ghost sin is practically, she doesn't worry about traps at all. She doesn't care about trap damage. There's no point investment, no real point investment in traps. She is legit just trying to hit you with Whirlwind and trying to do vicious damage over time with Whirlwind and actual physical damage with Whirlwind. She uses things like Blade Shield. Sometimes they splash points into Blade Fury, Blade Shield, Blade Sentinel. The physical damage is what she focuses on, mainly through Whirlwind, but sometimes through other physical damage means. That's what a Ghost Sin is. She is basically a female Whirlwind Barb. Yeah. Yep, Spider is Poison Light, exactly. Hell yeah, CMC, glad you liked it, man. Hell yeah, hell yeah. D2, best, it's the best ARPG ever made, man. So far in this Sin v Sin matchup, which it appears to be, I actually think now looking at the gear, Enigma might be more on a Spider Sin. He might be kind of leaning more towards Spider. He showed off Chaos and Fury there, which, I mean, I didn't catch the bases. They might be runics or they might be heavy damage bases, but usually that's indicative of more of a Spider Sin. But yeah, so they're runics. it's like a step up above this. It's a big step towards a hybrid Sin. It's in the gray area of the Hybe Sin versus Spider Sin. It's a lot of damage over time. He's probably made a pretty significant commitment into traps here, which makes a lot of sense for the build. Gives you a whole nother ranged attack. And certainly in the Sin 2v2s, he was doing some big damage with traps, able to fight on both fronts. But yeah, I think the big distinction between a true hybrid Sin and like a spider is, what is your claw, right? Is it a vicious fucking E-rep rare? Then you're a hybrid Sin. That's literally what makes the difference. But there is kind of this step in between where you're not quite a spider. You're kind of a spider, but you have a high damage claws, which makes you kind of a Hybe Sin. But you're still missing like the big E-rep, nasty big damage claws. Doesn't actually even need to be E-rep. You can actually have some decent damage claws that are like 5 trap or even 3 trap. Not +3 to traps, but like +3 to lightning sentry on top of like just vicious damage. Yeah, it's weird. Sins are weird. Long story short, all right? Sins are weird. The labeling of Sins is weird. It is certainly pretty intricate in the PvP realm, but there are literally communities of players focusing all on the intricacies of Sins. Our own hero and the grandfather of the kick Sin, Max, NYC Maxim himself. That's the guy right there. You know, there's been a few like him in the past that have really broken down the Sin, but NYC Maxim's just that guy. I honestly think Sins would not be the same if not for Max. Spider equals 75% trap plus bleed whirl. Right. True, yeah. It's like, but still that's a hard definition, because how do you quantify the 75%? You know, it's like kind of a guess in one way or another. Hybrid equals whirlwind, light, half split. Yeah. Elephant equals big trunk. Yep. Oh my god, and there it is, man. 3-0 so far for the 2v2 finalist. Bison equals secret build. Uh-oh. The bison. We've got the elephant, we've got the spider, now we have the bison. Of course, this has to be an NYC Maxim build, because bison is not only an animal name, but it is a Street Fighter name. So of course this has to be some sort of concoction that Max has made himself. Spider's like 102% trap focused with Whirl Hybrid. Hybrid Sin implies probably 65% FCR light. I see. Bison, Bear Sin, Tyke Bison. Old build from LOD. No shit. Okay, wow, interesting. No shit. Okay, so this is obviously a Wake of Fire Sin. A Wake of Fire Whirler Sin. Wake of Fire, maybe a Wake of Fire, all in Wake of Fire. That's probably what it is, because Elephant is all in light, so Bison must be all in fire. I might be picking up what you're putting down. I might be figuring it out, Max. You might have said too much. Said 174% Mind Blast LS build? What? Okay. Okay. With Shadow GCs? Jesus Christ. That's hilarious. And now Will getting some big damage in there. This is epic, man. So crazy to see both of these trap wielding Sins flooding the more with traps. And the cool thing is too, and that you notice about this duel and how it's so different than how it used to be historically, is that you see these guys kind of aggressing each other. You see Enigma just closing the distance, constant pressure even in the face of traps here, not afraid to get down and dirty, right up close and personal, scoring that 4-0. That was crazy, man. And if you take a step back, years back in history here, Sin v Sin used to be a pretty shit duel because traps are queen, right? That's the trapper is queen in these types of duels. And if you have a trapper, you don't really want to go pushing the pressure and closing the distance. You just want your opponent to run into traps. That's it. So it led to some very late, long duels that weren't very exciting. But these ones, on the other hand, are pretty sick. He says, Track Amp, I'm coming for you. These guys showing off their gear here. Oh, yeah, this is total Spider. This is total Spider. He's got the 102 with Griffins. He's got dual caster rings. This is total Spider build right here. Which that's impressive to be able to pull that off, because in Sin v Sin DFC, light GCs are not allowed. So that's like one of the rules, right? You must use Chaos Claw, no light GCs. So makes it so that if you're gonna be a straight trapper, you got to do something, right? Oh, look at this. This guy, he might have actually just been on straight trapper. Straight, or maybe that's his buff claws. I didn't catch that there. Either way, maybe these guys chose their own rules and did whatever. You can also do that in the DFC. Oh yeah, they must have chosen their own rules. They must have gone with their own thing, because that is just a straight trapper there. He's just on straight trapper. Which usually, I'm surprised this was actually a very quick duel then, very fast, because usually they don't end like that. Right, they don't go that well. Oh yeah, and he was also using traps here too. So these guys just threw out the Sin PK rules and just made it violent. And you know what? We don't usually see that. So props to these guys, Enigma and Will. That was actually, in a duel that could have been miserable, that was fucking savage. Props to both of those guys. That was insane. That was some trap PK. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, man. I'm glad y'all worked it out. That was actually still turned out to be a pretty sick duel. Yeah, pretty insane, man, I gotta say. All right, boys, let's check this queue here. I also see, who do we got here? We've got, is that Manti by chance? Hold up. Let's check and see what's going on here. Oh my god. Oh no, that's Corrode up in there. Hell yeah, man. Corrode's up in here. Let's throw him in the queue. I'm not sure. Is Corrode on the yeah, he is. Oh fuck. Oh hell yeah. Or is he? Wait, is he smurfing it? Is he smurfing? Oh man. Corrode is a savage though. That guy is an absolute savage. I'm just going to throw him in there. We're just going to check in on him. We've got Javito up in there as well. Javito PvP. Let's check out the Nimrod. Let's see how he's doing. Let's check back in. If he's still standing by the fire, no worries. He might be waiting for the Nate Fizzle. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. We've also got Super Dude. Is Super Dude ready to throw down?
Goodbye.
Is Super Dude ready to throw down? Juul didn't have an opponent? Oh, word, that's right. Okay, I remember now. Yep, all right, let's do it. Juul up next. I say we just cut over to Juul versus Corrode. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's get it done. Let's jam it. Juul was next up on the list anyway. I didn't see Super Dude streaming there, so we'll cut back to that after. But, so the queue is looking like this fight. We're gonna go Juul Corrode. Then Super Dude, we'll check back in with him. And we've got Javito. Holy shit. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild, boys. Corrode is an absolute legend. This guy is gonna be... He's on a droid tonight. Look at this guy. He's on a droid tonight. Versus Juul on a barb? Oh, man. You know, it's hard not to root for the absolute savage, violence-delivering barbarians. It's really hard not to root for him. I'm sorry, Corrode. I'm sorry. It's odd to see you on a druid. It really is. But we've got this. Here we go, man. Round one between these guys. And we've got Juul trying to close the distance. Juul is also a savage barbarian player. These guys might have done a mirror. Who knows? We're going to find out. Either way, we are ready for the violence. These guys are both insane players. Nice whirl there. Gaining some life back on the rep life is Juul. Harassing Corrode from the outside, landing those shots. Big hits. He's on a shaman druid. Corrode's on a shaman. Holy shit. All right, that is interesting. This is a very, very interesting duel, I think. This comes down to, I mean, of course, I think it's tough for the barbarian, or I'm sorry, for the shaman, because you've got to stay on the outside. Nice chain there from Juul. You've got to stay on the outside and land these, like, small damage chips over time as the shaman player. But the barbarian needs to close the distance, take all the risk, get in there and deliver the violence. There is a little bit of a trick that you have at your disposal if you're a barbarian player, and crucial piece here, you're on 65% cast. If you're on 65% cast, the trick is leap, telestomp, whirl. You'll hit every time, and you could also just be a savage with those locks like that, man. That's also pretty good. That will force your opponent to be on top of it with the up boulders. If they're not, they're gonna get shit canned. But so far, some big damage here from Corrode, I gotta say. He's doing a great job at keeping the distance, frustrating Juul a little bit here, making it tough for him to get on the inside. He's pretty good on Shaman. He said it was a little new for him, but he is tough. Yeah, dude, Corrode is an insane player. Really, really skilled player. And crazy to see him on the fire doo-doo here, man. Dang it, Polytheist, now we got shamans everywhere. Right? Hey, man, I think it's cool. I think it's really awesome because so I hear that shamans and, of course, some other builds have just been banned in other formats and other tournaments, which I think is really gay. I think it's just, I mean, it's just kind of stupid. Like, the build is a thing. Like, the build is legit a thing. It is a thing. It might not be the biggest KO damage of any build, but it is a thing. The same is true for Oridans, right? Like, Oridans also banned in a lot of formats, and there is some restrictions in the DFC, but they're not just outright banned. Like, you could run one if you wanted. And there it is, man. Savage hits from Corrode, and down goes the Juul. I think that if a build is a thing, you just gotta, instead of banning builds outright, I think that it's better to give them a shot and have people, we've always said this, have people show why they should be banned. Right? Like, that's always been the kind of the hidden mantra of the DFC. We actually started with far less rules than we have now. And the spirit of the rules is to make for interesting and hopefully balanced matchups for as much as they can be. But interesting, fun matchups, fun to watch, fun to be a part of, fun to play in, right? Interesting problems to solve. And yeah, there's just never been a reason to put a rule in to ban an Oridin. There's just, there's already rules against latesing, right? You can't necessarily just run around in lates. You gotta do something. But the Oridans we have seen in DFC have been fucking savage. FOH Oridans, we've even seen Crypto Ninja with, like, I don't know if you can call his an Oridan or just like a smiter that uses auras. It's a strange build. It's a very strange build. But it's really cool. Big hits there early on from Juul.
Impossible.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is they're not really that difficult. There's only one time where Oridans are kind of BM, and that is against fire-based characters, right? Or if you try to, bring a Tesla Din against a lightning-based character. It's like they just can't, you can't make the build without having 95 res to those elements. So it's like, you can't really have those duels, but other than that, they're kind of fine, and they're really not that difficult. Zons beat most of them. This is interesting. Juul has Corrode down very low, but here is the problem with the Barbarian. They have no ranged attack that's going to deliver that automatic 1 damage, right? After they cut him open. They have to get in there. They have to get violent just like that. Very nicely done from Juul. That was sick. That was an insane round. Juul versus Corrode. Holy shit, that's the match we're watching right now. It is 1-1. I call it a Vindicator Inquisitor. Ordin only gets 85 max from passive res, so you can't use Phoenix versus Fire. Oh, that's true, I guess. You would only get 85. Yeah, that's true. You technically could do it, but you would need to figure out a way, if you're an Ordin, to not get 90, like over 85. Yeah. So you could do it. You'd have to essentially just sack one of your auras, which would be weird for that build. But yeah, the way that the rules are phrased, yeah, that's it. You can definitely do it. Yeah, a good distinction there, Crypto Ninja. Vindicator Inquisitor, yeah, that is cool, man. So it's like a...
Impossible.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I hope we get to see the matchup with Muchez tonight. I think it's actually going to be a very tough one, Crypto. He might be a Zan, and sometimes people, they look at Zan players and they're like, oh, wow, well, that's going to be easy. I'm on a Din. But there's a few Zan players out there that it's not easy, and Muchez is one of them. Abdullah and Pubs, I'll def try my best. He's ridiculous. Yeah, he's so good. That's the thing. I think with Muchez, technically, the rules in DFC say when it's Zon versus Din, no matter the build anymore, it's just a straight rule. No grief, no impale, right? So you could technically be a smiter with no grief, and granted, that would be pretty insane, but the thing is, even if you are, you've got to be on point for Muchez. Like, I have seen this guy outmaneuver some of the nastiest, most vicious smiters.
I am overburdened.
Swap to Corrode's POV? Alright, we'll check it out. We like to stay usually on the more aggressive player. It's really cool. They kind of dictate the pace of it. You can kind of see everything. You can kind of see the decisions going on. Oh my god, look at that though. Look at how quickly Juul is closing the distance here. That is just insane. That was so nicely done. Look at that aggression. You can just see it even from Corrode's standpoint here. Those chains, everything. Those are the things right there. When Corrode starts getting chained, it is a very high-level move to try to pull off, but it is certainly something that the best Shaman players do, and they really punish Barbs for it, but it is a risky maneuver, and it's to throw those up boulders just like that. You kind of have to catch a Barbarian in the middle of their chain and throw an up boulder. So you kind of have to... It's all a mind game whenever you go up against the Barbarian, right? It's a big mind game, no matter how you slice it, almost no matter what class you're on. The Barb is trying to play a mind game, and usually their opponent is too. And that's what it is. You just kind of have to get in the zone when you figure out their cadence and their patterns, up boulder them when they least expect it. Yeah, sick, man. I think it's going to be a fun match. He outmaneuvered me on our match by never showing up. He done outdid me. Uh-oh, nice aggression there. Nice aggression from Juul. Now, the combo in this matchup for the Barbarian, when you're on 65 casts, oh my god, and look at that, dude. Corrode gets there. Now turn it, I think it's 2-1 between these guys. But the combo on 65 casts, and I think that's a very crucial part of this matchup if you're the Barb. 65 cast so that you can essentially outcast the Druid. So that, you know, you on a Barbarian, you have the cast frames, the same cast frames as a Sorceress. So you want to use that to your advantage. You want to make sure that you're always faster at casting than the Druid. And that's very important because the rest of the combo is this. You leap around, right? You wait for the engagement. You're leaping around. You're being patient. Once you score that leap, once it actually knocks your opponent back, that's when you get your lock, right? Or you could, if you're right on your screen, you could just stomp them immediately and whirlwind. Based on the timing, if you do it all frame perfectly, the Druid is gonna take a hit. Whether it's if they block it, okay, whatever. But it is going to try to hit them. They could dodge it with their defense or whatnot, but it will get through. You will get a window to do it. But it is frame perfect, right? It relies on you as soon as you finish the leap and they're knocked back, you are immediately in teleport animation, and as soon as you land, you're immediately in whirlwind animation, right? It will ensure that you get a hit on the Druid. You get an attempted hit on the Druid. So there is that, but it is, again, it's a frame perfect combo. There's only a few players that can pull it off. But your other answer is this, is to just provide this constant harassment that Juul Van is doing. And it's so much pressure. It's always keeping your opponent guessing, never knowing if you're going to chain, when you're going to whirl, you know, what they should do. Throw Enigma me in? All right, hell yeah, man. We'll throw you in there right now. We got, we're going to check in with Super Dude after this. See if he's in there. He mentioned being thrown in the cube. And then it's a veto. So we'll check in with Super Dude after this. Then Havito. Then Track Amp versus Enigma.
I can't.
Jill and I are ready? All right, hell yeah. So you guys are up next, man. The Super Dude versus the Green Lungs.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, and no worries if you don't hear back from Crypto, he's a busy man. That's all right. I might be able to sneak in an HLD match tonight. We'll get in there on a Zan. We'll make it dirty. We'll make it dirty. DFC Fight of the Night prizes on the line tonight. And I believe this is the final round of them, boys. We might have some stragglers. I'll check for them. But after this is the big one. This is the big one right here. Oh my god, and Juul Van does it. Holy shit, man. This is insane. He's getting there. He's pulling it off. Oh, you know what? No, fuck it. Manty, let's get it in. Let's throw it in. You know what? Would you guys mind Super Dude and Green Lungs just waiting till Montriana kicks my ass real quick? We'll throw it in after this, Manty. Would you be down? Would you be down for that? We'll get it. Manty never gets his duels in because it always goes on. Yes. He gets in. The queue's long by the time he gets out of work. He never gets it in, man. 5 a.m. shifts. All right, yeah, let's jam it. Look, these guys ready to clear the way for us, Manty. I'd say we jam it right after this. These guys, this duel is almost done right here. It's been pretty violent. I think it's what, 3-2? 3-2, I want to say. Maybe 2-2. Hell yeah. Yeah, I say we do it, Manty. I say we do it. I got a game up. I'm in Jack 1, bro. I started clearing the more. It's just Jack 1-1. Are you on... You're on East, right? If you're on east, I think our ping should be good. If you're like central or west, you should make the game. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It is definitely hard. It's always a risk getting in there versus a fire druid, right? Like, always super hard. It's a risk. Bard player, man of taste and class, exactly. And that's the thing, when you have these big AoE effect spells like Corrode is on, that's the risk. You have to close the distance as a Bard. Corrode knows that. He's trying to bait it, right? But the big question is, and what makes the difference here, is how well can that Bard player capitalize on it? You are going to take some damage. You gotta put up with some violence to deliver some violence, you know? All right, hell yeah, he says. Let's fucking do it, man. That's going to be sick. Chasing a flamethrower, exactly. And you got to be very careful as a Bard, too, not to chase in to, you know, into the... too much of where Corrode has already been. Because his Armageddon is coming down around him all the time, and you have these residual meteors that are coming down, this meteor shower of shit that just follows him wherever he goes, and it's kind of lagged on his position. So that's why, as a Bard player too, if you are going to chase, you got to do it in a creative way that doesn't necessarily directly follow him. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. Yeah, I think so too. I think they're the two classes, Kreider. You've got the Barbarian, which is insanely hard to play. I think the Barbarian does not have a good matchup. I really don't think they do. I don't think there's any good matchup for a Barbarian. There's just matchups that aren't as bad as others. But it all is very, very skill dependent. You gotta be quick, you gotta chain, you gotta be accurate, you gotta be patient, you gotta play the mind game, right? I think this is 3-2 in favor of Corrode now. I think it's 3-2. Could be 3-3. To check in if these guys can give us a score update. I think that's what the score is, though.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, I think so, too. The Bard buff would be pretty easy. I think they just need to add some, not a crazy amount, but some nominal amount of attack speed to the increased speed skill. I think that's just what it needs to be. Could be based on hard points only. Who knows how they could do it, but it's all on attack speed. There's no variance in the Barb. They're very pigeonholed on the weapons they have to use. That's why they have to use Beast, is because they don't have IAS frames. They could be on Dual Grief and be a little more powerful, but they're just... the IAS is just not there. How come we haven't banned this guy? This guy here... Can we get one of the mods? I can't find the ban button. This guy, Joby D2. Sounds like a real tier 5 dueler, if you ask me. Tier actual 5. Not even 2.5, but like tier 5. Yeah. Gotta get him out of here, guys. One of the mods, feel free, just ban him. Julian has no rep life? Makes sense, man, makes sense. This particular setup versus a Shaman Druid, the way that the Barbarian wants to be built, essentially, I mean, if you have rep life, great. It's usually not a priority, though, because the way that the Barb is built is, of course, 65 FCR is kind of what you want to aim for, I think, but also you are kind of hoping to stack up some Life Leech. And that is so that when the Shaman Druid stacks up their pets, whether it's a bear, whether it's wolves, when you hit them, when you take the risk of closing the distance and taking some damage, there's also a pretty good chance that when you hit the pets that they have up, you're gonna leech some life back. And here it is, man. Juul Van in a lot of trouble. He scored some big damage, and look at that. Reps a ton of life back right there. He has certainly stacked up some life rep, or some life leech. And that is sort of, especially versus a druid, what they tend to opt for. Amazing hits, amazing aggression right there. Juul Van is looking clean on this barb. He's being very patient here. He's extremely low. He doesn't want to go in recklessly. He's going to be looking for his opportunity to get in there and whirl and not take too much damage. Did a great job there. Oh, and there it is, man. Holy shit. Corrode gets there. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. That insane barb play, man. That's how it is. All right, boys. You know what time it is. Manti trying to get it. Let's friggin' go. Let's get up in here. It's time to deliver the violence with this sorceress. Absolutely no mercy.
Your power was no match for mine.
All right. Hell yeah. There it is, man. The cannibal. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hannibal the cannibal up in here. All right. All right. So how much does he heal is going to be the question. I think he's on some sort of healing zealot. We shall show still no mercy. We're getting in here. We're going to deliver the violence, boys. Bill? This is Montriana, and they say that I should have some respect. All right? And not BM him with the punch-out. But that's not how it's going to be. We're going to fucking do him dirty, just like that. Just like that, baby. We need that punch-out fame. Ping. FPS. Same. Alright, well, let's get in here. Let's do this. Oh, this is Max up in here. That's Max with his Sork. I knew that name looked familiar. I was like, whose Sork is that? Alright. Go, bro. Oh. Let's fucking do this. Let's friggin' go, man. We gotta be on point here. Finally running a Zeal build. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'm not 100%, dude, but we gotta get in and out. We gotta make sure... Gonna make sure we're on point here. Let's friggin' do this. Yeah, I think Vengeance hits could be pretty insane. PM him. All right, here we go. All right. We hit him with that. At least I think we did. Uh-oh. No! Oh, no way! GG. Wow, man, that was quick. All right. All right. I think that might have been the first hit that we got him with there. The rest of that might have been tick damage, because I don't actually think we hit him. All right, we got to keep our distance. We got to get up in here. My charge means lost block, exactly. Oh, 1. All right, time to get serious. No mercy. Damn, son. All right. No way. All right, we tagged him with poison there. This is actually really good. We gotta lock the fuck in, man. He might be low. That poison might have done some work. Oh! The shootout! Sick shootout. We went for it. I got the swap right at the last minute. We went for it. The bow blast. This shit got real Western real quick. It sure did. All right, let's do this. Let's rebow here real quick. Oh my god, that's dangerous. He's poisoned. Damn, son. Okay, okay. No way. I just got upcharged. Caught him there. He might be in trouble. He might be in trouble. Oh my god, what is this? Manty's...
Thank you.
Manty's doing fucking chain locks now? Manty doing chains? I thought this was a good duel. I thought we were gonna have a good duel. And then you want to start doing chain locks. Cheesy chain locks. All right. All right. Oh, we caught him with that one. He might be low. No way. That probably gave him a little bit of life back there with tap. I think that was tap. What was that? Alright, well, while we're going to the cold plains, let me rebow. Oh! Oh, we got him. Holy shit. We got him with the Aura PK, I think, that time. He was low. That's why he was backing off. He was super low. I didn't know he was that low. The damage is really good. It's just sometimes you can just roll low. No matter what, it can roll really low. True, yeah. You found your footing. No mercy. No, look, dude, you're doing better than Joby did. I fucking trashed his shit in on this build. Like, this is actually a threat. Gonna regen some of that mana. No! Massive upcharge. Alright, we got him. We got him with one. Oh! GG!
The order welcomes you.
If I don't chain, I don't win. Simple matchup. Yeah, don't be chaining me. Only noobs do that. Like Joby. He's a noob. But yeah. If he gets that fucking chain that he did in like round 2 was insane. That had me worried. I can't let you disrespect Joby like that. All you Dins shall perish. Three, 2, baby. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Oh, okay, we got him though. We took a hit there, but we actually landed an arrow. He's probably trying to cleanse that poison off. No way! Wow, 3-3. And it comes down to this, boys. And it comes down to this.
Your power is no match for mine.
All right. All right. He's trying to get vengeance for Joby here. And we are not going to allow that kind of shit. Talking like a din up in here. Getting in here. Talking. Getting on that din brethren shit. Joby doesn't belong in the din brethrenhood. And we shall put down his avengers. And it comes down to this.
Yes?
Dins get wins. He says, may the light bless this moment. Oh, the lightning shall bless this moment. Go, bro. What? Team Bosork here, but go Manti. Oh my god. Oh, we got him with that one. We got him with that one. He's gonna cleanse it. Got him with that one too. All right, he's gonna cleanse it. He's gonna cleanse it. Oh my god, holy shit. Life flashed before my eyes right there. Wow.
Not here.
With the TSPK. Or Aura PK. Might have been Aura. That was epic, man. Very, very good set. Big shout out to Manti. That was fucking sick. I'm glad we got it in, man. The light has whittled to an ember. Oh, but the lightning is strong with this one. It is strong, my friends, and shall shine on. You tell that Joby that he's next. He goes, take a look, compare gear. All right, let's do this, man.
Your power was no match for mine.
All right, here we go, man. Max is showing off the Boasork build here. He also has the Ashudas. He went with the Ashudas. He's going with Saigons for the IAS, which means he probably doesn't have Poison Charms. He goes with Gladsbane, so I'm going to guess he probably doesn't hit. He does have the Dual Dream, but I'm going to guess he probably doesn't hit the Oh, no, he does hit the IAS breakpoint with his Saigons, and he's a little bit more immortal here. Okay, I see what he's doing. He has 175 20s. No shit. So he is not ES. He is lifer. Holy fuck. Now I feel bad for selling these ones for like 4 jaws during that challenge. I always wondered if I would ever use those things. But this is interesting. So he has a full Vita, and he gives up a little bit of cast, but when he swaps, he has 65. Interesting. I have 105 on the swap. So on my swap, I have 105. And I do massive poison damage we hit the IAS with our armor. Max opts to have more survivability with his. He has a 13 all res and 15 IAS Juul in this Gladsbane. And he is more of like a 95% immortal Sork, so he can kind of survive some big hits. Or no, he's got to be not full Vita, but like ES. Some HP, but yeah, all of the IDR, MDR is what makes it so that he can probably survive a lot more hits at lower life totals. But the life here isn't bad. Like, it's a nice little addition to the charms. But with me, I'm just like, if we're going to be 95 ES, there's no reason not to go 451s, I don't think. But these are also good.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's insane, man. The Boa Sork gets there. Manti pieced out. I was going to check that out. I was going to check out what his Din was wearing. That was a very interesting build. Very, very crazy. Very crazy. No, in DFC, you can use all the poison you want as long as you don't use multi-shot. Or strafe, too, I think. It might just be multi-shot, but... yeah, if you use multi-shot, you're capped at poison. But anything else, use all the poison you want. Yeah, 451s would be better. TS, my TS is just a 1-point wonder. This is max TS. Interesting. So you probably skimp out on enchant. No chant. I've thought about that. I've thought about going no chant, but if you put points into enchant, it forces so much damage types that they have to deal with it. Like, they can't just stack up on lightning and skip fire damage. Like, you know, it makes it so that it's an honest amount of fire damage where, like, it will put them in stun animation and shit. Yeah, like, but also TS is really good. But it's also shorter range, so, yeah. I like the TS version, it hurts. Yeah, this is sick, man. Sick build. Dude, I love that, you know, this build was very highly inspired by Max's Sork right here. And we kind of came to some of the... I didn't remember anything he used on his Sork. I just remembered that kind of dual dreams were the key to it. So I, after much testing, kind of landed on this stuff. And we kind of landed in a couple of two different spots, but very powerful, very semi-similar builds. It's really cool. I leaned into full enchant, Fire Max, Max Fire Mastery, and 105 FCR, the Magi Trianglove, so you skimp out on the IAS part of it. You're probably not ES with all of that then either. That's crazy, man. Good fucking duels, Manti. That was a sick duel, man. Yeah, all different variants of this, like, Boa Sork, which is so wild, man. We've all kind of landed in a similar spot, but slightly different builds. And I think that's just really cool, man. I think that's just insanely cool. But that being the case, boys, let's cut over. We've got ourselves Super Dude versus Green Lungs. Very good duel, Manti. Absolutely epic. And I say it's fucking time, boys. These guys have been super patient. Green Lungs, Super Dude, thank you guys for your patience. Really appreciate it. Let's get over to some Necro versus Sork Violencia. Damn, son. Big cheers to you guys. Manti, thanks for working that in with me, man. That was scary. Those locks, bro, are insane. The upcharges, the short upcharges, that's some jits shit right there from Manti. I was very, very impressed to see Manti's... like, Manti has come so far. Like, I think I half expected the Manti from a year ago when we were dueling. And what I got was the Manti of today, which is an entirely different, fast name grabber, fast locker. And when we saw those fucking chains, holy shit, that was insane. Big cheers to Manti. That was clutch. Hype as fuck for this match. Hell yeah, man. Green Lungs versus the Super Dude. All right, we're checking this out from Super Dude's perspective here. He is on the Necro. And he's going up against Green Lungs, who appears to be on a cold sorceress. Oh yeah, that's definitely what he's on. And it looks like Super Dude's ping, yeah, I was gonna say it was just over 100 there. Looks like he might be a little bit of a ping disadvantage here, but hard telling. Don't worry, Bruno still sucks. Well, look, Manti has been practicing. This guy's been getting some friggin' matches in there, man. Getting some bouts, and it shows. It's just all about how much you stay up on it, man. That's literally what it is. Yeah. You have the absolute Sork legends up in here. I mean, definitely people that I didn't take any inspiration for when I completely thought of that bow Sork build on my own, independently, totally not. But if I didn't, Sweaty Betty and NYC Maxim, absolute savages. Yeah, that's crazy, man. We all have like different setups for it. Holy shit, man. All right, there it is. All right. Super Dude getting in there. Scoring the first round against Green Lungs. He doesn't even need to go back to Akara. He says, you know what? We got this. No need for Akara. We staying right out here. This is our home. He has been informed about the pets. He's been informed about the double hit with the pets. He knows now. He knows the tricks of these cold Sorks. He is prepared. He's got the gear. He's got a stack. He's probably 420-20. He's ready to jam, and he's going up against a savage. Green Lungs with that Cold Sork experience. Pumped to see that Green Lungs has brought those Cold Sork skills to the HLD division. I think it's inherently way harder, heavier of a hitter, and certainly more of a viable build. And you can see right there, big hit on Super Dude there with that Blizzard. It's way more viable, I think, in HLD than it is in LLD. A little bit of pixelation going on here. Do we have two streams? Do we have a Green Lung stream too? Just to check and see how the pixelation's doing. I also see some other people in here. Ja. Is it... Let me see here. Is that Ja? Is it Javito versus Ja? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's Javito versus Ja. So those guys are up next, man. Javito versus Ja, and then it's Track Amp versus Enigma. And we've got this duel right here, Super Dude versus the Green Lungs. Then we'll check back in with Nimrod as well. He's got himself an epic melee duel tonight and an LLD, or we saw his LLD match. And a HLD match too, I believe. It's gonna be fucking epic. This guy all over the place. Every division, a triple threat, if you will. I appreciate it, Smooko. Big cheers, man. Welcome in, welcome in. Practice is for scrubs. Yeah, no, those guys are absolute legends, man. Sweaty Betty, NYC Maxim. I think the first bow Sork I ever saw was that Uwu there, the Sork that we saw in-game. That's Max's Sork, NYC Maxim, absolute savage. That was the first one that I ever saw and realized that they could do so much damage. And then we noticed Sweaty Betty's Sork, and he'd kind of independently came to the same conclusion about the potential damage of the build. And he had some epic battles in the DFC on that build, and it was very awe-inspiringly good. And here it is, man. We've got Super Dude trying to set up some chains. Uh-oh. Green Lungs going in for a close toe-to-toe battle here with Super Dude, but that one didn't pan out well as he was trying to get in close. I think he just slipped on grabbing that name lock, and that one cost him. Super Dude spraying those teeth. Green Lungs looking to land some big Blizzard hits here. A lot of pixelation going on. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Nice CT cast there from Green Lungs. Scores it way on the outside. That's exactly what he needs to do, I think. It looks as though the the skills that Super Dude has here is he's really looking for this battle to come to him, right? He's looking for the battle to come to him. He's looking to grab that name lock and otherwise staying on the outside and just sending those bone spirits. But if Green Lungs can make it so that the battle never quite comes to a comfortable spot for him with those CT casts, this is going to be really bad for Super Dude. He's going to have to go looking for it. He's going to have to go looking for trouble. And he had a nice name lock right there. Ping said 640. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Probably just dropping mad frames. Yeah, we might actually be able to run 2 at once here. If y'all are up for it. We might be able to bounce to Javito Jaw as well. We can check it out after this round. Bounce back and forth, share the rounds, you know. Don't want the queue to get too big here. I see a lot of people up in there streaming. We also got GDA Master up in there. We got to check in with that boy. That boy, it's laid up over there now. It's laid up over there for the GDA. And we got Cats, Gat, Tats. Oh, man. Oh, man. Greenlungs is doing a great job here. Oh my god, right as I say that, he gets hit by what was likely an invisible bone spirit. That's a shame. He was doing a great job at managing the distance there, way better than the first round, and he was really frustrating Super Dude and just cleaning him out from the outside there. Yeah, you're probably stuck somewhere. Your ping probably dropped, and I bet you're stuck on the bridge or something. You can fix it by trying to walk up or just going back outside. That is super weird, though. I've never seen that. Yeah, his ping just spiked and he got stuck on the bridge. Score here is 2-0 in favor of the Necro player Super Dude. Going in with the Ravens 2 to peck away at that block. Try to get him stunned. Hell yeah, man. Nice distance management there from Greenlungs. That was an incredible hit. That was an incredible hit. Accidental town there from Super Dude as he runs back out. Greenlungs makes him pay for it. Hits him when he comes out. Says, fuck him. This is incredible distance management here. Greenlungs is really now noticing the tricks that Super Dude is up to here. He's noticing what he's up to. And he's playing around that. And the more he makes Super Dude come looking for trouble, the more he can catch him with those like self blizzes, right? If he stays on the outside, never quite brings the duel to a comfortable distance for Super Dude, he can hit him far on the outside with these beautiful CT casts of Blizzard. But then if that changes the game plan and Super Dude goes and looks for it, Greenlungs has got to be ready to just drop that Blizz right on him, make him telly right into it. Necro tanking Blizz well, yeah. Yeah, I think he went 4-20-20. This is Greenlung's first HLD duel? Holy shit. I didn't know that. I almost wondered because I was like, I wasn't used to making matchups for Greenlungs in HLD. But I was like, this is either the first time he's been in HLD in a long time or the first time ever. I checked recent matchups and there was like none. But this is the first one ever. Holy shit. Thanks for letting me know that. That's actually huge. I could have sworn we'd seen him in HLD before, but it's good to know that. So this is Greenlung's HLD debut. Holy shit, man. I bet he's so much happier to be on a Cold Sorkin HLD. I mean, it's still It is still a tough matchup, I think, versus a Necro. It is a matchup of the mages, but Greenlungs is looking clean. What I love about Greenlungs here is he's not staying way on the outside. You know, he's not completely late in this duel, right? He's getting in there, looking for trouble. Sometimes he finds it, though. And damn, dude, 3-0 so far in favor of Super Dude. Oh, he's using 450 no sorb. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, makes sense. I think, oh no, yeah, he's going, yep, 450 no sorb. That's what it is. There it is. Hell yeah. That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go. Stack up that cold res. And it's hitting for like a pretty solid, like, 800 damage when it connects still. Like, it's pretty nasty. And you got to figure that's like a third. That's like a third of his life. And with no sorb, it doesn't get any better. For whatever reason, I don't claim to understand why, but for whatever reason, if you have Raven Frost on and you get hit by Blizz, the first hit is always the most devastating, and it just progressively gets less. Like, progressively gets less from there. I don't know why. I have no idea why, but the thing is, when you go 450 no sorb, they all hit the same, right? They all are going to hit the same. So that is basically 3 rather quick succession Blizzard hits here for Greenlungs, and he can do it. Maybe 4 if it goes long. There was one. But Super Dude might have landed a spear there. The eagle has landed. What up, Jagger? How's it going, man? We'll throw you in the queue. It'll be a little bit, brother. Don't you worry. But actually, this is Darius. Actually, that's a title bout. We might have to give that some credence. Might have to give that title bout some credence. It's because of calculations. You don't get healed by Sorb when at full HP for the first hit. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. No heal, so it all goes to the life total. Sorb gets thrown in first, and then, yeah, okay. I get it. The Sorb, it tries to get applied, can't because you're at full life, so no Sorb is applied. Interesting. Yeah, got you, bro. Let me know when y'all are ready and we can kick over to the title bout, man. Oh yeah, it certainly was. I still remember that. That was really the big reason we banned dual Ravens. It was like, this is fucking so glitchy. Like, I don't really understand how this Sorb is working, but it's just too much. Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries at all, Ja. Yep, we've got Track Amp Enigma, and then of course we've got the Jagger Swagger himself versus Darius for the melee title. And that one should be pretty epic too. So yeah, right now it is 3-0 in favor of the Super Dude. He just landed a big shot from the outside there though. Oh man. Nice close into the distance there from Greenlungs. The thing is with Blizzard is sometimes you can drop it right down on somebody and like it doesn't hit them. It's the weirdest thing, but it's because of the pixels and the way that Blizzard spawns. Oh, big hits for Greenlungs. Big hits, and now Super Dude is in trouble. Holy shit. Greenlungs goes in for the stomp. Damn, son, he says so close. Greenlungs went in for the stomp, looking for a finish. And a beautiful up spear there from the Bone Mancer himself, Super Dude. That is crazy. Yeah, he just went 450 flat right there. Very nicely done. Greenlungs was looking clean. Love that dueling style. That was really awesome. Look at this, though, man. Look at that 220, 23 strength, double jaw, 38 life, 30 cold res on that helm. He was ready with the rep life, the strength rings. Look at these FPK cold res rings right here. He ain't fucking around. 450 on the nose with that cold res. Yeah, that is a nasty circlet, man. Wow. Nice tri-res boots here as well. That's awesome, dude. Yeah. Insane. Even gives up a little bit of damage there to try to stack up that cold res. That was wild. He says, thanks, Squigs. Hell yeah, brother. That was sick. All right. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for you, Jagger. For now, let's kick over to Track Amp versus Enigma. These guys getting ready to throw down in some Shaman v Sin violence. We are here for it, man. Let's friggin' do this. It looks like it's Shaman v Barb. Oh man, they might have swapped it up. They might be doing something. It is, but they said move him back a bit, like move someone ahead because Jaw needed a minute. So yeah, y'all got bumped up, Track Amp. I'm not sure. I probably could stream it on Twitch too. It's a lot to figure out. I probably could dual stream. I think I was thinking about doing that and was gonna look into it. I might still do it. It's in the future plans. There's a lot to do. I'll throw you in, AF50. We have some duels, and then we have some people we're going to check in with, see how it's looking here. But we've got, I see, we've got Javito versus Jaw after this. Then we've got, I'm going to check in with Nimrod, GDA. Then we're going to check in with Cats, Gats, Tats. The Jagger Swagger. Jagger Swagger, whenever he's ready, we're just gonna jam it. That's the melee title bout. But that's kind of what the queue's looking like. If you're in a rush, you let me know. I'll talk with Bill. Oh, you are Cat's Cat. Okay, alright. Good stuff. Good to know. That's the AF50. Alright. So, after this, Javito Jaw. We're gonna check in with Nim, check in with GDA, and then you're up. Waiting on Darius? Alright, GG. Alright. AF50 versus Cats, Gats, Tats. That's right. Sorry, sometimes it's hard to keep track of all the duels, keep everything straight. Who's dueling who, you know? But yeah, so this duel, Javito Jaw, Nimrod, GDA, Cats, Gats, Tats. Yeah, I know. Bill should be on top of it. He should be on top of it. But that's why we reduce his pay. Alright, and here we go, man. Track Amp does get his second duel in here tonight. This was something we were trying to set up. Glad we made it happen. Enigma also getting one in here. This guy, a savage. Both of these dudes going for their second win tonight. Trying to become the champions of the arena. Enigma getting in there, closing the distance. That whirl is a bit of a liability in Shaman versus Spider Sin. It's a bit of a liability. As much as you want to get in there, you want to deliver that violence, you're probably better off on a Spider Sin if I'm being real, as opposed to like a hybrid Sin. Because that way, at least if he tags Track Amp, he knows that damage is going to add up over time. But I think his biggest thing here is he's probably going to want to land the traps. Those are going to do the most damage versus a Shaman Druid. Oh, nice hits there from Track Amp. And you might be thinking, well, why ever would we rely on those traps when a Druid has Cyclone armor? They could just absorb elemental damage. Nice Molten Boulder there from, holy shit, Track Amp's Boulder. so clutchly placed, and really just more of a bad whirlwind from Enigma is what it was. He was probably regretting that halfway through it. But with the Cyclone armor on a Shaman Druid, it's not as strong as it is on a NATO Druid. You don't max out all of the synergies, you just can't. You need all of those skills to pump them into the fire spells so that you actually deal fire damage. And it doesn't leave a lot of room to put points into the synergies of Cyclone armor and make it actually absorb a lot of elemental damage. So if you can break the Cyclone armor of a Druid, it doesn't take much to do that from traps. So if you can catch them, you can get them caught in these spots where there's multiple traps up, you mind blast them, and they just get hit by all of that at once, it's gonna do some pretty significant damage. Yeah, well, there was a big writer's strike or some shit like that. We'll talk about it. Bill fucking... he'll get paid. You just gotta be patient. This guy in pub duels constantly saying Spider-Sin is not a thing? Yeah, it is. It's probably a thing before the Hybsin was. Thing is, Enigma has lost his bow here. It's not gonna matter a lot because he's so low on life, but I'm sure his mana pool would thank him for it. Me and Jagger going right now? Alright, brother, we'll cut over. We'll cut right over in between here. Oh my god, and Track Amp gets the round one. Holy shit. Alright, boys. Alright. Keep doing y'all thing. We'll check back in. The Track versus the Enigma. Epic battle right here, man. But next, you know what time it is. We've got a title bout on our hands. These guys throwing down. It's time for the Din Violence.
Help!
Public enemy number one, the Jagger Swags himself, goes down in that round.
I can't
versus the Alpha. And that is Darius, the current reigning defending DFC Melee champion. It is now 0-1 in his favor. And he's delivering some serious violence to Jagger Swags here. Now making it 0-2. Boys, get ready, because this title bout is underway and it is getting fucking violent. Bit of a score correction here. It's 1-1. Jag was just dead because he was clearing the buff, and there it is. Now he pulls ahead. It is now 2-1 in favor of the challenger, Jagger Swagger. Challenger and previous dominant DFC Melee champion. This guy is a savage. Darius trying to hold on to that DFC Melee title, but can he do it? And it looks like he gets that one there. This one's tied up right now. This is pretty epic, man. It is 2s in the highest profile of Melee duels tonight. Holy shit. And here we go into round 5. It's a tie match between these guys. Huge hits. Flawless victory right there for Jagger Swags in that round. 2-3 in favor of the challenger. Darius trying to hold on as the first Wolf-born champion in a long time in DFC, but big hits for Jagger to start things off. A little bit of frame dropping here. Can Darius come back? He might be doing it. He almost did it there. But now 4-2 in favor of Jagger Swagger as Darius falls behind the champion. Trying to hold on here. Trying to make this happen. Absolute massive hits. Yeah, Jagger Swagger didn't come here to fuck around. Jagger 4, Darius 2. All right, no swaps here from Darius. Darius just going in. No swaps. Sometimes people get a little nervous. They go in, they swap at 4-2. Looks like no swaps. He's going for it. He's got confidence in the build. He knows. He knows. He's going for it. Big hits there. And some return fire from the challenger. That one could have gone either way, but now the Jagger Swags pulls ahead, advancing to 5-2 in this epic melee bout. The highest stakes melee bout of the evening, boys. What is these frame drops, man? What's up with these frames dropping? It's all the hacks. It's just all the hacks. Jagger, we always knew he was hacking. We always knew he was hacking. Yeah, these frames, sons, these are bad. All right, so what we can hear here, it looks like, oh, I was gonna say, sounds like the champion won that one. Yeah, anyone got any frames for these guys? Where Darius at? Where Darius stream at? All right, let's listen carefully. Oh my God, he won. The champion advancing now to 5-4. All right, we'll give him a sec to figure out these frames as we cut back over to Enigma here real quick. See how these guys are doing. Maybe we'll cut back in. Maybe the frame rate will fix itself. That's crazy. That's wild. All right, what is the score here? Do we know? Can we get a quick update? Enigma versus Track Amp. We know that Track Amp took the first round. And we've also got... Oh, it's 1-0. Just 1-0. No shit. Oh, word. Okay, so these guys just straight paused. All right. Streaming it too if need be. All right, GG, man. GG. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that, dude. Yep, we might cut back over to that here soon. We're going to check out, see how this round is going. See how these guys do. Oh my gosh. Enigma getting in there violently now. He's got to be very opportunistic on the Spider Sin, I think. The Whirlwind is so... It isn't like a Barbarian's Whirl in this matchup, I don't think. And that's because you don't necessarily have the Life Leech. It is literally all risk with very little reward. You got to do it very opportunistically. You got to be really looking for your window. It's got to be free, right? Like, it's got to be there. It's got to be free. And the way to set those up is to essentially play like a trapper, right? Like, make them think, I'm a trapper, I ain't gonna whirl you. You gotta get them out of that mindset of them expecting your whirlwind. Because the only thing worse than closing the distance and taking the risk in this matchup is closing the distance and Track Amp expecting you to. With up boulders, with self fissures, with all of the Armageddons coming down, with Kanos. If he's ready for it, he's gonna really make you pay for trying to too aggressively whirlwind. It's almost better to be a trapper in this matchup, I think. Big hit, nice molten boulder there from Track Amp. Absolutely insane, man. Track Amp off to a good start here. So far, it looks like Enigma has landed a whirlwind hit. Hard to tell how much damage it did. You're always kind of at the mercy, too, is if you proc open wounds. Nice hit there. That was a perfect whirl. That was definitely one. Track Amp was not ready for it. Enigma did take a little bit of damage. That's just the nature of the game. That's kind of that's the game you play when you close the distance on a Shaman Druid. Those were nice traps, though. Yeah, traps are definitely the key here. 6-5 Jag, close as fuck. Holy shit, that's awesome. Nice whirl there from Enigma. Yeah, let's check it back out. Let's pop back in there. Alex has got it strimming. This guy is looking on. Jagger 9, Darius 5. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oak is on one tonight. So, yeah, it's looking like Jagger is at 9 wins. Darius at 5. Darius just went for swap 2. Everything on the line in this title melee bout right here. 17, aka the legendary Jagger Swags. Let's see how his stream's looking. See if it cleaned itself up. See how she's rolling. Oh, it's looking okay. That's looking alright. Hell yeah, man. What up, Gabriel? Just fixed my computer yesterday after it blew up beginning of the year. Damn, man. Yeah, happy to have you back, bro. I think you were mentioning something about that. How that shit blew up. Glad you got it back up and running. Jagger Swag's in a dominant lead right now. Oh my god, and Darius trying to make a comeback. It's now 9-6. The best thing Darius can hope for here is to get 3 straight wins back-to-back and bring this into overtime. That's what he's got to do. Any win at this particular point in the duel for Jagger, if he wins in the next 3 duels, he gets it. That's it. Big hits for Jagger. This ain't looking good, and there it is. Jagger reclaims the DFC Melee belt, taking down newly crowned Wolfborn champion, the Darius D2R. So good to see this guy back, though. That is wild. And he hands over the DFC Melee champ belt to the Jagger Swags. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. And there it is, busting out the small crescent, showing off the gear here. Glad we caught the tail end of that, man. A little bit of frame drop in there. Thanks for checking in too, Alex. Appreciate you, dude. Absolutely insane. Actually, wow, look at that. 120 AR bonus on that helm. That's a Cerberus bite from Alpha, the Darius D2R's helm. Didn't go with Metamorphosis there. Interesting choice. Really focused on the AR so that he could actually get through and hit. And you notice his choice of weapon there too, a bone knife. That is to hopefully help him reach all of his IAS breakpoints in his weapon alone. IAS is something that it is really a big focus for a lot of Druid builds. It's kind of hard to hit the maximum breakpoint, and you need all the help you can get. With a small weapon like that bone knife, the IAS on those is insane. It comes at the cost of a little bit of the upper end damage, but it is a pretty consistent weapon, and he does have 40 IAS on it as well. But the Jagger Swags, man, he was ready. He was saying for a while, he's like, you give me those druids, I'll take them down. And even with these new changes, the fortitude and everything, Jagger Swag's up in there, proving his dominance against these wolf builds. But can he hang on to it, is the question. And for how long will this legendary returning champ be able to lay claim to the melee belt? Absolutely insane gear here, too, from this guy. Take notes, man. This is the top of the top. Absolutely wild. Good duel, man. Sorry we missed some of that, but I'm happy we caught the end. Absolutely GG, man. That was wild. Congrats to Jagger. Big shout out, big cheers to Darius. Bro, you were the first Wolf Druid champ we have had in a while. In a very long time. So big cheers to that guy. I think there was a lot of people rooting, a lot of those Druid players out there, a lot of those non-Din players out there really rooting for you, but that's all right. Next time, my friend. Next time. Jagger Swags is this guy is he's an eagle. He's the eagle. Yeah, it hits hard enough, man. That thing was insane. Small should be around 9:30 Eastern. Hell yeah, man. All right, so we gotta get. All right, we'll throw you guys in the queue. We'll get you up in there, man. Smallps v Alex. That one's gonna be wild too. Are you going Din v Drew? Or are you busting out that Zan again? Man, that's either way. I think it's gonna be awesome. Hell yeah, man. Nothing feels better than an Uber reward online. And I assume by SP you mean the single player. We say this all the time. We say it all the time. I mean it. It's no offense to anybody. But don't play single player. It's a waste of time. It's a waste. If you find that 2020 Din Torch or 2020 Sork Torch, right? It's gonna feel real good if you could trade that for, like, say you're on a Druid or a Barb, or you know, you find a 2020 Din Torch. Let's say you're on your Sork, you find that 2020 Din Torch, trade it for like You could trade it for a sword torch. You could, you know, or hell, even if you don't want to trade it for that, you could just trade it for such nasty gear that you're just never going to find single player. Gotta get up in there, gotta jam it. I do like single player for speedrunning though. I think speedrunning on single player, that's the best place to do it. Yeah, someone out there is DMing Coooley, tell him to do Arctic Blast, single player, solo, self-found. Don't forget, hardcore ladder, single player, solo, self-found. 8-man team. That's what it is. If it wasn't that, next, I ain't watching it. Yeah, exactly. Or if you find Wraithcrack or something like that, that's just, it's so bad. MFing on single player, it's like, I mean, I get it. We all play the game in the way that we want to, right? I just think that, especially with there being no expiration dates on your online characters anymore, there's no reason not to do it, right? There's just no reason not to do that. Then if you get sick of it one day and you're like, oh, you know what? I want to go play single player. I really hate online multiplayer. Well, then you could just make your build on single player look exactly like your one on online. I do it all the time for videos. Yeah, like, it's single players. It would feel really bad to, like, find something really good. Hey, appreciate it, Paul B. That's awesome, man. Either way, this is what I say. If you're playing the game and you're having fun, that's all that matters, right? At the end of the day, right? But there will come a day where you may want to do something online, and at least you have the option if you've started up that way, right? Whether it's trading, whether it's, you know, doing bail runs with other players, something like that. It may come up, and you'll have the option. I believe right now it's 3-0 in favor of the track amp. Yeah, I think it certainly is. I'm not going to say easier to gear up on multiplayer, like online, but you'll certainly be able to get... I mean, yeah, I guess to some degree it would be easier if people just give you stuff, but like, you'll have the ability to actually deck out a character as opposed to single player where you won't. Like, you could hero edit some stuff in if you wanted to, but like, so for example, the 45 life skillers and shit that, you know, Vezo hooked it up with, we literally have like a perfect, it looks like looks like we built it in Hero Editor. It's so sick. Like, you won't have that feeling either, you know, in single player. That's true too. That's true too, Max. If you're a content creator and you do that, yeah, you can't really do those online. All right, the Foos and the Poly. All right, bro, we'll throw you in there. Yeah, that's what I say though. End of the day, if you're playing the game and you're having fun with it, that's all that counts. That's all that counts. But I just suggest, when I hear that, when someone's like single player, I'm like, dude, just don't do it. Don't do it. It sounds like a good idea. Don't do it. There will be a day where you want to play with other players and you have the option to. You know, for that reason alone. You don't have to play with players, but you have the option. But either way, play it, have fun with it. That's what's most important. Can't wait till I can afford a new PC and get back into playing online. Xbox has been a cool switch up on a controller, to be honest. Dude, the fact, when they brought controller to D2Rs, it was very interesting. And Smolps is a incredible content creator in the D2 space that plays pretty solely on controller. Like, he, even when he's on PC, he's playing on controller. It's crazy, man. It was an interesting addition, an interesting way, like an interesting change to Diablo 2. Refreshing for sure. Certainly some limitations playing on controller surrounding like teleport and stuff. but actually kind of a cool thing. Especially when you figure that you can literally do couch bail runs now, which is just insane. Yep, just sit on your couch, controller, jam some bail runs, pretty wild. 3-0 currently in favor of the track amp. This guy's going for the trifecta here tonight. Makes throw-ins actually a riot to play. Oh yeah, with the auto aim and shit? Hell yeah, dude. Whirlwind on controller is OP? Is it really? Telly charger on controller is a little nutty. Gives up a handful of tricks, but you get AA telly charges. That's fucking sick. Yeah, AA telly charges is nuts. I mean, that's the hardest thing with charge, is grabbing those name locks extremely quickly. Like, it's not just about grabbing them and holding them. That's usually the bad thing to do. What you want to do is telly close and grab a name lock extremely fast. So yeah, I could see that being a big deal. True, yeah. Max says they could have done it better. There's a whole analog stick not being used. Could have been an aim modifier for telly and stuff. True. Yep, true. They probably tried to keep it simple, which I guess that makes sense because they did it at launch, right? So like, it's naturally a pretty hotkey heavy game, and they probably did that to make it a little simpler. Which I get, that does make sense, but you're right, they could have just thrown it in there. That's right, Polytheus rooting on them fire druids, them firemanses. Yeah, charge lock is so bad. They actually, it was funny. I had somebody reached out to me from the Blizz team and asked me like about some things that it was basically like, what are just the big things that are just like problematic with, you know, glitchy in the game, aren't working properly, you know, and that should just like be immediate fixes. They weren't looking for like, oh, let's change this and add things. Like, what are the problems that like exist that aren't working? This shit ain't working right. Like, let us know that. And like, so I gave him a list, but I could tell it was one of those things of like, okay, the things that are easy to explain that everybody understands, not just the PvP people, but I was like, if they ask again, or if they want more, perhaps I'll just update them in the future. I'm like, charge lock is a big one. Like, that's I didn't put it in the first list, but like, it was certainly one that was on my mind, but I was like, they wouldn't understand this and probably wouldn't see a lot of value in changing it. So it's like, let's just tell them the real shit, such as lobby searching not working properly. Fucking, like, you search for a game that's there and it's clearly open, but it's not there, doesn't show up. Big hits for Enigma. It hurts duel games all the time. Biggest problem, stun not working for some reason. Yeah, stun just doesn't work. Well, I forget the list, but it was like, it was good ones. It was just like super annoying. The biggest one that they are looking into to try to fix is fail casting. It was like, again, this is like the higher level shit that like, you know, the higher level shit that affects everybody that just isn't working right. You know, it's like game searching isn't working right, and then fail casting, there's like two other big ones I threw, but fail casting is when you have charges. You have an item that has charges on it, and for no good reason, it will fail to cast. No one really knows why, but like, you don't necessarily need to be getting hit. Like, it's just, you try to cast like teleport, or you try to cast something with a charge, a curse even, just randomly fails. No idea why. But it shouldn't. It really interrupts the feel of the gameplay. It shouldn't be like that. It's for so many reasons. I was like, that's probably the big one. And it probably is causing a lot of other problems somewhere at its root. But I was like, that's a big one to look into. I feel like of all bad glitches that are just bad in every way, that is the biggest one. 18, 18, 8, Trish. Damn, all 8s though. Quick cast will fail cast sometimes too. No shit. Yeah, they could be related. From what I understand from an update, they are looking into it, have been able to replicate it very easily, and are definitely looking into it. So hopefully that is, hopefully they get to the bottom of that. It could be a very deep-seated issue, but I figured, based on my logic, I was like, if you throw that one at him, it's easy to find, it's easy to replicate, and it's probably at the heart of so many problems. Like, so many other problems. The dead spotting problem. They're probably related. I would bet those two things are related, so I let them know about that too. Paulie brought that one up to me. I was like, I bet that's related to what I was talking about. It's where, like, if you click on a puddle, it will not... Like, if you try to teleport, let's say on one of these random puddles in the Blood Moor, it will just fail. It just won't cast. But what it should do is move you to the next available pixel. So my thought with fail casting is that you temporarily click on a pixel that's not available. You know what I mean? That's what I think causes a fail cast. That for some reason that pixel is considered unavailable. So it just doesn't cast. And it happens in the Moor. It happens, like, with charges. Yeah, like, I think that for smoothness of gameplay, that's one of the most important changes that could, or things that could be addressed. Fix alt bug was on my mind, but there's a fix for it. It's very easily fixable. If you had to pick 4 things, like 4 or 5 things to say, would alt bug really be at the top of that list? Probably not. And who knows? Maybe they're related. That's the other thing too, is I was like, maybe some of these things are all related. Maybe you get alt bugged by holding alt and clicking on a pixel that's not available. Maybe that, you know? Maybe, I've never tried it, but now that I think about it, could be it. Yeah, same thing with being able to identify items, yeah. That happens when someone leaves the game. Yeah, like, if someone has left the game in recent history... Oh, shit! Well, we're gonna count it. We're gonna count it. What happened? You knocked him out. You knocked him clean out. That was a knockout right there. Absolute clean knockout. Literally blew him off the entire map. Crashed his goddamn computer, hit him so hard. Now that was insane. Chat bug bigger thing, ruins games and you can't talk with players. True, that has gotten a lot better though. While we wait for track amp, let's kick over. We saw the Jagger versus Darius. We've got Javito versus Ja. If these guys are ready, I say we jam it, man. I say we jam it if these guys are ready. We got track amp back though. Yeah, we'll give it to Enigma. We'll give it to Enigma. It was too close. It's almost an irreparable duel. It was just so low. He probably wasn't gonna win it, but we didn't really know what he was at for life. And when you leave with bow and oak and all of that, it's really hard to reset your life total. Fairly ready whenever. All right, GG. All right, looks like track amp is back in though. Track amp is back in. Q is looking like this. We've got this duel, then we've got Javito versus Ja. We're gonna check in with Nim. We're gonna check in with GDA. Then we've got Cats, Gats, Tats versus AF50. Smolps versus Alex. Foos v Paulie. And we're kind of open, you know, if people aren't ready or whatnot, we might just quickly move down the list. Standing by. Hell yeah, man. What's the most fun build and least fun build? I assume you're talking about legitimate, viable builds, not like the Arctic Blast build or something, that you should just never run that build in the first place. It's not a very, like, even a new player would probably be like, this skill really sucks, and I should use something else. But most fun build, for PVM, I actually enjoy the Javazon quite a bit. That's one of my favorite builds. It can do anything. It's so powerful. S tier. It's actually one of my favorite PVM builds. PvP, my favorite build is the Din for sure, Hammered In. I think those are some of the most fun for me, but in PvP that really depends on it's player by player, but for me that's what it is. Least fun for me is probably, I think I quit on the Sin just about every time I try it, but it doesn't mean it's bad in PvP. It's oftentimes the least fun for me. There's a lot of distance dueling, a lot of trap laying. I like to be able to have the option to get violent and do some real damage with it, you know? Although my Ghost Sin has been pretty fun. Actually, no, Druid. Druid by far least fun build. Hands down in everything for me. PvP, PVM, Druid, least fun. I absolutely fucking hate it. It is the most miserable class to 99. A Fire Druid is the most powerful PVM build, highest damage output, like highest DPS. But it is so not fun to play. It is also very weak, and even in PvP, a Druid can be strong in certain matchups. But the most common Druid is a Wind Druid. It's very linear. It's the same attack. There's not really a lot of tricks up your sleeve that you're doing besides just really good gameplay. And a Fire Druid is, you know, I haven't really jammed on it a lot in PvP, but I plan on doing it. It doesn't quite look like my type of build, if I'm being real, but I would say hands down Druid. Druid absolutely fucking blows in just about every sense, every possible way. Druid sucks. Whoa, what up, dude? Good to see you, man. You've seen 3 shamans tonight. Yeah, thanks, polytheist. Freaking guy. Yeah, I love Javazon. I think it's actually, not only is it a very powerful PVM build, it's very fun to run. It's like you don't have the same time pressure that you do with Mosaic, and like, you can take it easy. You don't have like the squishiness that the Sork has if you don't cast like ES or if you get caught in packs or something. You're an absolute beast that just blows shit up. Your single target damage is insane too. It's like, it's just all around well-rounded, can do Ubers, can do declone, even with like shit gear. Yeah, I would say, man, it's a really fun build, especially if you really deck one out. DVD, Fire Druid wins? I think so too. I think it's pretty clear through statistics that Fire Druid is actually just the better Druid now. It is actually just the better PvP Druid, which is probably why some other rule sets banned it. There's a lot, like, when those changes came about, you have a lot of old school players that, you know, they don't like things changing, and they don't like the game changing, but the truth of the matter is the Fire Druid is better than the Wind Druid. It's just how it is. It's better. It has better matchups. It performs overall far better than the Wind Druid. But I think that's really why people had banned it. They'll blame it on, oh, it's so late and all of this shit, and it's like, and they're gonna pretend that their fucking Trapsin and their fucking Bone Necro ain't the same goddamn thing. It's like, it's just a different build, and it is indeed way better. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. It's just it's a different dueling style that people here's if you really want to know how it ever really got banned, is it was Polytheist is an OG, right? And when his build was finally good and he was actually good with it and he started piecing people up, they got pissed because they thought they were the best duelers of all time. And, you know, we can't be getting beat by a fire druid. Obviously, that's a BM build. Obviously, I don't lose. There's no shot I could lose to a fire druid. I'm a good player. You know, so let's ban it. Like, that's probably how it went. I'm a Mosaic hater was one of the reasons I played single player, couldn't take the graphics and overpowered D3, D4 feel it cost. Yeah, the thing is too with single player, like with multiplayer, is you don't have to play with those players, right? You don't even have to play in public games. Like, you could do the same thing. The only drawback is that, you know, getting P8 is a little tricky, right? But if you're really worried about leveling, if you're really trying to push like a ladder reset, well, first you can't do that on single player, right? But you can always just join other people's games and go off and do the terror zone or something, or you know, that is like literally the only drawback, if you want to call it that, is that like you can't so easily manipulate the player count. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's how the game was meant to be played. Like, I think it's kind of a cop-out that in single player you can just edit the player count. I think that's really dumb and they should have never added that. Like, that was why people would go and play online, is so that they could join games with other players. Be like, oh, okay, now I get more experience. Like, totally made sense. Probably shouldn't be having coffee right now, but I'm gonna. Dude, I say, we're fucking adults, man. Like, I used to, when I was a kid, I was like, yeah, let's drink me some beers, right? But now, like, I feel just as much of a rebel when I drink coffee this late. And I'm like, yep, alright, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it's like, basically the beer of adulthood is coffee. You feel like you're doing something you probably shouldn't be doing, right? It's the same feeling. Dr. Coooley has me on lemon juice. That's what I got! That's what I got, sir. What's his name? We rocking that lemon juice as well. Cheers to that, man. Shit is fire. Yeah. I wouldn't say I quit drinking. Like, I will still have an occasional drink, but like, the older I get, the more I'm like, alright, so let's pay attention to the things we put in our body. For so many years, some people treat their bodies like temples. I think for a while I treated mine like an amusement park. So now we're trying to make up for that, right? We're trying to do some good shit. And alcohol just affects my sleep. Like, I never sleep. It doesn't feel right when I wake up. It doesn't matter how much I drink. It's like your body just didn't fully sleep. It's like, well, fucking A, man. Can't be fucking with that. So I just naturally have just kind of turned away from it. Like, it's never really a good time to drink it. Socially, yeah, maybe, but no bender, no hangover, just randomly couldn't have any alcohol for like a year and a bit. No shit, dude, no shit. I'm always down to see a druid smack a sand, dude. Hell yeah, hell yeah. He's fucking Duke sitting at PC drinking coffee. Dude, hell yeah. Look at this. These guys showing off some gear here. Love seeing this, actually. Track Amp showing off this savagery. Look at this shit. He came in ready for this. Dual stat ring, caster ring. He's got his fucking perfect Enigma. 775 1510 Enigma. Sorry. What is this helm? He's got 2 low runes, a soul rune, and a 3-socket helm of life everlasting. Low soul. This guy was... Well, Enigma, when you got someone like Track Amp with a fucking low soul helm, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This freaking guy. These freaking cheesy fire druids, obvious, we gotta ban them. We gotta ban them, Enigma. We gotta get him out of here. That shouldn't be allowed. We gotta, yep, we're banning it. Sorry, Paulie. Get him out of here. It's friggin' guys, how dare they? All right, boys, let's check in with the next duel here. We've got Javito versus Ja. These guys ready to throw down, ready to get violent. And I think they're jamming. They are jamming. They got sick of waiting. They're getting in here, getting violent, and we love it. Sorry guys for the wait. Thank you for your patience. But we are tuning into Javito here, and he is, oh man, he's got the bow. Obviously, that means this guy is one of the top tier Din players that you might ever see in your life. You only see this of the greatest, most toppest of top tier Din players in the world. It is a signature move of theirs. We've seen it on Sogi. We've seen it on Serenity. We've seen it on Javito. You know who we haven't seen it on? Joby. I rest my case. Cash Shadow Master, bring Bay back. I like MMA, but I don't really watch many other sports now. Will catch me a good UFC match, though. Throw us in the queue, the Jits! The Jits versus Nim? I got Nim up next, so... I got Nim up next, so we were gonna check in with him. Dude's been super patient. I say we get up in there and see us some Din v Din. Yeah, that was an epic fight, dude. Patty versus Justin Gaethje. That was so far fight of the year. Me and Joby and Maddie were making fun of Patty before the fight. We were like, we don't get knocked out. We don't get knocked out. And holy fuck, we stopped making fun of him halfway through the fight. He don't get knocked out. Holy fuck. Yeah, he don't get knocked out. So, we're from this camp, lad. We don't get knocked out. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's see, buddy. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, thanks, man. I'm not sure. Llama stopped doing them a while back. He stopped doing them a while back. I would love to see him come back, though. Damn, son. 3-1 now in favor of... Ja. I'm gonna assume because he posted that message that he has the 3, Javito has the 1. This is huge. Javito usually puts these Sin players down, puts them right in their place. But let me tell you something. Ja is a different breed. This guy has shown his prowess on the Druid, now on the Sin. This guy is a force to be reckoned with. But Javito has got 1 win here. He is on the board. But that's the scary part of that is now Ja knows how serious of a Din Javito is. He's felt the power. Pure British food gives him that chin, not on that dog shit food 3 squares a day. LOL. No shit, is it really, dude? Is it really? I wouldn't doubt it. Justin Gaethje is just like... That guy is fucking legend, man. He is a legend. I actually picture It's the Jits whenever I see him pop into the Blood Moor dueling. I actually kind of just see Justin Gaethje down there in digital form. That's basically what it is. In case you guys don't watch UFC or anything, don't understand it, it's basically It's the Jits, but IRL. Like, IRL in fucking UFC. Yeah, right? Yeah, definitely helps with damage, Paul. Gotta do it. It's a secret trick. Ego inflated. He didn't use it in that fight because it's fucking Paddy Pimblett. I wouldn't fuck with him either. Like, I don't care, like, I mean, obviously I wouldn't fuck with, but you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter how good you are, just don't. He's one of those guys that's, you don't want to roll with him. You think you do, but you don't. And Justin knew that, and he's like, I'm just gonna fucking punch him in the face, and he just did the right thing. Yeah, you don't fuck with Paddy on the ground. That's where Gaethje was gonna lose. He did the right thing. Stand him up every time. Stand and bang. Right, that was the right call. 4-0 last 3 weeks. Let's fucking go, boys. Hell yeah, man. Track amp looking real clean. The most highly ranked. You know, you about to know what time it is, man. This guy, holy shit. The title is, man, the title's got a line right now. Winner of Poly versus Foos is also looking real good. Then we've got Track Amp up in there. It's like, bro, good luck getting into the top 5. These guys are fucking savages. Right, yeah, exactly. Wow, man, I gotta say, this is interesting here because if you look at Javito's ping here, I would assume he made the game because he's the Din player, right? But ping has a weird, it's a weird thing because when you approach somebody that is like laggy, your ping will go up sometimes too. I've noticed that. That could be what's going on. It appears as though, I don't know, he's kind of on the outside here and he's got 109 ping. Beautiful chain here from Javito. And that's what I mean, boys. This guy is insane. Do you see that? That is some top Din shit right there. Nobody underestimates Javito PvP these days. And that right there is why. This guy is insane. That chain, that was beautiful. I gotta say though, these trap setups here from Ja also looking real clean. Never hesitate to go to the cold plains to rebo. If you duel against Polytheist long enough, you too will be a strong believer in this. Never hesitate. Incredible lock right there. This is insane. This is incredible pressure from Ja. And another incredible lock from Javito, though. What a fight this is. Charges in, gets some nice hits. Ja in trouble. Ja on the back pedal. On his bike, gonna make Javito chase him, but the drawback here for Javito is he's very low. There's only so much more of these exchanges that he can risk, right? That he can risk closing the distance so quickly without just getting cooked by those traps. That's why he's got that bow. I really do like the bow in the Sin matchup on the Din. It really flips the script on them. It is certainly hard to land through the claw block, through the shadow side chick, but it allows you to address from far on the outside and oftentimes changes the tempo of the duel. Certainly can change the distance of it. And look at that, very nice name lock there from Ja. Landed himself some sick Mind Blast damage. And that's going to add up at this life total. That's certainly going to add up on Javito. He's feeling it. Not any rep life, it looks like, on that side with the bow out. No rep life. And no rep life on the main either. That is the true killer right there. GG's. Holy shit. Epic bout between these guys, I gotta say. Javito looked clean. Ja looked clean. Quick and easy. Just getting in there, jamming, slamming, Alabaman. Damn, son. That was wild. All right, man, let's move on to this here. We've got Nimrod versus the Jits up next. Holy shit. Let's pop in, boys. Let's not keep them waiting. The queue is now moving. We're now moving, boys. We are moving along quite fast here. The Jits versus the Nim. Let's pop in. Let's do this. Let's see this absolute... Or no, Nim is doing some... No, never mind. Never mind. Nim is doing some melee. Perhaps. Nope. Nim is doing some... What the ever-living fuck is going on here? These guys are in the inner cloister. Oh, fuck, dude. This is legit. This is Jits and Nim in the fucking inner cloister cathedral area, mixing it up, having themselves a charge versus smite absolute VT showdown. Holy fuck. Nim's bringing him to the fucking pews. He's bringing him to the pews. And he's making him take a knee just like that. Holy shit, man. We're putting this in consideration for fight of the night right away. I love it, man. Switching up the scene. Jits v Nim, a Din v Din battle in the cathedral, the holiest of places. They are taking it back. They are re-sanctifying this area. They are turning this back into a holy place. In the house of our Lord, you dare do this. We click, we hold. And Nimrod pulls it out. Pulling ahead here early on. 1-0. But can Justin Gaethje? I mean, it's the Jits. It's the Justin Gaethje. Oh, and he gets some big hits there. A little bit of life glitch right there. You couldn't tell exactly what he was at, but a very close one. He goes, we click, we hold. Good dual ones for these guys as they throw down in the cathedral. This is epic. Taking him to church, right? I love it. Oh, yeah, I'm from Maine, dude. Up New England area, bud. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Minor League DFC. Someone else had mentioned that in recent history. But I'm like, well, technically, the way that it's set up is... I mean, you basically... The good performing players get insane, you know, they get the other good players. And the newer / lesser performing players will get newer and lesser performing players that they're matched up with. Just kind of naturally how it happens.
Yes.
But yeah, holy shit, man. Crondirt, aka the Nim, after some absolute savagery there. He was probably FOHPK, but I think these guys aren't even doing that. I don't think they're throwing in. They're not bringing down the fist of the heavens here in this cathedral. These guys are duking it out like gentlemen. Din v Din, close quarters combat, charge smite. And I gotta say, that comeback there from Nim at basically 1. I mean, basically 1. That was insane. Uh-oh! And he catches him. He caught him there. It's now 3-1 in favor of the Nimrod. Jits was caught on the pews in there, and I don't think he noticed it. He was caught on the pews, probably desynced himself. Nim saw it, took advantage of it. And he said, it's time. It's time. Bust out the Bible in front of you and pray. Time for the comeback, he says. Damn, son. Time to lock in. Cue up that punch-out music, Jits. This is like, this is the Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje fight right here. Uh-oh! Big hits for the Jits! And down goes the Nim. Boom, there it is, 3-2. Din versus Din should always be in the cathedral? Yeah. I agree. As a Hammer Din player, I agree. I agree. Those friggin... Those wannabe Dins not dueling on holy ground. Alright, and here we go. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Holy shit, man! It's the Jits with those supreme charging tactics. Getting in there, getting an angle, and getting that first smite off. I think that made the big difference right there. Those guys just literally closing the distance, and as soon as they do, they are turning this into a melee match. Click and hold, smite style melee match, and this is insane. Epic fight here, certainly one that stands out. This is wild, man. Jits v Nim, Din v Din in the cathedral. Holy shit. Oh, he caught him with that charge. He caught the charger with the charge. And he draws first blood. Now Jits is in trouble. Nim looking for that name lock to finish. Oh my god. He almost got it there. He got the stomp. Jits looks like he was a little late on that up smite. Uh-oh, uh-oh. This could be a big comeback. Oh, and he gets clipped with the charge just like that. Nimrod gets there in an epic, very, very close final round. 4-2. The Jit says, not like this. Damn, son. Absolute GG's. That was nuts, man. Very, very good duel. That was really cool. Epic scenery in the cathedral, boys. Thank you for that. That was so cool to see. Let's cut over to GDA, see if he's still jamming, streaming over here, ready to throw down. Thank you for your patience, man. I really appreciate it. I know sometimes, guys, it can be a long time in the queue. Sometimes it just stacks up like that, right? Like, we just get all thrown in at once, but man, we love seeing them all, so appreciate you guys' patience. Really cool to see. These guys ready to throw down. It looks like Lycan versus GDA. Melee division here. We have ourselves Green Lungs versus GDA. Is that what this is? Oh my god, this is it. This is it. Green Lungs. Lycan the Green Lungs versus the Lucy, versus GDA. Smolfs and I up next. We've got Cats, Gats, Tats, and AF50 up next, and then Smolfs, Alex.
I am over.
GDA Green Lungs. This guy has literally been, Green Lungs has literally been LLD, HLD, and Melee tonight. This guy is wild. 3-division threat right here as he takes the time to recast that Oak Sage there. Oakley ate it there and he said, no, sir. No, sir. You don't beat on Oakley like that. He's coming right back out. Evens up the score now 1-1 between these guys. Absolutely insane. They might have been, maybe, perhaps. It's gonna probably be a more common matchup now. There is always like a lot of Din v Din, you know, and once the Dins figured out the tricks for the Druid before, we didn't really see the matchup a lot because it was just basically stack up, crush and blow, and what was it, EBOTD? It was like a very... It was a very, nothing's wrong with your TV, guys. Don't adjust your TV. This is all from Discord. This is the GDA stream right here. Don't adjust your television sets. All right? I know you were about to, all right? But look at that. You see that greenness down here? Look, that's from the stream right here. Don't you worry about it. It's, we call it a touch of class around here, okay? But yeah, it's probably going to be a matchup we see more often now because it's a bit more fair, it seems, in recent history, now that Fortitude is allowed for both of these guys. Now that Fortitude is allowed, it's an interesting, and this specific matchup between the two, it is an interesting one to see. I'm voting Oakley for Fight of the Night. Hell yeah, GDA goes to his stash here for the first swap. He's going to swap it out. He's going for the Vizzo helm. Hard telling what was in that. I think maybe 240-15s. That was sick, Nim. Good duel, man. That was so epic. The Jits v the Nim. That was so wild. Worth Fight of the Night mention. Perhaps, man. Pretty epic. Yeah. Pretty wild, man. Super biased, though, not gonna lie. LOL. I don't know, man. That bow sork, whoever that was up in there dueling Mantriana, you see that bow PK? Shoot, swap, hit, die. Boom. That was it. That was it. Let's get up in there. Wow. Whoever was on that, we're gonna have to go check the tapes. GDA pulling ahead here. Or, getting back on the board, I should say. Catching up. 2-4 now. Still in favor of Green Lungs on the Wolf. The charge PK on me was poetic, like the Vegeta meme. What's this feeling? Huh, pride in someone else. Hell yeah, man. That was epic. That was epic. He says, not like this at the end of it, too. Oh, man. Damn, son! Alright, here we go. We've got Green Lungs pulling ahead here in absolute dominant fashion on this Wolf Druid. And I gotta say, GDA, a pretty savage dueler in his own right here. This guy has mustered up some Big Din and Big Drew kills. And here he is. We've got Green Lungs stacking it up, looking promising. Big hits, though, for GDA. This one could go either way. Holy shit, right down to the wire. Green Lungs pulling out on top. Yeah, that is literally the worst feeling in Melee when the bout is so close, especially when your opponent is like a druid or a barb and they have such high life, right? It is especially demoralizing because it's like it was so much work to get them there, right? And it could have gone either way. They made the comeback. It's the worst feeling, let me tell you. Can relate, man. Yeah. No, I think there's some level of skill. There's certainly not as much skill in Melee as there is in, say, HLD or LLD. But I think that's the nature of Melee. I don't think anyone who started Melee was like, let me show off my skill, right? Like, if you thought that people in Melee were like believing that, I think you're kind of wrong about that, right? It is more of a build format. And it does come down to, a lot of times, your items, but to a second degree, knowing matchups, right? Knowing matchups, knowing how to adapt, trying new things as well. And that's how we've seen certain builds kind of come out on top. Yeah, it's more of a build format. It's not necessarily like a, you're not bouncing around all over the map. It's click and hold, right? Yeah, that's what it is. And sometimes the swaps can make all the difference. That's literally where the skill of it comes in, is knowing the matchups, knowing when to swap, and being able to quickly recognize how to affect your RNG. That's why there's swaps in it, right? Like, that's why you're allowed swaps during the duel, you know, to sort of counteract what your opponent's build is doing. So it really Melee rewards players more, not necessarily for their technical quickness and prowess in combat, but their understanding of the game mechanics, the swaps that they need to make, their build in particular, and most importantly, their own items that they've acquired and how they can balance it to beat their opponent. It's a lot like BattleBots. You build the best contender you can with the parts you can get and just let them go at it. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. And honestly, I think it is a pretty enjoyable format, too. It's just a different kind. It's a different kind of dueling, right? And certainly pretty exciting no matter how you slice it, especially when you have... you know, the more interest and the more players, the more that's on the line with, you know, as people do better, as people like Smolps come on the scene and just absolutely tear it up, you know, it's really cool to see those people's builds that gain this story go up against each other, you know what I mean? And they get put to the test against like other epically savage builds. Just, it's really cool to see. And that is the format. That's what makes Melee what it is, you know? Riz and I will be ready in like 30, 45 minutes. All right, bro, we'll throw you in there. This is what the queue's looking like right now. We've got, after this fight, Cats, Gats, Tats versus AF50, Smolps v. Alex after that, Foos v. Polly, which, now that I think about this, we might be able to start up the Foos v. Polly. It's a Neck v. Shaman match, so it could go long. So this is what we could do. Let's start up the Foos v. Polly match first, and after the first round, we're going to cut over to Cats, Gats, Tats. All right? Who knows? It could be super quick in that first round, but something tells me I think we'll probably have time as it progresses, and that way not everybody is waiting like forever for their duel. But we'll start it up. We'll start up with Foos v. Polly next, if you guys are ready for that. We'll check out that first round, we'll dive into it, and then we'll cut over to the Cats, Gats, Tats melee versus AF50. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. Well yeah, I'm sorry, we're on GDA right now. Damn, son, GDA? Making a comeback? Wait, did he? No way. Wait, I missed that, I was certain. What happened? What happened? I think, alright, hold on. I looked away for a second and it's over. Holy shit. Alright, we're gonna check this out. I think... Got one back, then lost. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, wait a minute, he was down a lot. Alright, so look at this. This is, yeah, written in German here. This is pretty sick, but you can kind of still tell the stats. That's a 119 roll for green lungs on that helm. That's a 100 AR 15 IAS Juul in that. That is a perfect, 100% perfect roll Fortitude Archon plate. And look at this low Zod. Cruel, no E-rep on it, but he's got a Zod rune and a low rune in there. Yeah, that's insane. Of course, High Lords, dual Raven Frosts, and holy shit, boys. Yeah, that is looking like max damage, 55 max damage in there. Interesting. So we had max damage Juuls in the helm. I think that's what's in there. Yeah, it looks like 2 max damage Juuls. Very interesting. Yes, that's what it is. Look, see, my German is on point. Obviously, if you've seen my shorts, you know that there's a German, you know, we have him in German too, and that's obviously me, fluent German. Obviously, definitely not any sort of dub that we do. It's all me, fluent German. Told you, max damage, just like that. All right, boys, let's do this. Let's start up with Foos v. Polly, and this one could run long, in which case, this is what we're going to do. We're going to check out the first round of Foos v. Polly, just to start it up, and then we're going to cut over to Cats, Gats, Tats versus AF50 in the melee division. If y'all are ready for the violence, then so are we. Let's get up in here and let's fucking jam it. Foozer Man with his biggest battle to date. But can he do it? In this corner, we've got the Foos, and he did choose the Necro. Going in on the Necro versus Polytheist on the Shaman Druid. But is he going to be able to pull this off? Polytheist is an absolute legend. He might have been beaten by Necros in the past, but let that not speak for how savagely tight this duel can be. Some players seeing this as a chink in the armor of Polytheist, trying to take him down on these Necros, but this is the thing with Polytheist, he's got the mindset of a champion. If he loses, not just to a player, but to a build, he learns from it. He gets better. He comes back stronger. He is an anomaly. Not only as a D2 player, but more specifically on this build. This is wild. It is a very dangerous duel, though. That was a perfect technique there, though, from Foozer. We've seen that originally made famous by Punch. Is that chain right there that he just did, right? Looks for the chain, and you try to stagger it to like this, so that Polly can't really guess your rhythm and when you're gonna do it. Squigs took that to the next level, has mastered it in this matchup. You see that? Foozer had that lock right there. He was being super patient with it. That's what we saw in the Squigs matchup. He didn't stomp. Paulie knew he had it. Foozer knew he had it. Foozer chose not to stomp. He wants Paulie to keep guessing. He wants Paulie to never really know when he's going to turn up the heat, push that aggro, start doing those nasty chain spear stomps. It's going to be wild. But that's what Foozer's doing. He's trying to condition Paulie for the rest of this fight. How long can he keep it up, though? This is a duel of mental attrition right here. It is a duel of mental attrition. And so far, look at this. Foos is actually hurt. Foos is hurt badly. That's going to make him question whether or not he wants to get in there. Whether or not he wants to follow through with those stomps. There it is. Holds that lock again. Chooses to stagger it. Not push it too much. Polytheist. This is the challenge with Polytheist Fire Druid build. A lot of people think he stays on the outside and, you know, oh, these Fire Druids, you got to wait for the fight to come to you, right? No, not at all. You're always keeping the pressure up. You're always at this annoying mid-range distance. You can't let the fight go on longer than it has to. Because in a real duel, you and your opponents, you both got rep life, right? He does not want Foozer Man repping to full here. He does not want that happening. So what he's going to do is he's got to keep that constant damage up. And there's only one way to do it. You got to stay annoying. You have to stay right on the outside. You have to get uncomfortably close. Always, man. That's what it is. Yeah, Foozer Man is down early, though. He's in trouble. It ain't over till it's over, though. Foozer Man is an absolutely savage dueler. We haven't seen a lot of him in the DFC, but this guy, certainly top tier. And also very skilled on so many different classes. Right now, he might be kind of staggering it back a little bit, trying to condition Paulie for the long run. But let that not fool you. This guy is insane with chains, and you can just tell from looking at his screen here and seeing how he grabs them. Watch what happens when he grabs these name locks. Watch where his cursor goes, right? He's immediately just, it's like second nature. It just floats right back to the center of his character. And the reason he does that is because this guy is ready to chain, right? And when you chain, what you've got to do, you've got to telly stomp them, but then you have to re-grab the name lock. You have to re-grab the name lock, keep that spear up. You can do that without re-grabbing the lock on a Necro, but you can just tell that this guy is a seasoned chain locking champ, because on other classes you do have to do that, and it's good practice to just recenter the cursor, get it so that you can just, if you want to telly lock them, you can do that. There's a lot of options you have when you can just second nature, return your cursor right to the center there, right to that perfect location. That is probably some of the highest level shit, man. If you're worried about, oh man, I can't lock in PvP, and you know I'm struggling with locking and keeping these chains, that's the tactic you want to practice right there. Grabbing those locks and just floating that cursor right back to the center of your character. That is something right there. If you can master that, that's going to help you with your locks. Foos is crazy on Necro. I don't come close to him, in my opinion. No shit, dude. That'd be interesting. I think if he takes this down, we might get the chance to see, you know, unless Riz takes it tonight, we might get the chance to see. Because the Foozer Man, all of the fans, you know, in the Discord, all of them, the Foozer just has a ton of fans in the Discord. I don't know why they all come from. They probably follow him on his YouTube channel and shit. And they come in, and it is a visceral crowd. Give Foos that title shot. Foos needs the title shot. Foos title win. These guys, look at that sneaky stomp right there, and he doesn't get too greedy, just gets out. That was very nicely done from Foos. Doesn't get too greedy, just gets the stomp. Had Paulie guessing. Paulie certainly wasn't ready for that. Caught him with it. Nice up spears there. Foos looking real clean here, but the thing is, he's super low. Foos' PvP videos are why I'm here. Yeah, dude, Foos is insane. The Foozer Sam, the Foozer Man. He's seen his videos when he does the 65s or when he does the the set duels. He gets in there on a set paladin. Man, it's pretty cool. This guy's crazy. He does it all. Creative player. Bro, I think, look, he's just good, man. He's just good. I actually didn't think he'd moved up the ranks as far as he had already, but he just did. He just keeps flatlining people. So we're like, all right. We'll give him Pauly. And if he can beat Pauly, he's fucking ready. He is fucking ready. But I hope he didn't underestimate Polytheist. That would be a mistake. Beautiful chains there again, and he quickly regrabs that name. Very, very quick. Just won NVD champ for the second time. Wait, who's that? Foozer? It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. One day I tried to play something besides a charger and got clipped and put into a Foozer how to PvP guide. So that's why you don't play anything but a paladin anymore. Yep, now I just stay on charger. Oh man. I used to fucking hate that about streaming new builds too. Cause like, I would always get all of this advice like, oh yeah, you gotta do the walk down. It's like, I fucking know, okay? Like, I fucking know what to do. I need to get used to it. Don't you fucking tell me. What do you think you're gonna... I'm gonna be like, oh! Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't... I wish someone would have told me that. So glad. It's like, mainly it's just a matter of learning the build, getting used to it and shit. And then, yeah, bad feeling though. You get clipped, you get coached. It's like... Bro, I know. Let me get semi-good before, you know, let me get to the point where I don't feel like a fucking fish out of water hitting my hotkeys. Let me get there first. You have to click on them to get the name lock? Well, shit, well, you should have told me that. You should have told me you had to click on the character. Someone would have explained this to me in the PvP. I'm just a streamer, what do I know? He actually does not want to walk south in this matchup. If anything, if you walk anywhere in this matchup as a Necro, you should walk north. For some reason, that's where Armageddon just doesn't often hit. It's kind of like the Armageddon blind spot. But it is a strange direction to walk. Pauly will eventually start cutting you that way. And really, you don't want to be in the spot where you're walking versus Pauly anyway. He's going to come to you. He's going to come to you. He's going to make it dirty. You just basically want to get the name lock and keep him guessing. Keep in there with some tight chains. Tight chains and violence, dude. That's just what it is. You don't really need to walk much. The less you walk, the less chance you have to get hit by a fisher, too. Like, you really just don't want to move much. Oh, and he's got the dwarf star there. He pointed out that's completely cool. 85-15 is cool. Step 1, click. Step 2, hold. Exactly. Yeah, and that's why you don't see Foozer moving a lot here. Nice wall banging though. Pauly was thinking about it. He was thinking about jumping the gap there. He thought about it for a minute, and then he realized, nah, this is the Foozer man. This is the Foozer man. Oh, nice shots there from Foos. Foos is very, very low, though. And Pauly is extremely good at staying on the outside and just getting these nasty Kanos lit up right under you, dude. So that's what Foos has to watch out for now. Oh, and there it is. Just almost right on cue. Yeah. Yeah, he is basically trying not to walk at all. You don't want to be taking up more. It's almost like dueling a Blizzsork, right? You wouldn't walk versus a Blizzsork. It's the same premise applies to Polytheist build. You don't really want to walk against it. You just kind of open yourself up for, you know, for more damage. It's like Armageddon is almost like a blizzard that can be blocked by a pet. so you certainly don't want to move away from that pet. And this was sort of an enigma to a lot of players for a while. I mean, I honestly feel like as viewers and as players, we've been honestly figuring out Pauly's build as we go, right? He was just such a... I don't want to say he came out of nowhere with the build. He's been on it since the days of LOD. But especially when they added all of the buffs to it in D2R, the build became viable, and I don't think a lot of people realized how viable it was, but Polytheist did, and he was really just piecing a lot of people up with it, and they had no idea how to duel against it, because druids for so long had been so one-dimensional. They had been NATO druids. That was it. There was really no other variant that you could reasonably use in competitive PvP. And now there is, and it literally, it's a different dueling style. It's a whole different way to go about it, and I think we all had to learn this along the way, right? And due to incredible players like Punch and Squigs on the Necro, now people see that it is possible, right? But just because it is possible doesn't mean it's easy. This is certainly still a tough duel for both players, for Foos included here. It's extremely tough, as you can tell for how low he is here. But yeah, you can stack pots in a pub game. It's just a lot more rare because a lot of times in pub games you just have fucking retards that are in there that, oh, let me bring my Ord in, let me bring my fucking mosaics in. It's like, oftentimes they devolve into like some dude making it all about him, and like, all right, that's why. It's just because mainly in pub games there's just a lot of BM going on, so you don't really. But when there isn't, like, I've been in a few games before, like Muchez being there. Like, usually if Muchez is in a game, I don't know what it is. He just has this effect. Like, it's GM. It's usually a GM game. Like, then you see pot pools and all of this stuff all the time. They need manas? Uh-oh, someone man them! AD 13. You're gonna have to get super creative. Use your hacking skills for the password. All you hackers out there. Yeah, exactly. Then there's that too, Nim. You swap for like a cold sork, and then the cold sork leaves, and fucking... And okay, we got some fire builds here, and then the fucking wind druid wants to go. It's like, fucking A. Yeah, it's all over the place. Oh, big hit there from Pauly. He's wearing him down, but Foozerman has rep back a bit of life. This is a real duel, folks. This is a real duel. This is where the rep life comes into play. Foozerman rep back some life. He was able to survive that fissure right there. Thank you so much. Squigs has popped in to pool these guys. What a savage. What an absolute champion. Take some damage there from, it looked like an Armageddon. Oh, and a nice fissure there from Pauly. Pauly's so good at harassing from the outside. Foozer having trouble getting in there. Oh, goes for the lock. He perfectly timed that and was just below Pauly's boulder, though. He's getting that timing down. He's now extremely low, however. Yeah, theoretically, if you do it right, it's a risk, but the way that Foos is doing this, and we've seen this before, if you time it right, you can kind of get in and out without getting hit by Polytheist. If you do it right, you theoretically only have to worry about Armageddon. It's only when Pauly is ready for you that you have to, that he's going to have Kanos and fissures up and the up boulders and all of this. Those are the times when Pauly is ready for you. That's when you're really going to pay for getting aggressive. So what Foos is trying to do is just time this so that Pauly's not really ready. Uh-oh. A little bit of frame drop in there, too. He made it out alive. But holy shit. Foo's always looking for that name lock. He's so quick with it. Grabbing it. Keeping it. Look at this. Just constantly. Constantly, man. The mark of a pro. The IBS doesn't really work as much. That's why you see Foozer, like, he'll throw the IBS, he'll throw, like, IBS, but he's constantly grabbing and looking for a name lock. The IBS is not going to get through, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to get through the bear and the oak. I think he's honestly using the Bone Spirit to just help him, like, keep the lock. And look at that, as soon as Paulie comes in, it's spear. Immediate spears. Oh, nice up boulder there from Paulie. Huge hit. I'm surprised that Foozer is still alive. Surprised he's still jamming. He has managed to hang on for dear life here. Yeah, and this is the time where he's going to spam these. When Paulie's off the map, when he's giving him that time, he's going to flood this map with Bone Spirits. And that's because... if Polytheist is off the map, he's probably rebowing or something. When he comes back on, he won't see any of those. Those are all going to be invisible. That one might have connected there. Incredible Fisher there, too. That's what I mean by Paulie. It's always so sneaky, dude. Drops that Fisher... and it's almost like he's off screen. Like, how the hell is he getting this? You know, he's just so sneaky with it. Oh my god, and Foozer gets there! Holy shit, what a duel. From the brink of defeat, and he gets there, man. That is so wild. Alright, boys, let's kick into Cats, Gats, Tats after that first round. This is getting wild. The Cats, Gats, Tats versus the AF50. These guys ready to throw down in the melee division. Cats on the barb, man. It's so good to see. He goes, sorry, I nodded off. Oh, man, there it is. Finally, guys, thank you so much for your patience. I told you, that one's going to be long, but it's certainly an epic one. Let's try it. Let's see if we can get this, melee match up in here. We've got the Cats on this here barb. Is he AFK? Wait a minute. He's got his battle orders, or he at least made a war cry in the... Okay, there he is. He's reds to go. He's just getting fired up for this epic melee bout. And you'll see this debuff here in melee. That is something indicative of the barb. That is, we don't see enough barbs in melee, boys. And that is one thing that they can do. They can debuff. They can do that. They can do the battle cry. Essentially, beginning of the duel to lower their opponent's defense. But look at this. AF50 off to an incredible start here. Oh my god. Cats with some big hits. Holy shit, what a duel. This one is wild, man. Cats got those big hits in there. Holy shit, that was a close one. And it's so crazy to see that on a barb too. Like, we don't see a lot of barbs in melee. You know, we just don't. Which, it's really a shame. But it's just the nature of the class, right? They're just not as good as the other meleeers. Until you get someone like Cats up in here delivering blows like this. And that just, man, barb the most violent class. Holy shit, and he's almost got him. The Luke Goblin, aka AF50, eats it, and now it's 1-1. This is insane. Man, I can't wait to see. We don't see a lot of barbs, so it's actually cool to see one like this and take some notes about the gear, right? Like, take some notes, especially this guy right here, AF50. He just beat me last week, and I gotta say, that was after I got a Pally Vizzo. My gear was looking on point, and he beat me. I was like, what the fuck, man? Oh my god, and now it's 2-1. 2-1 for the Cats Gats Tats. Make the barb great again, please. I agree, Green Lugs. I agree. Holy shit, man, he's getting there. This is so wild, man. Y'all have never seen a barb as violent as this one. He's getting in there. No mercy, all violence. Balls to the wall, 2-1 right now in favor of Cats. Yeah, we've kind of got two duels going on at once right now, but yeah, Smolp's up next with versus Alex. Gonna be 6. By the way, what's up, Smolps? Yep, if y'all are fans of Smolps, which I'm sure you are, absolutely epic content this guy puts out. This guy, about to throw down versus Alex, an absolute decorated melee legend. Holy shit, big hits here. This is huge. And the crazy thing here is, it looks like Cats is using a bone knife. He could be using a bone knife. My god, this is so close. And he gets there. Now 3-1 in favor of Cats. The bone knife, or mithril point, possibly. The reason he's using those is those smaller weapons, like we mentioned earlier when we saw one of those on a druid, they come at the cost of that upper end damage, but why a barb especially loves those? They fix the IAS breakpoints, right? Like, the IAS is so hard to hit, like the max frames on a barb. It's like legit something you oddly have to worry about so much. For a master of combat, he's certainly a slow one. And smaller weapons like that really fix it. They really just allow you to hit those breakpoints with less gear or less focus on the IAS. AF50 getting in there, almost got there, literally won. Literally won. But the Cats Gats Tats pulls it off. 4-1 here. This is a dominant start right here. But the question remains, is it RNG? Or was it meant to be? How well is this put together? How much has he studied this matchup? AF50, the loot goblin here, going in for his first swap. Very interesting. You see, barbs have, they have the ability in melee to get to, we have seen green lungs before, get to over 60,000 defense when he's swinging. It's so wild when he's in combat. So it can be particularly hard to hit them. So I wouldn't be surprised if AF50 made some swaps for the AR here, but look at this. Huge hits for Cats. He is really attempting to make barbs great again, and he's off to a good start. 5-1 so far. This is barbaric. So Dagger, top tier, yeah. Yeah, it's just because if you have something that hits hard like a Berserker Axe, right? The inherent, the weapon attack speed on that is so slow that you need to stack up so much IAS on the barb that you end up hurting your damage all to get more damage, right? So it's like, it's just kind of wild. And in this case, this just allows him to hit those IAS breakpoints, possibly focus on, it's hard to tell what he's got for an armor here, but he can focus on things like ED, Dex, Strength, Juuls in, oh no, he has Fortitude, actually, we can tell. Yeah, he's got the Fortitude armor, but in his helm, he could, he might still have an IAS Juul, but I guess that's the point, right? It's like, you still need it everywhere else, even with the fastest weapons. It's like, it's so hard to hit that max breakpoint. And if you're not doing that, you probably have to make it up somewhere in an armor. It's just so wild. It's so weird. You know, but now he can use Fortitude with these smaller weapons and actually hit some pretty vicious breakpoints. This is a tough one. Both of these guys struggling to hit each other here. AF50, the loot goblin, connecting first, drawing first blood, and trying to make a comeback. He's off to a great start in this round, and now gets back on the board. 5-2. Holy shit. as the cat lays in the dirt, paying respect, thinking about everything that just happened. As he thinks about what just happened. 6-2, that's what it is. Yeah, he doesn't have to. Barbs don't have to clear it. Give them Barbs all the perks, man. I taught cats everything he knows? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what it is. Repping them Barbs, man. Holy shit, though. AF50 making some swaps. And he's doing some big damage now. Getting back on the board now, 6-3. 6-3 in favor of Cats, the Barb player. But AF50 ain't trying to go out like that. He's got his holy cathedral behind him. And he says, we ain't doing it like that. Us Dins. When we are so close to the holy ground, we don't play like that. Here we go. Big hits. Big hits for the Cats. He's drawn first blood. Holy shit. Big damage for Cats. AF50 in trouble. A near flawless victory. 7-3 now in favor of Cats. This is the most savage Barb we've seen up in here in a while. It's so good to see him back. Mecha Knight of the queue for Melee? Hell yeah, Donger. Mecha v Donger. Fook yeah, bud. Also gonna throw Nim back in there. There's Melee match. With Nate. Jits in the AF50. I might have missed that. We'll throw you in there. We'll throw you in there. Yeah, I think I saw that earlier and didn't do it. Jits v AF50. Hell yeah, we'll get you in there right before Mecha and Donger. I remember that. I remember it. Holy shit, man. This is wild. We have never seen a Barb perform like this in a long time in Melee. But AF50 says, oh man, he almost brought it back. 8-3 in favor of the Barb player Cats. And that is after AF50 went back for his second swap there. Now, they always say that after that second swap, they got that swap luck. But Cats denied him of that swap luck in that duel. And that could be a bad omen for the Din player. Pauline Foos is tied, by the way, 1-1. Oh, shit. Thanks for the update, Squigs. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, we'll kick back in for another round of that. Or actually, you know what? We might be able to. If it's 1-1, we might be able to move down to Smolps v. Alex after this. Keep me posted, though. Keep me posted with the score. Oh, my God. An AF50 gets there. (8-4) in favor of the Barb player Cats. I do too, Nim. I think it'd be really cool to see. I don't think it'd be anything too big, Bales. I don't have my hopes up. I think it'll just be a ladder reset announcement. Maybe some things about stash tabs. I don't know, maybe. I hope it's something about stash tabs, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Like, I think it's just going to be a ladder reset, D4 announcement. AF50, crawling back up. 8-5, still in favor of the Barb player. Cats, Gats, Tats, really showing it off, though. He's really got a dominant lead early on. Big hits for Cats. That's gonna feel good to start it off like that, but now AF50 landing some big shots on the back. He's throwing them back. Oh my God, this one could go either way. That belt is almost broken from Cats. Oh my God, AF50. AF50 with the comeback. I told you can't count him out. 8-6 now. This is looking more like an even duel now. This is looking like an even duel. Holy shit. Because it's a longer duel, and we've got a lot of people in the queue. So we've got it. We're gonna cut back in and out. Oh my god, 9-6 now. This is nuts. Yeah, we'll check back in, but we've got Smolps and Alex. We'll get these guys going next. So while they get ready, we'll check in with Pauly versus Foos, see how that's going, and then we'll cut right over. Smolps v Alex after this. Gotta repair my belt. Oh, I know it, dude. He got that thing cracked. Expensive repairs on this barb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Match point for the Barb. Uh-oh, he ran in there and he might have caught him. I think AF50 caught him as he was on the run there. He ran in accidentally. Dangerous, man. That block goes down quite a bit. AF50 punished him for it. And there it is. AF50 takes the round. Now 9-7. This is totally doable for AF50. From such a dominant lead at, like, what was it, 8-2 or 8-3 or something? To, like, actually, this might happen. This might happen for AF50. He could come back. But Cats needs one. And he draws first blood. He concentrates. As he delivers, oh, huge crit, and AF50's in trouble. And there it is. The Cat's taking it, 10-7. Absolutely epic melee bout there. It's so good. I love AF50, right? And he's Din. Din gets the wins, right? The brethren, the brotherhood, the bloodline of the Din. But God, it's so good to see a barb in melee, man. Holy shit, it's good to see a barb in melee. That is wild. So it's not E-Rep, that is a Zotted bone knife that he's got. No E-Rep, straight Zotted, but it's probably got some pretty nasty stats on it. And he was going in EDC. He just had straight EDC, Cham Bear in the Pally Vizzo. Eth Shaft Stop with the Zod, 28s with some stats, and then some, Gores, and the Alma Negra. Look at this, we got a 40-15 in the shield, Cruel Fool, IAS, max damage in that bone knife. That bone knife is most interesting piece, I think. Dual stat, that was an incredible melee ring. Up to Zotted, Ariat's face, and look at these, man! Underrated right there. Underrated. 6 max damage large charms with 35 life, and you can get a little bit of a bonus with your AR that way. That is a really cool bone knife, and an interesting play on the large charms there too. Look at that thing. I told you, it has to have all of the other nasty mods on it. It's got like strength, it's got max damage on it, which is that's incredible. That is an incredible bone knife. Wow. Insane, man. All right, let's kick over to Pauly versus Foos. Let's see how this one's going. Let's kick back in. Good duel, guys. Holy shit. That was so good. Cats versus AF50. That was nuts, man. Foos v Pauly is going on right now. We popped into Foozerman standpoint. This duel, I believe, is 1v1. Or, I'm sorry, 1-1 is the score. It's obviously a 1v1. Unless you count Oakley jumping in there and distracting him. Foos using the clay golem here. I'll allow it. It's really not a duel where either one of these guys are going to be running or attacking with IAS. It's technically banned in DFC, but we'll allow it. It really only... We know the spirit of the clay golem and why it's banned, and this is just not one of those duels. Completely cool. Yeah, so he uses the large charms because you get the same amount of max damage that you would on a small charm, right? Like, you know, 3 20/20s. You get the same amount of max damage. It can go up to 6 on a large charm. The life can't quite go up as high. It can only go to 35, but the AR can go to 48, I believe, or 46. Either way, you get at least like a 20% bonus in. Yeah, I think it's actually 48. You get quite a bonus in your AR for using large charms. Now, granted, if you went with grand charms, you could get even more. But there's a lot of math involved with it, right? Like, you still have to be able to balance, like, the life to some degree. 48, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was 48. Yeah, so it's a interesting play on the large charms. I like it. We haven't seen that in a while. We haven't seen anyone using large charms since the days of Trucker Gut. You remember when Trucker Gut came in with those 6 48-35s all matching? Very, very, certainly a very unique choice of charms in Melee. It was so wild. Oh, nice hits there from the Foos. Foos is very low, but he's hanging on. So quick with those spears. Absolutely insane, man. Yeah, same here, Donkey. Same here, man. That's like basically what you're looking for, right? You could also get FHR res, but it can't be as good as small charms. You can get gold find res, which can actually be better. You can get 8 all res and 21 gold find, I believe, or 23. It's some odd amount of gold find that is more than a small charm, but you give up resistance a bit. So it is kind of cool, but it's also very weird because you're still probably using grand charms, and you have literally one spot that you can put that on a gold find bar, maybe two or 3. But the point is, it can actually net you more gold find as well. Want you to decide the format for our Zeal v Zeal match? We can do Fort Phoenix non-tap rules. We can do traditional DFC rules. Let me know what you prefer. Donger, Mecha. Both these guys have the gear to make either one of those work out. I say we do the F-pad. I say we do traditional DFC rules, just because I think it's going to lead to some more interesting items for people to see. I think when they see them, it's going to be more mind-blowing than, say, Fort and Phoenix would be. Like, I think it'd be very interesting to see. There used to be a command, but it keeps breaking. But here, let me link you to him. Here we go. There's also a command in the Discord. If you type !rules in the Discord, it will always link you to it, but I'll post the link in the chat for the rules. It's quite it's like the rule Bible. We're working on making that more readable, but it's fucking hard, and it's such a project. I'm gonna need some help on it. I don't think with everything else I can do it. Yeah, no problem, dude. It's the rule Bible is what it is. Breaks down every format, everything. On an almost perfect LC once? No shit, dude. Yeah, they're certainly... Oh, there's also with large charms, they are best in slot on an Immortal Sork. So if you have an Immortal Sork, you actually want 5 strength and 34 mana charms. They are technically best in slot, although you could one might argue that a 659 grand charm is better, but it depends on how much you're valuing the stats. I think large charm should be able to roll 40 mana on him, like at least. At least. Then there would be, even then I guess there would still be a question. Maybe it should be 50 mana. 50 mana large charms, that would be sick. I don't know why we're skimping out on how much mana can roll on charms, really. Hell yeah, man, and this is crazy. This one's gonna go the distance, man. It is wild. But yeah, are y'all ready? Alex versus the Smolps. Are y'all ready? We can jam if y'all are ready to slam. I say we pop over, we check it out. This one's going the distance, boys. I think it's still 1-1. It's gonna be a long duel, boys. Oh, look at this. Smolps locking Oakley in the closet. He doesn't want him to see all the violence that's about to commence. But mainly, he just wants to keep him out of the way. Smiticus himself versus the Smolps. And here we go. The VHS stream, right? Look at this, playing on controller as well. Oh my god, Alex with the big hits, Smolps with the big hits, and the huge comeback. Holy shit, man, that one was back and forth, literal one. That was crazy. Procs the fortitude as well. 70 mana charms, totally fair, right? Yeah, why dial back, right? Yeah, exactly. All right, if you go that high, okay, but you know what I mean. The controller swirls got me dizzy. Hell yeah, man, he's stunting on that controller. Stunting on it, man. Hell yeah, brother. That is wild. Pushing Oakley back in. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oakley doesn't want to be locked out here. He wants to see the violence. He wants to feel the violence. Oh, big hits, though, for Alex. Smolps is in trouble in this round. And there it is. And that is an EBOTD Berserker Axe. That's what it's looking like on Alex's end. EBOTD Berserker Axe, the item that many thought didn't have a use. But as it is, as it stands, in Melee, against certain matchups, it certainly does. That's crazy. See my message? Wait. Where's Riz and I at in the queue? Oh, hold on, let me check here. Y'all are up next. Y'all are up next. So we might be able to do, depending on how long depending on how long it goes with Polly versus Foos, we'll check back in with that. We'll give that one a little bit after this. We'll give it maybe another round or so. We'll just see where they're at. But yeah, y'all are up next after this. And technically the Foozer versus Polly fight that's going on right now. Yeah, I got you in there. I got Nim and Nate in there. It goes Riz Squigs after this, Jits AF50, Mecha Donger, Nim Nate.
I am overburdened.
Well, they've tried to do the controller auto aim, but the thing is, when you play on controller, you give up the rather important aspect of being able to aim your teleports, right? Like you have a very set range with teleport. You can't really, from what I understand, you sacrifice so much usability of teleport skills and like teleporting that like the auto aim isn't worth it. Yeah, auto aim Blizz would be cool too. I think I would be surprised if like I think with someone that has mastered the art of the cold sorceress, such as like Lamp, if he decided to practice on controller one day, I wonder if he has. I bet he probably has, because he doesn't really ever CT cast. They used to make fun of him for the short tellies and stuff. I bet the controller would be perfect just auto blizz. But here's the other thing with auto blizz. A lot of times people, they used to give Lamp shit for not name locking with blizz either. But the true blizz players know that oftentimes you don't want to name lock with blizz. You actually want to aim almost just below the feet of your opponent. You want to hit kind of just below their feet. And the reason for that is just based on the pixels of where Blizzard comes down. There's a better chance that it's going to auto hit if you click just below their feet. There's a better chance it's just gonna blizz immediate hit. Yeah, and you can't self blizz too. Yeah, I guess that's a big thing. Yep, can't CT with controller. Can't. I didn't know you couldn't self blizz. That sucks. Uh-oh. And there it is, the cinematic zoom from Smolps. Will it bring him the RNG luck, though? He's landed some hits, but it looks like Alex is going to get there in this round. And now, the score is racking up. It's now 3-3. These guys are tied. Back and forth in this epic, this primal Wolf v Paladin this Wolf Druid v Paladin showdown. This is a primal one. This is one. These two builds have been jockeying back and forth throughout DFC history for most dominant of the classes in Melee. It's crazy. And Smolp's putting him down just like that. I love the zoom there too, because on controller, when you're playing on controller, you'll always see the items on the ground. But when he zooms in like that, those become less of a focus, and it's all about the absolute sheer close-up violence. Yeah, and you can't no pickup on controller, right?
I am overburdened.
Yeah, we've seen it in the Mooches Boa CS versus Baloney Pony Blizz on controller. Yeah. The following crash out the DFC chat after was a great toilet read too. No shit. So that's what it was, dude. Yeah, I remember it. What was it? It was, yeah, Baloney Pony on the Fire Druid. And, yeah, he had, like, the controller auto-aims, but... Yeah, exactly. Like, not being able to CT away is just... That's the big thing, man. That's the big thing. It's also such an awkward movement, too, on the controller. Like, you can see it. Like, for example, Smolps can continually run into a wall. We can't do that on PC. You will get stopped by a wall. But he could continue to run into it. Close round there. He could keep swinging normal attack there. He could technically do it. We've seen it happen before. We've seen people get there. Did Mooches duel yet? We haven't heard from him, dude. Haven't heard from him. I don't think he likes the Din duels, maybe. But I mean, I think it's a good matchup. I think it would actually be a really fun and fair matchup. Battery's super busy. He could be super busy. That is true too. I do like that, Max. The slow walk on controller is insane. It's like all the intimidation. There it is. Holy shit, man. Big hits from Alex to start things off, and just like that, he is crawling ahead. Crawling ahead in this duel. Well, actually, no. Tied up now. It's tied up. My bad. My bad. It's 5-5. The slow walk does have aura. It certainly does, dude. And he's trying to kite the Oak Sage. There it is. There it is. Damn, first blood and big hits goes to Smolps. Back and forth. This one could go either way, but it's slightly leaning in favor of the Smolps, and there it is. There it is. Yeah, true. CT Blizz so powerful. It's just too good. I think if you're playing a Blizzer, I think that's a tool you need in your toolbox, right? It's certainly something that it's a big difference in the style that we see with players like Lamp and Doombringer. Doombringer is so clutch on the CT casts. Like on the CT Blizz, like I always hated dueling Doombringer because I couldn't fucking get on his screen. It was just always CT Blizz, so accurate with it. And then Lamp was like a little different. You could get on his screen, but he was so evasive and so like fucking hard to hit. He'd kite you into Blizz and all of the nastiest fucking shit. It was like you never wanted to be on his screen. It was crazy, man. Two different dueling styles. Yeah, we've seen it before, man. We have actually seen some melee 2v2s. It's crazy. It happens a little differently in melee. So what they do for 2v2s in melee is they'll all stand up on the line and every single person is hostile to each other. You're not necessarily on the same team, but you're technically on the same team. Everybody's hostile, and that way nobody has like aura buffs and all of that stuff. But you just line up, and one team you just plow through the line. It just keeps going down until one team is gone. It's kind of crazy. Kind of a fun way to do melee teams. Holy shit, what a back and forth between these guys. I gotta say, this is actually pretty impressive. Because Alex is a very, very decorated, extremely decorated, melee dueler here. And Smolps coming in and put on quite a show here. Very back and forth against an absolutely savage, very decorated melee Din. And really just adding to this ever confusing who is really the king between these two builds, right? The big question. Who is the king between these two builds? Is it the Din? Is it the Druid? It's back and forth between these guys. And Swamp's not making it any easier to answer that question as he fells Alex once again in this round. Now 5-8 in favor of Smolps. We do have team signups, but they often don't fill. I like that too, Nim. Yeah, that was super fun. Yeah, that was cool, man. We ought to do that more often. Melee teams, hell yeah. In recent history, though, we've usually had people ready to go, but I think we should, man. I think we should be ready. Melee team it. I think that would be sick. It's easy to chat over as well. Like if I'm in the melee teams, sometimes as a streamer, I fool myself into thinking I'm gonna try to be a good dueler, right? And as I'm dueling, I will not only suck at dueling, but I'll also suck at chat. So, but melee is different. You can click and hold and kind of look at the chat, you know, have a conversation. So it's actually kind of cool. I can see when people are queuing up in the chat too, you know, it's works out. 5-9 in favor of the Smolps. Melee teams is second only to Din Derby. Agreed. Din Derby's so fun, man. We gotta bring that back in some way. I'm thinking for DFC 200, which isn't too far away. We're gonna try to do some big things, but the thing is, I don't want to hurt the regular format of DFC that we have going that so many people kind of recognize and know, like, you know, queuing up and all of this stuff. But there's so many cool things I want to do. I had this idea for Melee. I wanted to do 08 Melee. Like, I wanted to do this 08 Melee event where the rules were you can only use items that existed in patch 1.08. You can use their new versions, but they had to have existed in 1.08 or maybe 1.09. Yeah, sorry, 1.09. And to add to the flavor, you have a Necro in the game that curses both of them with life tap. So that life leech, it simulates life leech. You're just always life tapped. 09 items, perpetual life tap. to like simulate 09 duels for DFC 200. I think it'd be fun. I would love to work that event in there. I'd be curious to see the interest in it. Yeah, lightsaber, vamp gaze, string, right. Bam, son, and there it is. A 10-5 victory as the celebration dance goes for Smolps here. This guy, huge win against an absolutely menacing opponent in Alex. That was crazy, man. Showing off the gear. This is insane. Congrats to Smolps. That was a big win, man. That was a big win. Let's have a look at this here gear. Holy shit, man. Those are all, his charms and his inventory are all shapeshifter lifers. Look at that, man. 415 EBOTD Berserker Axe. He had the G-Face, had the Fortitude. This is just insane. Steel Wrens, 210 2060s. God damn. And a beautiful, perfect Fortitude. Perfect in every way that matters. And 30 ED, 58 AR, 9 strength on that SS. That's insane. Wow, beautiful dual stat melee ring with AR and life. And another one with 10 life leech as well. Interesting. And just look at this. EDC, 280 EDC for Smolps. Fortitude Archon plate, not a perfect roll, but a 15 ED base. He's got himself a Metamorphosis, 8 Fury Metamorphosis. And the 203 Gores, not perfect, but look, it don't need to be, man. Smolps is in here to roll the dice and to rely on the violence. He's got a 40 ED, 19 life Juul in that shield. 84 double upped Blood Fists. 40, 15, 13, 117 ED on the Dungos, and then some Angelics. That's beautiful. Probably the small charms are AR life, I would guess. But yeah, absolutely incredible. That was so cool to see, man. Epic bout. Let's pop back over to the Polytheist versus the Foos. Anyone got a score update on this? Very nicely done, man. That was such an epic battle. GG to Smolps and Alex. That was so good. That was so good. Boozer Man getting a hit. Polytheist looking clean. Holy shit, man. Oh, big hits for Foos. And that just immediately just about half-lifed Polytheist right there. Foos is looking pretty clean here too, and a nice stomp. Foos is definitely getting a little harder to predict with his teleports here. He's not necessarily staying so flat-footed unless he has a lock, and even then, he's keeping Poly guessing. Another nice spear there from Foos. Foos is looking clean. Any score updates here? Does anybody know the score of this match? Last we knew, it was 1-1. Yeah, Adidas. Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, but that was just something I'm thinking of, you know, I want to do something special for DFC 200. I think Mr. Llama is down to duel in DFC 200. I think he's down to jam. Oh, nice stomp there from Foos. Scary one. Yeah, I think so too. We were just talking about you, Doom. What's up, man? We was just saying, we were talking about CT Blizzin, and I was like, dude, I used to fucking hate dueling Doombringer because his CT Blizzes were so fucking good. I couldn't get on his screen. without getting fucking cracked on my way in. Yeah, about 7 weeks away. Almost little under 2 months away. Which is true, yeah. Ladder reset might be coming up. Maybe if it happens to be at that same time, we've gotten into the new practice of canceling DFC for ladder resets. So like if a ladder reset has just happened, like happened the week prior, we'll cancel it or push it back. If that's the case, that's fine. We'll have to play it by ear. But I actually would doubt it. I don't think that's going to be a problem. But then again, I mean, no matter what DFC it is, it will push it back. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll play it by ear. We'll almost certainly have one ladder reset by then. So yeah, 7 to 8 weeks. Well, it would be 09 melee duels. We could probably extend it to 09 duels. But if it was 09 duels, I think it would actually be pretty boring because there would be a lot of sorceresses there. And then with synergies and shit, it would just, like, Sorks would fucking dominate. Ban Sorks. No Sorks, 09 duels. I think it would actually be better for Barbs now because they can leap over arrows. Ladder reset is going to be, hold on, when did we say? I'll have to bring up my calendar, but it's going to be like probably after that February 11th thing that they have going on that Friday. The Friday after Feb 11th. That's my official guess. '13th, yeah. Friday, yeah, that's what it was, Friday the 13th. Yeah, I think that's when it's going to be. Check Discord PMs. Oh shit, Leroy, is that what I think it is? It sure is. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Bro, that's sick. Thank you so much, man. Leroy got us some D-clone games. We've got quite a queue going. We're going to back this down, but we've got something for later, boys. Thanks so much, Leroy. Really appreciate you, brother. Let's see if we get another 2020, huh? Let's see if we can get another one. He got us a 2020 last week, essentially. We favor walk-ons? I don't know, man. I think Barbs could stay on top of them with leap and leap attack because they can leap over the arrows. Granted, guided would still seek them out, but they can leap over them. Yeah, you might be right, though. Wind Force is just so good. Yeah, it probably would favor walk-ons. We would just have a bunch of walk-ons and Sorks. You know what? Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe we just do it to show how miserable 09 duels really were. That might actually be a better idea. But I do like the concept of the melee duels, though. That was kind of where the thought of it was. It's just 09 melee duels. Yeah, and theoretically in 09, all the charms existed, so you can still have all of the charms and shit. It would just be... I mean, you're just going to have a slight item restriction is what it's going to be. You're still... We're not going to be able to undo the synergies, you know? You can't undo the synergies. But again, I mean, maybe it's a good idea. It could be, I think in that sense, it's either going to be really cool or really miserable, and either way, there's a story to be told. There's something to learn from that. If you do it and they're all fucking miserable, then everybody that hates Enigma has to shut the fuck up. Like, if 09 duels are miserable, the Enigma haters must forever STF you. It'd be interesting to have a single ladder season be 09 completely, no synergies, all old school, and keep the items rolled down to non-ladder after. That would be kind of cool. That actually would be. Yeah, people duel on ladder, but not very often because, as you might notice from a lot of these people's gears that they flash up, you know, in Melee and that we see in LLD, HLD, it isn't cheap and it certainly isn't common. So a lot of times in Melee especially, you'll probably go an entire season without seeing items that are best in slot or that could even compete with people on non-ladder, right? But even more reasonably, a lot of times people don't want to waste resources, spend money or forum gold or whatever on like subpar, you know, poison and bone lifers and all of this when they have better on non-ladder and the dueling scene on ladder just isn't good. Like, it's not great. So it's like you're essentially just wasting resources and hoarding items that you're never going to use when ladder resets. So that's why a lot of people just don't naturally do it. But then holistically, there's just not, the scene isn't as good on ladder. Skulder's grandfather Storm Shield Barb. Oof. Well, yeah, he would be using the grandfather, but he would probably be using Arcane's Valor, as I can imagine what the Barb would be using. It's certainly not as good. Even in the 09 patch, I don't think it was as good. They patched it in 09. I'm not sure, Doom. I actually don't know. I would guess X. Or 13 or 1. Yep. Yeah, I would just use... I would use those hacking skills. Oh my god, nice stomp there from the Foos. Holy shit, man. Paulie went from looking real healthy, real clean, to being extremely low here. Certainly one spear if he gets hit in the immediate future. But the longer the duel goes, in these real duels right here, the longer the duel goes, the more rep life both of these players have, and the more out of reach it gets for those one-hit big KOs. Nice hits from Paulie there. Snuck in, unexpected from Foos. Lands himself a nice up boulder there. That was really clean, looked really good. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Rep 700 is the magical number, usually with Paulie. I've noticed that's his magical number. He's at it now. He's at it. But, I mean, the thing is, with his build, he's kind of always has to keep the pressure, right? But usually when he's super low, like, yeah, 700 is the magic number. But both of these guys are super low. It's none of the normal ones? Oh, shit. XX, GG, maybe? Try GG. Gosh, we need a hacker up in there. We're gonna need a hacker. Here, hold on, let me pull up my hacking skills. Let me pull up my hacker skills. Well, somehow Lilith, aka the Doombringer, got in there. I tried hacking it, but I weren't smart enough. Elite Hacksaw. We tried. Yeah, I tried some 4-character ones. I tried Foos and Polly, and neither one of them worked. Well, I just exited out, but I would try like GM PK, GM PK. Oh, okay, I got you. Alright, thanks, dude. Thanks. Appreciate it. I would have never guessed. But now I will. Now I'm gonna pop into some Poly and Foos games. Pop into some Poly games randomly. Like, how did you crack the pass? I think we're also friends on here, though, so he might just assume my friend joined. Did you try Up Boulder? Yeah, we missed the murders, man. He's a busy man. He's got a lot of shit going on. Yeah, big cheers for the murder, man. Still the owner of the Golden Desk. Perpetual owner. Yeah, we missed the murder, dude. Oh yeah, of course, dude. I think I did a video on some of that stuff. It's called The Ring That Ruined It All. And it talks about all of that stuff and how it ever got on Battle.net. There's a lot of, for many years, there's been a lot of confusion as to how that actually happened. You know, people say hacker, but they don't know what that means and how and all of this shit. It was actually some of the most impressive hacking in all of Battle.net history. Polly is rep back to 1800 here. No longer one spear, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't doubt it, Bruno. Make Zod great again? Yeah, oh yeah, Zod bugging. The Zod bug was very interesting. It certainly broke the game in unintended ways, so I can see why they got rid of it. I think the reason why we all love them, though, is because they were extremely rare and extremely valuable. I think, like, if they were super common, we probably would have felt so different about them. We'd have been like, oh yeah, fucking... Here's another Zod-bugged Last Wish. Fucking, I almost bought one of those on LOD. Zod-bugged Last Wish. Big hits there for Polly. Which is actually kind of funny, because it means they were still Zod-bugging after 1.10. Which I guess that kind of makes sense, actually, because isn't that when Zod-bugging happened, was early 1.10? Holy shit, a spear hit right there. If you notice also what the Foos is doing, you notice that Foos is cursing. Oh my god, and Foozer gets there. What's the score here? Oh, he says good duels! Foozer took it, man! Holy shit, the Foozer man himself! Holy shit, he did it! That is insane. 1-4 for the Foos! Wow! I did not expect that. I thought Polly was going to piece him right up. I thought Polly was going to end his night early. But I gotta say, that's impressive. Holy shit, man. Wow. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Look who's up in here. Hold up, boys. We've got Muchez up in here as well. Holy shit. We throwing him right in the queue right now. Holy fuck, Muchez has made it. But next up, we've got the Squigs, boys. We've got Riz v Squigs for the title bout. Oh my god, I'm pumped. Boys, it is time. It is time for the Squigs, the Alaskan hero, to try and defend his title against one of the most savage, if not the most aggressive, Diablo 2 player of all time. But can he do it? Let's find out. Riz v Squigs, let's fucking go. In this corner, we've got the reigning, defending DFC HLD champion Squigs on the build that made him famous, the Necromancer. Squigs is an absolute legend, and tonight he's going to have to prove it against someone who has always been waiting in the wings, the most aggressive D2 player of all time, constant pressure, constant aggro. We're going to see if Squigs has got what it takes to survive the storm of the Rizal himself. Riz, one of the top Sin PK players of all time, certainly seasoned, experienced, and most importantly, violent. These guys going toe-to-toe here. Riz, I believe he's going to be on a, looks like possibly a hybrid Sin. I'm going to guess a hybrid Sin, but he might be on full Ghost. Who knows? He might be on full Ghost. We're going to find out here real soon because Squigs has himself a Storm Shield Monarch on, and that is going to help his block, but it's also going to give him some massive damage reduction. So he could be preparing. Oh yeah, there was some traps there too, and those traps did some damage. So this is most certainly a hybrid. Nice hits there from Squigs early on. Oh yeah, that's true, Max. That's so true. He actually has some Mosaic hybrids and shit. That's true. He's been bringing some Mosaic tech into the mix. That would actually be pretty crazy. I got mad respect for that. Oh, no big whirlwind there though. That's probably not going to put him on Mosaic. I'm going to guess he's probably not on Mosaic with that whirl. Hell yeah. And by the way, big shout out to our boy Track Amp up in here watching the shrines and everything. Riz connected that time. Unfortunately though, didn't cut him open. No big damage from the Venom there either. Squigs has certainly designed his Necro in a way that gives him the best shot in this matchup of survival against Riz, which is certainly what he has to do. He's gotta survive. He's landed some shots here against Riz. Riz with a nice whirlwind there. And I gotta say, Squigs just barely stepping out of the way of it right there. Looked real pro. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, this is getting wild. Squigs just got cracked by that whirlwind. Yep, definitely leaving the Oak Sage down. Which, an interesting play. It could just be because he's trying to set up these exchanges. And trying to make it miserable for Riz to even come in. Riz is so aggressive. Squigs is probably focusing on just keeping the damage up here, and it could be that he doesn't have Oak. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if he's on some sort of... No, he's got to be on Hodo, right? Yeah, he actually keyed Oak before the duel started, so yeah. Never mind, he definitely has it. He's just not using it. Yeah, no, he definitely does. It's a very interesting choice. I wonder why. I wonder why. If it's, it certainly seems like a good choice. Not only a good whirlwind blocker, right? But helps out when you get cut open. And maybe that's what he's saving it for. Maybe he's saving it for the times where he might get cut open, but still, you would think that you would have plenty of charges at that point. Like, you would hope that you wouldn't get hit 20, have to save it so that you could have your 25 charges for it. But I can only imagine. Oh, look at this. Even Cass, perfect timing on that. Cast that Bone Prison right as Riz goes in for that stomp. That was such good timing on Squigs' part. This is why he's the champ, boys. This guy's a savage. This guy's an absolute savage. Big traps for Riz. That was wild. That was some big damage for Riz right there. True. That's actually a good point too, Nim. It's harder for him to grab the name lock, but there it is. He's got the Oak Sage up now. And look at that. The Oak Sage just drops so quickly. Dude, Riz is such a top tier dueler. Look at this, dude. He's got, he's even casting Cloak of Shadows here, which you might think is like, oh wow, what does that do in PvP, right? Like that's a PVM skill. That's how I blind all the monsters in Neolithok's temple, right? It actually lowers the defense of the people that are cursed by it too. So that's why he's casting it on Squigs. He's trying to make it even easier to land whirlwinds on Squigs when he closes the distance. And just like that, gets in there, cuts him open, delivers the venom, cuts him open, and Squigs is in trouble. Also blind summons in PvP, makes him stand still. Which, interesting. I'm not sure if that's... I mean, it will definitely do that. I'm not sure if that's a great thing for the Sin, especially for a Whirl Girl, because, you know, they're in the way of your whirlwind, but also they're in the way of your traps. Sort of an unintended side effect, I think. But more importantly, it's, I think, just to get through the defense. It is good in my opinion, so easier to name lock Necro when you name lock a cloaked minion. True, I guess you're right. If they don't move around, they're easier to click on. Yeah, very close. If you walled, he would be able to migrate whirlwind hits in exchange if Riz keeps him. Yeah. Yeah, dude, Riz is so quick, so tight with those whirls. That might have been a big hit though for Squigs. He might have actually just landed a pretty sick spirit train there as Riz was, as Riz took a little bit of a longer whirlwind. Riz might have used that opportunity to land some big bone spirits. Now, it's hard to tell because with the Sin, they have a very, very powerful skill called weapon block. And that's where they take both of those claws and they can literally block just about any attack in the game, including spears, including spirits. So it's really hard to tell how much of those got through, but they were at least very well placed. And that's all that Squigs can do. That's all he can hope for here, is just to place these in the perfect spots and just try to get through that claw block. But this is just insane, man. Great duel from these guys so far. And holy shit, man. A title bout of the century. Certainly a different style of dueler, I think, than Squigs is used to. Just constantly on top of him. Riz not only knows how to play the mind games of catching his opponents, his slippery opponents, but he's just constant aggro. It's constant pressure. And you can see from Squigs' ping here, 125, 141, bouncing back and forth. That could be a problem. That could indeed be a problem. Squigs re-upping on that mana. Look at all the mana and the more here. Big shout out to Kane, aka the track amp. Holy shit, man. Also the Doombringer. Guys are the best, man. Let's jam this. Bill, I said let's jam this, Bill. What do you... Bill. Alright, there we go. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Does the skill say always hits? Sin Claws can block it. Does something not even roll chance to hit at all? Sin Claws can block that too. If your planet is in jeopardy of being struck down by a meteor, don't waste your nation's money. Just invest in Claw Block today. Yeah, all gas, no brakes. That's a great way to put it, dude. Yeah, incredible. And I don't think I have rarely ever seen Riz back off from anybody, dude. Nice hits there as well. Lands some shots, that time against the minion. Now Squig's having trouble. Gaining some distance here. Incredible CT casting, though. That is just such clean CT casting. Look at that shit, man. That is so good. Such clean. Such clean. Ooh, nice hit there from Riz. Doesn't cut him open, though. Still looking pretty clean. Still looking to be in favor here. In favor of the Riz, though. He's got him very, very low, but that's the thing. It's not over till it's over, right? Let's check in on Riz's standpoint here. Let's see what he's at for life. If he's healthy, that's a very bad omen for Squigs, but he's looking good. Oh, man, Squigs lands some big hits, and down goes Riz. Holy shit, what a duel. Riz almost had that one. He was kind of looking just about at half health, and you can tell how quickly that can turn around, man. Holy shit. That's insane. Yeah, I keep that mana flowing too, man.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Absolutely wild. Let's check this out from Riz's standpoint. The most aggressive, most savage Sin player ever. Whew, man. What a nail biter. What a nail biter, boys. Wow. Did someone let the Squigs have good ping again? He's moving just a bit too clean. Dude, he's moving clean on 140 ping, though. But look at this. Look at Riz's ping. Riz's ping just spiked to like 375 or some shit. That was kind of crazy. His ping is like all over the place, dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Necros, exactly. They stopped playing. I think it was even at that time that Vamp the Champ switched classes. I think he just stopped playing a Necro. Yeah, like... We tried the no mana pots at one point, and it just doesn't work. It's not a very fun duel. It is not very good. It's not pretty good. Look at this, dude. He's constantly, Riz, also with some savage on-point CT casting, but look at that. He's just always in, closing the distance, ready to whirl, dude. He's just an incredible player. That is wild. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can just play to run them dry, right? Yeah, it seems like a good idea. And honestly, it seems like a good idea when you don't really understand much about what makes PvP duels long, right? And that was sort of a mistake personally that I made back in the day. It's been a long learning process for me too, and sometimes I forget that when I'm explaining it to people. But like, it's been a long learning process for me about what makes duels fast, fun, exciting, or even if they're long, what still makes them fun to watch, right? Not all duels are fast, and you know, they're not constant balls to the wall, but that's also okay. It's not the nature of some builds. But like I said, I mean, it was a long learning process for me as well. Like, and now when you notice those things, it's actually very rare to see real lates. When I remember in the early days of DFC, you know, I was still kind of learning a lot about duels and all of this stuff too back then. And it's like, you know, I thought I was a good dueler, but then you see the best in the world and you duel with the best in the world and you learn things. And I remember so many people calling lates in the chat and all of that stuff, and I didn't really understand some of the builds and what actually constituted as lates. But now that we have actually seen so many duels, it is very rare to ever see anyone lates. Like, when you understand the reasons why duelers do the things that they do, it literally, you have to try to lates. Like, you legit, I don't think you can do it really anymore. Like, I mean, you probably could, but like, the real reason why latesing was a thing was because of desync. That, I think, was a huge thing in retrospect as to what made latesing a thing. And what that means, for anyone that's not familiar with the term, is latesing was something that there was actually a player named Lates, L8Z was his account name, and he was notorious for just charge desyncing around the moor and throwing random fucking hammers. And he would never be on your map. He'd never be anywhere you fucking think he would be. You couldn't see him. It was just random, unintelligent hammer thrown here and there, hither, thither, and yon. Charge, desync, you can't see me. Desync, throw hams, and eventually you might die. That term was called, that eventually was termed latesing, which kind of sounds like lazy play or something, but it's really truthfully just like passive play with no real intention to intelligently aggro. But it became a term, and I would argue an overused term in PvP. Yeah, exactly. It just became a verb because of the time, right? Yeah, and was not over defensive by today's standards. I don't know. I think if you could still desync, it would probably still be considered lates, the way that, like, doing it like that, not appearing on the map and all of this. However, that being the case, if you think back to LOD duels, and I used to do it, this is coming from someone, I was the king of desync in LLD. There was very few people that were even on my level with desync. I could recognize it, I could learn it, I could do it so well. It's probably why I love the DIN so much now. It's like, I always was just so good at it. But like, dude, even the desync duels had a level of skill to them when you were going up against another DIN desyncing. It was like, even then, you might not necessarily be on each other's screen, but it was not a lates duel. Yeah, I know, he's in the Discord. I actually had a conversation with him. He popped in a while back when we were shooting the shit, yeah. Yeah, it was a whole thing, man. It was kind of like weapon swap glitch. It was one of those things where, like, it was new, some people hated it, they didn't understand it, but there was a cadence and there was a practice to it that once, when you did it, the more often you did it, the more you would understand it, the movement, the desync, even with weapon swap glitch, like all of those things you would understand the more you did it. And it was the same with desync. The more you did it, the more you would understand what it looked like when someone was doing it to you, and more importantly, where they really were, based on what you could actually see on your map. So like, if you see a DIN off in the corner of your map somewhere, you pay attention to the subtle, tiny direction they're moving, and you know that they are somewhere on the map moving in that direction, and then you connect the dots and you're like, where would be the most intelligent spot for them to move in that direction? It would be if they were below me, so they must be underneath me. So therefore, I'm either going to move up or whirlwind down, or, you know, you could read the desync. Like, if they're moving in that direction, the best place or the most dangerous place for me is if they're right here. And, like, you know, you just read it like that. And it was really next level shit, man. And then learning how to resync people. So, like, there was a way to resync people. Like, the desync and resync, you could actually aura flash and resync people. So, like, if you were having trouble reading as a DIN, like, I don't know exactly where they are, but I want to make sure they're not close to me, you could, like, flash Holy Shock, and fucking, if they were close, it would hit them, which would resync them, and they would appear on your screen. Big hits there from both players. Riz scores a whirlwind, and Alucard, aka Squigs the Alaskan Hero, lands some big bone shots there, though. Yeah, I did too, man. I actually enjoyed desync. I hated it at first, and then I was like, okay, yeah, this is actually cool. And ironically, it was one of the only reasons why Paladin, like Hammerdins, were good. It was literally one of the only reasons that made them good in PvP was desync. A lot of people think, oh, it's because those hammers do so much damage. No, it was because people couldn't see them, ever. Like, so that was literally what made them powerful. Nice hit there from Riz. Didn't land, but it was a perfectly timed whirl. Perfect angle. Below me. I'll take Latits now for 600, Alex. Answer, below me. Riz is very, very low here. Riz is on a Hybson, so knowing Riz, he has some pretty nasty claws. And he is trying to deal legitimate physical damage on top of damage over time, on top of trap damage. He's doing a lot with this Sin here. And all of these are a pretty big threat to Squigs. Like, any of these is a pretty big threat. But Riz's bow is out. I don't know if he notices it. But it is. That could be dangerous. There it is. Recast it. Luckily, he didn't take any damage with that, but... that was dangerous. He scored some hits though while it was out. He goes, he lets him cube bow. GG, man, that's awesome. That's awesome. Squigs, an absolute champion of class. An absolute champion of class. Letting him cube bow. Big cheers to Squigs. Yeah, Riz having a hard time here. Let's pop over to Squigs' point of view and see what his life total's looking like. See how he's managed to survive. He's still pretty healthy. That's pretty scary because Riz, just like you say, Max, he's having trouble actually scoring hits at close range. He is going in pretty hard on that whirlwind, and he's really good at it. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure Squigs probably has max block on top of the DR, on top of everything else in this, and it's making it so that those whirlwind hits, albeit them very well placed, aren't scoring just like that. And he got through. That time he actually hit, barely broke the bone armor. So that's going to be demoralizing when you actually land a pretty savage whirlwind. See, if there was ever one change, how do you feel about this one, Max? Let's say they changed it so that whirlwind, when cast by any character, worked just like it did in fucking in Classic, where it checks every frame to try to hit. What if? What would your thoughts be on that? I would think that would be a good thing. That's a bit much. I would rather Whirl worked like it did in LOD with stun. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Barbs would still be fucked, though. That's the kind of the thing. Sins would be good, but Barbs would still kind of be fucked. Nice hits there from Riz. He clips him, cuts him open. Riz is bleeding out here. Mind Blast, Tri-Whirl, Block Lock. Oh yeah, I guess that's true too. You did have the Whirlwind locks that after getting hit, you could get put in stun. Yeah, that's true actually. So you could go Leap, Whirlwind, hit, Stun Lock. Like, yeah, they really need to bring that back. God, it was so good. I honestly think with new DFC rules too, I really don't think the Sin would be overpowered because you could still... like, it would get a lot better for sure, but like you, under current DFC rules, you wouldn't be able to use it versus Dins or Barbs. Or actually, no. You can use it versus Barbs now, right? Yeah, I think you can. But like, you couldn't use it versus Dins, and you couldn't use it versus druids. So I actually still think it would be pretty good. Like that just kind of solves it. I would say yes, with a caveat with FHR reversions. I think that if they made it, this is what in an ideal world they would do with FHR. They would revert it, but they would give players a skillful way to break it. So like, I mean, it could be as simple as pressing a button to like give you temporary stun immunity, right? It could be as simple as that. What I would love to see is that, I actually suggested this in a video, while you're using force move, you cannot be stunned. Like, I actually think that would be a better solution, because people would key it to their mouse wheel like they did in LOD, like they keyed weapon swap to in LOD, and they would just spin their mouse wheel to force move. You couldn't telly, but you couldn't be stunned. And like, I think that would be cool. Like, it would give you a skillful way to escape stun lock, but it would make it so that you still could stun lock someone. Right, exactly. Like, bring it back, revert it, but give players a way like they had in LOD, which albeit via a glitch, to break the stun lock. I think that the perfect solution is just make force move a new skill in, you know, a new thing in D2R. Make that you're immune to being stunned. You cannot be stunned while force moving. So like, and you can only start a force move when you're not in a stun, right? So like, you get stunned and then just immediately you're spamming force move to get out of it. It's intelligent. It works. I say do it. It's something that would need to be tested, yeah, for sure, because your idea of force move could also be abusable if it was done wrong. Like if someone could also cast first frame by force moving. True, yeah, for sure. I think it would be ideal for them to bring it to like a PTR or something and we try it out. Yeah, but I think for sure it is a solution. I think even if it's done badly, it's better than the FHR now. The current state of FHR has really affected PvP for the worse. It has single-handedly killed two of the weakest builds that could otherwise be really good. Like a Barb could be really good if Whirlwind stun locks were still a thing. They're skillful, you need to be accurate, you need to be good at doing them or else you're not going to get them. Smiters also still, now they suck because you can't smite stun someone. And the combo only works if someone doesn't know how to get out of it, right? And they don't fucking spam CT, CT casting in one direction by puddles. Like, so that takes zero brain power and the combo takes a lot. And we shouldn't have to combo like that, you know? Another solution could be to have hit stun scaling, kind of like how every modern fighting game prevents infinites, but still allows combos and loops for the first few loops. Interesting, Max. So like in PVM for D4, for example, if you stagger a monster, like you stagger a boss, they get staggered quickly at first and they're stunned, less quickly the second time, even less the third, and eventually you just can't stun them. I kind of like it, but how would we bring that to D2 with like quicker immediate stuns? By the way, I just want to point this out. Squigs is dangerously low. Nice whirl there again from Riz, but it looks like that one was blocked by the Golem. Oh my god, Squigs gets there from the brink of defeat. Holy shit, man. Literal one. Oh, really? No shit. So FHR breakpoints, I think they should do is just keep it FHR and make the breakpoints matter more. So require FHR to have the FHR we do now or something. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. So like you can, if you reach like the max FHR breakpoint, things work like they do now or something. Yeah, that'd be cool. But also kind of hard because how do you scale it properly? I just think the simplest solution, you have to think about it from a programming standpoint and something that you could explain to a team of devs that is not outrageously complicated, right? Like, and I think that because it's just going to turn them off. They've got other shit to deal with. But if you were like, okay, revert the FHR changes, but you know that new thing you added with force move? Make it so that the current thing that you have for FHR now only applies in force move. Like, so when you're force moving, now you can't be stunned for a little bit, right? Because you've force moved. But other than that, revert it, right? So revert it and can't be stunned while force move. It's just so simple that, like, that's how you got to do it. Instead of like, oh, let's invent this scaling system that then could create other problems. It's like, it's too complicated. Score here, I believe, is 2-0. Let me see. Could be 3-0. Let me see. Let's. Any update on the score? Does anyone know? If it's 2-0, we might be able to sneak in a melee match or an LLD match. Yeah, we need to be tested either way for sure. But I feel like the more complicated you make it, the longer test period you would need. 2-0, I think. Okay, GG. Let's try to sneak in a melee match, boys. We've got Riz v Squigs going on right now. The good old Riggs match. We've got, let's see, we've got Mecha versus Donger, and we've got Nim versus Nate. Nim v Nate. Are you guys ready? We might be able to sneak that in if you are. If Nim and Nate are ready, we might be able to sneak it in. That's going to be top tier Din v Din. Me and AF50 ready? Is that LLD? Oh yeah, that's definitely LLD. Actually, let's do that one. Sorry, let's do that one. Sorry for being all over the place. Yeah, let's go Jits AF50. LLD doesn't typically last long. I think this is going to be violent. I think it's going to be violent and a quick one to sneak in. Let's friggin' do it, man. If y'all are ready, let's fucking jam. Sorry for being all over the place. I'm trying to mentally theorize fights that might not last, you know, around. And I think a melee duel could go back and forth and be a long one. It could, especially between two Savage Din players. All right, so let's check it out, boys. This is AF50. We got a break in the action here. Taking a break in the action to check out Jits versus AF50. AF50 is on the Blade Sin. He's on the Blade Goblin now. And now we got Jits doing his Jits things, getting in there. Oh my god. An absolute slaughterfest in that first round, but that's all right. That's going to wake AF50 up right there. He knows what he's dueling up against now, and he knows what he's got to do. He's like, all right, you fool me once, Jits. Shame on me. You fool me. Look, the point is, you don't fuck around with AF50. All right? You get up in there, and now he knows what he's up against. Oh, look at this. Jit's not giving him any time to get those Blade Sentinels set up. AF50 trying to get in there, chucking some Blade Furies as well, but that smite hitting too hard, man. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Jit's getting in there and delivering the violence. Now 2-0. Oh man. Oh shit, wrong account. Dude, hell yeah, man. Donger says he's here now. All right, GG. Yeah, we've got two absolute Savage Din duels lined up in melee. This is crazy. AF50 trying to pick an angle. He's got to be careful not to name lock Jits because Jits will never be in the same place when he's charging. He's got to cut Jits off as he's coming in and hit him with the... Oh my god, look at those big blade hits there. Holy shit, man. This is fast and violent. That was a big hit. That one nick from that Blade Fury. That took over 50%. Boom. Big nick from that Blade Fury. It put Jits right down to about 40, 45%. Jits is #1 of 1 Charger mains all realms. Holy shit. I don't know. I think in LLD the jury's still out. And they do say, some say, the internet says that top din guy might actually be the best LLD Charger in the world. They say. That's not my words. That's someone on the internet. Lots of people on the internet probably. So, yeah. And in recent DFC history, the top din and Jits went at it in a Jits style charge smash charge off, and the top din won. The top din won a dominant, decisive victory to end the battle once and for all, to claim the LLD division for himself, while he lets Jits have the HLD. Holy shit, man. 4-0 savagery from this guy. That is actually wild, because that build that AF50 is on hits like a fucking truck. You kind of got to see it with a couple of the nick hits that he got in there, but like, Jits is too quick, man. He's all over the place. He's so hard to pin down. But you could see it. He had to be that way, because if he got clipped by any of that, it was going to be so fucking wild. Like, the damage is insane. Retract claim. That's right. That's right. The LLD division has been claimed top charger in the world. Look at those 5 Fury Blade Talons right there, dude. Holy shit. With knockback too. He put a Nephrune in there for knockback. That's insane. Shame that he didn't get 2 sockets on those though. Beautiful sword back hold there with the open wounds, ED Juul in it. He's got stats and life and ED in that armor. On ranged weapons, the bug doesn't exist, man. You can put ED, even max damage in there, but I think he's kind of played it safe and gone with the stats and ED regardless, which is probably just a better play. Jits' helm there. Life, mana, faster run walk, faster cast, 2 to skills. So insane. And look at that thing, dude. Fist, conviction, combat skills, magic scepter. That thing is actually insane. It didn't catch if it had cast, but that would be wild if it did. That's pretty insane, man. And then look at that inventory. He spells out GG. Love that he points that out, man. That's really cool. Spells GG with the inventory. That is wild. I totally gave Jits that rare flail. No shit, dude. That is fucking wild. That is so wild. GG. Absolutely epic, fast, and violent duel as we knew it would be. Let's peek back over to this duel here. We might be able to sneak in a melee match. We might be able to sneak one in. Let's peek into Riz's point of view here. Riz is low. Riz is low. If we do, we'll stick with the game plan. We'll go Nimrod versus... We'll go Nim versus Nate. We'll throw that in there. And we'll try to sneak that one in next. This one could be a long one. It's going the distance here. Squig's still rather healthy. Yeah, if y'all are ready, we'll cut over, man. This is, I believe, 2-0 in favor of Squigs. Holy shit, man. Riz is having a rough time connecting. These guys... Oh, wait, what is this? These guys doing some teams here. Oh, my fucking word. Look at that. Nim almost took out Nate Fizzle in teams right there. He almost took him out after getting beat up by, who was that, Donger? And then almost took out the Nate. I wonder if that's going to be I wonder if that's going to be an omen right there. I wonder if it's going to be an omen. I think these guys are just throwing, are they throwing down in some, yeah, these guys are just doing teams. While they do teams, I'll cut back over to the Squigs. We'll cut back over to the Squigs v Riz while they do teams. Just let me know if y'all are ready. We can pop over. Only non-matching inventory, that's okay. Yeah, I like that, dude. That was cool. That was indeed pretty dope. Hell yeah, man. Jits' best peer charger in game, definitely. It's in the Webster dictionary. Definition of charger is Jits in D2R. Well, that's going to be real confusing if some foreigner has to be like, this person asked me if I have a charger for my phone. Looks it up. This is a charger. Shows like Jits. I do not pray Diablo 2. You go right the fuck, you can get it out. You can get out. Need to deport this guy. You don't belong here. I will say charging an LLD is hard. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Jits recognizes the struggle, all right? I think, all right, not to toot my own horn, all right, but I don't think I get enough credit for the sheer charge skills in LLD. And with a caveat, when I'm like not streaming oftentimes, very rarely when I'm streaming, do you get to see the pure savagery. Because I never want to gay it up too much on stream. But you could check all those tournaments where we come from behind, get to the finals, and literally only have a problem with icy DD. And even then, it's... You guys remember that? The big LLD tournament there? I just chose Charger. I just fired up the Charger. They had everybody coming in there. They had some wind druids that were like, I'm gonna fuck this Charger up. Get fucking flatlined, dude. Like, they just... It's top tier, high level shit. You know what I mean? Fucking Necros, Druids, Zans I was taking out. Just fucking... Ain't no thing, man. Ain't no thing. The only problem I had was, DD. He was on a Barb in the finals, which is a bad matchup for a Charger. And even then, I forced DD to put on a shield and go fucking, and it was still 4-2. Forced the shield. He even apologized for the gay. But it was okay because I accepted that I'm too good of a Charger for him to fuck around. And I was like, I'll accept that. If you don't charge, you can get out. That's right. You can get out. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think, like, even as a Charger, you have to, like, budget it, right? Like, if you're going up against the Barb, you have to think about it. When is the like, you have to FOH in a way that doesn't let them know that mana is a problem for you. So they're like, oh shit, I don't want to get FOH'd. So they get pissed and they try to come in, but that's exactly what you want them to do, and you're totally ready for it because you didn't want to FOH anymore. Like, all of these things are mind games you got to balance. Oh, big hits here for Riz. Telling you, man, Charge and LLD is a different game. But oftentimes in DFC with the Charger, I don't want to gay, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to gay too much, and that's kind of what you have to do with some duels. So, like, I don't want to gay too much. Like, versus a Sorceress, I have to literally gay it. I don't think I could do it live, like, while other people are waiting to duel and all of this. But in someone else's tournament, I don't give a fuck. I will gay it all day, and I'll just sit there and I'll wait. Like, I'll just be paid. You can spam your fireball and shit, and I'll just be way across the map. Duel's over here, bud. I'll be here. I'll wait. Then, like, you come in, I get FOH, and I'll run away, and I'll start trying to piss you off to be like, I'm gonna stomp this guy, I'm gonna close the disc, and then I'll hit you. It might be considered lating, but look, it's a bad matchup, alright? You gotta play to win. Nate and I ready, boss? Alright, GG, let's kick over, let's check out Nate versus Nim in this epic showdown of Din violence. Let's kick off this melee duel. Damn, son. Two of the absolute Titan Din players right here. We've got Nate Fizzle, Nate the Judge, versus Nim the Legend. Both of these guys throwing down in an epic cinematic zoom. Back and forth hits here. Uh-oh, Nim's in trouble. That was a violent one. Both of these guys going in pally Vizzos, and it appears as though no fortitude. These guys definitely, they didn't waive no rules. These guys going in pure fucking Din shit. DFC Din shit. Holy shit, man. Absolutely epic back and forth between these guys. And Nim gets there in this round. Nim with this setup, I gotta say, this is prime Nim right here. Nim with no fort, no phoenix, all of this. This is where I think Nim shines. When this was the standard and fortitude was banned on druids, on paladins alike, this is where Nimrod shined. This is where he reigned as the most dominant melee dueler and most longest defending title streak of all time. It was with this format right here, with all of the Dins stepping up and trying to take him down with the most savage gear and all of this. Somehow, Nim pulled it out. But right now, it's looking like he's going to fall behind in this bout with the judge. Mucha has destroyed me. I went 0-4 against him. My thoughts, we need to unban Grief. LOL. I would have got one round off of him, maybe. Well, that's the thing, too, is like, it's so hard to gauge that because, dude, sorry we missed that one, dude. I just totally wanted to see that. So sorry we missed it. But, yeah, dude, I knew it could potentially go south for Muchez, but I was like, Crypto's gonna have to be on point. Like, he is gonna have to gay the shit out of it and have, like, fucking... He's gonna have to step the lock game up to unfathomable levels, like, you know, and throw all the tricks in there. I was like, it's totally possible. It is certainly a Din match, which doesn't feel good for Muchez, but I was like, I think it could go either way. It all depends. I knew it would definitely be a big challenge for you, Crypto, either way, because, like, theoretically you can do it, but it's of, like, the highest caliber Zon players, so it's like, you could get in there and chain smite if you want. Like, go nuts. It almost forces you onto that game plan, and, like, and you could see why. Muchez is a fucking savage. So it's like, it puts you in that spot where it's like, yeah, it is going to be a tough duel, but it is totally doable. But yeah, it does force, like, the wicked chains. Look at this, boys. Nate Fizzle has pulled ahead 7-1 in this duel. This is so far, and Nimrod, I don't believe he's made any swaps. I don't think he's made any swaps. He's just going for it. You've come back from worse, I hear. The game has gotten harder, boss. Oh, man, yeah, he says, look at this. He's almost rooting for his fellow Din brethren here for that comeback, and now, here it is. 8-1. 8-1 in favor of Nate Fizzle if Nimrod makes one of his legendary comebacks here. This would indeed be one of the most savage comebacks, tied for his most savage comeback of all time. Praying to those RNG gods. It's a close one. Oh my god, he gets there from literal one. Literal one, boys. He gets there. He has done awoken the Nim of yesterday. The legendary Din player, the comeback king of the melee division. Big hits to start things off for Nim. And this could be the start of it. 2-1 Squigs. Oh shit, Riz got there in that round. Holy shit, man. Thank you for the update track. That is wild, man. All right, and here we go. Oh my god. This could be real. Bros, can you imagine a Nim comeback here? Can he do it again? I told you this is the Nim of old. The Nim of old here. And he starts things off with some big hits in this round. Oh my god. Continuous connections here. But Nate Fizzle with a big comeback. That's alright. He ain't out of it. He ain't out of it. It's now 9-4. 9-4 in favor of the judge. Nim can totally do this. I think the entire arena is rooting for Nim. No offense, Nate. No offense. They are all rooting. You can hear them chanting if you listen. Big hits, though, for Nate Fizzle to start this round out. Ain't looking good, but now it is. Suddenly, just like that. Just like that. From literal 8-1. Literal 8-1. It's now 9-5. Oh my god, and another big hit for Nim! Flawless victory in that round! And the arena goes wild! We need some sound effects for that, Bill. We need the arena to go. We need arena sound effects. We need to get on this. That's the next upgrade. We need one of those roadcasters. Oh my god! Huge hits for Nim!
Time to die. Goodbye.
Bros, what the fuck is this duel? What the fuck is this duel right now? The Din violence is real. Nim, trying to make the most epic comeback in Melee history. Trying to show his prowess as the comeback king in this format, but can he do it? Nate Fizzle has landed some big shots early!
Bye.
Oh my god, and again! What is this duel? 8-9! Holy shit, man. Yeah, we get two swaps. Holy shit. It is now 8-9. Nim trying to make the nastiest comeback. This guy is the holder of the nastiest comeback in Melee history, but unfortunately, Nate Fizzle shuts down the dream. Holy shit, that was epic. That was an epic Melee match, and this is why these guys are the top Dins right here in Melee. It is always, it's so exciting. It's back and forth. It is absolute fireworks between these guys. Even on a loss, that looked so good. G fucking G, that was wild. And Nate Fizzle coming in with that small crescent new tech right there. The new tech small crescent. Holy shit, back and forth. That was crazy. The low crescent, man. Holy shit. Low crescent, godly sacred armor, self-repair. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. 30 strength on that 2-socket Pally Vizzo. Base life on it, too. That's crazy. Going to 36 20s. Damn, son. Wow, big mallet mash in there for Nim. He had the 20 dex on his helm, too. I mean, these were very closely matched duelers right here, with the only advantage in damage-wise to Nate being the gloves that he could swap out to. The hammer that Nim has kind of forces him on to focusing on IAS on all the rest of his pieces of gear. So it's sort of a shame, but you could still see those hits were absolutely cracking, dude. That was so crazy, so close. He almost got it. That was so wild. That was insane. Great duel between those guys. Wow. All right, we've also got Mecha v Donger on the card here. Let's pop back in to check out Riz v Squigs, and we might be able to sneak in the Mecha v Donger very shortly here. But let's check it out. It's 2-1 in favor of Squigs, and Riz is looking real healthy in this round. Riz is looking real healthy. Man, it sucks to miss the Muchez duel. I know, busy guy right there. He's got a lot going on, but that one was a crazy one. I felt bad because I'm like, this is either gonna, I feel like it's gonna be bad for one player. I don't know who, but I was like, it could be bad for Muchez, or it could be bad for Crypto. it could go really either way. It was one of those duels. I knew someone was gonna hate it. I just didn't know who. It's a wild one. I'm like, because we have seen Crypto on the craziest build with the craziest tricks, but I was like, he's got all of these tricks in a very interesting build, and literally all he has to do is just close the distance and put massive pressure on Muchez. Massive smite pressure. Just go. No grief, no impale, but fucking do your thing. Put on fucking Astrions and go to town. You know what I mean? Or hodge it up. You know, there was a ton of options, but I'm like, it does require like absolute viciousness with Muchez. I was like, that's why it feels bad, but it could really go either way. I'm sorry it went 0-4 for you, brother. I feel like it so easily could have been miserable for Muchez too. Yeah, GG Nim, that was fucking epic, man. That was so epic. Such an epic bout, man. It's never a dull moment. I love seeing you on that build too. I took your advice with reverting it back with the Dins. I think you were totally right. It gets so linear and so hard to compete on just Fort Phoenix. Like it's just so uninteresting too. You know, and I think it's a very interesting. It's a very good, cool flavor for Din v Din to just have no Fort Phoenix. Like it's so awesome, and I think that's where that build shines, man. And somehow is always just so impressive. Even in a loss, it just looks so good. Next time you want to give Muchez a Din, I telly charge versus him for some kin-on-kin violence. He will 4-0 me still, but I have too much charge pride to smite. Hell yeah. Dude, I honestly think Muchez would pick up quickly, but I think that there might be a window to score some savage charge hits on Muchez, because I don't think there's a lot of chargers that do the foot charging, and you might catch Muchez by surprise with it for a couple of duels, like, but he would probably pick up on it. But you know what I mean? What he'll do is when you come in, he'll switch to jabs and he'll start throwing them at you as a Din player. But I've always thought, like, if you went full out AR, all of this shit, and you just fucking foot charged Muchez when he did that, that could score vicious back-to-back charges. Couldn't hit in testing? No shit. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's like the dodge, avoid, evade plus the max block make it very weird. But like, the thing is, if you go full bore charge, those charges are still gonna hurt. So all you really need is like one big one to connect. You know, like that's it. And a death could be like, that would also be a good weapon, I think, versus a Zan, is like a death rune word, because your charges are gonna hurt, your smites are still gonna hurt with crushing blow. You got massive deadly strike. It's insane. I would agree, Doom. That's another reason, if you've noticed, why the Zon is so powerful. Muchez really showed, like, it takes a good player to really point this out, but the Zon is a fucking practically indestructible character. Like, if you play it right, you know how to play it, and you rely on the dodge, avoid, evade, max block, and all of this shit, it's so fucking hard. He's literally one of the hardest players to make matchups for, because the class is good. And when you have a fucking good player on it, it's like, this is going to be miserable one way or another. And it's like, but if you reverted it so that fucking FHR was the thing, and also fix it so that fucking Zons couldn't just dodge smites and shit, like dodge shit they shouldn't be able to dodge, I think it would be different. I think that would inherently fix the Zon. Right now, there's kind of this, I believe, an unintended glitch with the Zon, where they can Zons and Sins can dodge things they shouldn't be, dodge and claw block things they shouldn't be able to do that to, like Smite, like these always hit skills. I'm sure they can also do it with Impale and shit. I'm sure it would also work the same way, but they shouldn't be able to dodge the always hit skills, and they can. And it's like that, God, it was hard enough for these Dins, you know what I mean? Maybe, but I would hate to do that. We usually lean away from telling you how many points you can put in something. I feel like that is not the spirit of HLD. That's what leads to bad rules, if you ask me. It's like, oh, you can only put so many points into this, or whatnot. D2 is a game that solves problems with itemization, so rule sets should focus on, should do the same thing. Know that that's the spirit of D2 is itemization. So instead, visit items. Is there an item that's overpowered? Or like what's, you know, which is why in a lot of matchups we'll specify, okay, walks on or teleboa. You restrict the items that can be used. You know, is usually, or no CS, like that's, you know, not necessarily an item but a build choice there. But still, like, that's just because it's fucking CS is, if there ever was a fucking build that we could be like, yeah, fuck this build in PvP, CS is on. If there ever was one. But yeah, well, it's hard for them to do that too, Doom, because they have to make a pretty hefty investment into dexterity anyway to wear jabs. So if they have that dex investment, it's really hard to get like under 45% block. True, yeah, that's a good point. It is certainly a mind game. And this is the thing, a lot of times we so easily focus on the build and we forget about the player too. Like, and that's the thing. This happened a lot with Elite. I think it happens with Muchez. It certainly happens with Polytheus. It's so easy to be like, well, this build is overpowered, or like this build, something's wrong with the build. But a lot of times the player is just too good. Like, they are just, the dodge, avoid, evade wouldn't be so bad if you weren't also a fucking savage Zon player. It makes it feel even worse. And it's the same with fire skills and Polytheist. It's the same with Elite and spamming Bone Spirit spells, IBS. It's like, it wouldn't feel so bad if you weren't also a fucking good player. Same thing with Cold Sorks too, Doom, right? The people probably wouldn't be complaining about the build if Doom also just wasn't a savage fucking Cold Sork player. Same with Lamp. True, but they're not always going to use Spirit, right? They're most often going to use Swordback or fucking or SS or something. They're rarely going to be on Spirit. Yeah, right now this is what I say. This is the problem we run into. We have the Zon is a very balanced class, but the game is broken. That's kind of the problem you run into, which makes things very hard. It's very hard to do anything about the Zon. It's a very kind of a balanced class, all in all. But the game is broken. The game is allowing you to not get smited when you should have got smited. It's, you know, just allowing you to not get stunned when you should have been stunned.
I can't carry
that is the real problem with the Zon. The Zon is inherently kind of balanced. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I wouldn't doubt it. SVS is a whole different dueling, like, it's a whole different dueling league. It would be like saying, and I've seen some people say this, that, like, Bowie wasn't a good Sin player because he can't Sin v Sin me or something, or, You know, this guy isn't the best Sin player because in Sin v Sin or Sin PK or whatever, he gets beat by this guy. This guy, you know, isn't the best. It's analogous to saying this guy isn't a good Din player because he lost in Melee to this guy. It's like, it's a whole different format, and it's like, in HLD, I think you have to just look at someone's overall record and performance against not just the same class, but a bunch of other classes. Which is why, like, you know, you could always go back to Elite for an example. I think he was just the best Necro player of all time, because through so much adversity, so many rule changes, so much unpredictability of DFC in those days, and so much hate, he still came out on top and was like practically this undefeatable force. Like, it's really incredible how good he was. But that's, you know, to the point. Like, I think you have to kind of look at the record as a whole and what people have done as a whole on the character against multiple different classes, so many different styles, formats, rule changes. How have they done over the test of time in HLD? Like, who have they beaten? It doesn't have to be on the same class. Yeah, I would say so too, Jits. Like, that's a good start. Bring back stun, and I think that would fuck the Zon way more than anything. If just revert stun, the Zon would be in a lot of trouble. Like, they would suddenly start losing to Sins. Like, or not always, it would be a good duel, but they would lose. They might lose to Barbs if stun was a thing. It would be a way better duel. They would certainly lose to Smiter's Grief or Not if stun was a thing. They might even lose to Hammerdens, but that would actually be a good duel. Yeah, stun and block lock, exactly. Exactly, stun and block lock. Well, that's the other thing, too. The game is also broken with this on now because they made a change with dodge, avoid, and evade. This is another game-breaking thing with the Zon, is that they made it so that dodge, avoid, evade no longer puts you in the animation. Like, it doesn't always put you in the animation, I should say. Like, sometimes you see it, but a lot of times you don't. The animation just doesn't play. And they were like, oh, well, that just, you know, make awkward lockouts when you're... Like, they changed it for PVM players, and it's like, if you... Take it from the top Zon of ladder this season, okay? Top Zon here. Top PVM Zon. Don't teleport into souls, you fucking retard. It's as simple as that. It literally is as simple as that. You should die if you teleport into a fucking pack of souls. You should die. And here's the thing. Even if you do, there's a way out of it. And by the way, just want to say, not to take away from this duel, though, Squigs has defended. Squigs is the and still HLD, PvP, DFC, reigning defending Alaskan Hero Champion. Yeah, so you can attack and dodge simultaneously, exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. It no longer affects, right. Like, it doesn't slow you, it doesn't affect you at all. It's fucked up, dude. Game is broken. Yep. This guy's showing off some gear here. Love it, man. Look at this. Look at this. Riz coming in with the Chaos Claw. I told you he had those nasty. Hybrid claws. He's got 2 up in there. I didn't quite catch what those were. But I would assume 40 IAS, 5 trap, and dual which is so fucking wild. It's so good. Squig's going all out. He didn't even use T-Gods. He just has, oh yeah, look at that. 5 LS, 40 IAS, 2 socket, 2 in those. Those claws are top tier godly. God, those are good. 45 shadow charms it looks like he's using. And yeah, just wild. Literally, Squigs put a low rune in his shield and his helm. That's so crazy. That's how he mitigated the lightning damage. It wasn't through sacrificing his belt slot for T-Gods. He just worked it in. That is a very interesting setup. Squig's always coming in with such sick setups for the matchup that he has, almost like he's had weeks to prepare for it or something. This guy, like, always on point with his gear choices and certainly on point with his skill, man. 4-1 victory for the champion. That is insane. Wow, man. All right, boys, we've got Mecha versus the Donger going on. Let's pop in and check this out. Thank you guys so much for your patience. This has been wild. Let's pop in and check it out, man. Two of the most decked out, savaged in players finally getting to throw down. Auto Bander Donger versus Mecha. These guys throwing down in traditional fashion across the moor. DFC rules. And here we go, baby. This is sick. Mecha taking the first round. 0-1 now in his favor. Let's fucking do this. Damn, son. The melee matchup between the two savage dins. Look at all these dins showing the brotherly support in the arena. And now Donger appears to be taking this one. There it is. Evening up the score, man. Back and forth here. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the 102 hybrid versus neck. Need the FCR to catch them, but you don't have the damage to break the bone armor. Yeah. Yeah, true. True. But, I mean, you do have the open wounds, right? So, and it looks like that's what he was focusing on. He's just trying to get in under the bone armor, try to cut him open. And that did work a lot of the times. It brought him down to 1. In some of the rounds that he lost, Squigs was 1. In one of those rounds that we peeked into there, Squigs was very low, and it seemed to work there. Yeah, still got it, dude. Holy shit, man. Yeah, true. Open wounds plus traps versus neck is a losing matchup. Yeah, you could be right. Maybe it's just better to go, like, full trap damage. And theoretically, in DFC now, the Elephant Sin is back, right? Elephant Sins are back. So you could theoretically just full damage that shit. Oh my god. Huge comeback there for Mecha. For the Zeus himself. Full trap or full ghost? Yeah. 2-3 between these two titans. Absolutely savage, boys. It's now tied up. These guys, oh wow, look at this. Mecha's going for a swap early. It's tied. He's trying to shut him out. He don't like this. He don't like it being all tied up right now. He's going in, making some swaps. Look at this fucking melee stash right here. All of these shared stash tabs devoted towards melee. That is crazy, man. This guy's committed. This guy is committed. The epic showdown between these two absolutely legendary Din players. I'm pretty sure in this arena we have some of the most legendary Din players. I mean, we had Nim, we got Donger, we got Mecha. Not sure if Jagger's still up in here. We got Nate Fizzle. These are literally... This is the Mount Rushmore we were talking about. Holy shit, man. He went trap GCs with swap to shadows last round. Riz did? No shit. Swaps are a sign of weakness. Hard telling. Not actually sure if he's Korean or not. I've seen some people just switch the game language for shits. Like, I actually have the Korean package installed as well, but mine was because I have a Korean channel as well, and I was actually really focusing on it, but I think I'm I've kind of dialed back on it now that YouTube has finally allowed me to do dubs, which I like requested for the longest time. I was like, please let me do my own dubs and fuck your AI bullshit. Like that you don't check and nothing, like it's all shit. And they were like, oh, we only release this to certain creators. Like no fucking reason. And then so I started up a Korean channel, got it monetized, all this stuff, did some nasty videos, got hundreds of thousands of views. I was doing pretty good. And then they finally allowed it. And I was like, all right, well, the thing is, I got pretty good at making Korean videos because I would like convert them, I would dub them, but then I would also go back and reshoot the game footage. So like if I redid a video, and let's say I was showing off items or something like that, I would go, if I showed off an item, I would do what Ari at Summit does, and I would go and remake the game footage in Korean so that they could read it there as well. Coooley Korea sounds like alliteration to me. Hell yeah, dude. I like the Russian voice acting. Hell yeah. I was doing Russian for the most recent video, but it was taking forever, so I just like gave up on it, got the Korean in there, and like just released it. I should go back and do Russian though. It's really hard. That script was so long. Like when you do a short, it will take me an hour to do 5 languages because it's like literally not many lines to convert, and I can check it and I can be like, that checks out, that's correct. But in a 40-minute fucking script, it's like, holy shit. It takes hours to double check. Just one of them, just one language. It's like a full day's worth of work. I think so too, yeah. They did a great job with the Din. Holy shit, man. GG's, and there it is. Mecha takes it. Beating the auto-bander guy. Auto-banned name, aka this donger. Holy shit, man, he gets there. What an absolutely savage melee match this was. We had literally at the tail end of this event here, 4 of the most savage Din players throwing down in the arena, and look at this, Hailstone Nash. That's a beauty, man. Even that cold check damage in there, and the rare event that you would swap off from that Raven Frost. Oh my god, I love that armor. That donger's armor is insane. For 240-15s, Dexed, Godly, 2-socket, E-Rep, 51 life. Holy fuck, that's so good. God, that's an armor right there. And look at that, dual stat Pally Vizzo too. Jesus Christ. Godly gloves, E-Rep 20 IAS. Man. The low Etnax, bro. Holy shit. Etnax meta, man. Etnax Din v Din meta. Perfect Sacred Armor of Restoration. Holy shit. Etnax new meta. Even beats out the, I would argue, far better rare armor there. That is fucking so crazy. Etnax new meta. That's so wild. These guys are Zealers on a different level, yeah. I'm telling you, that Etnax, man, in Din v Din has been really performing. I don't know why it's beating the mallets, man. I think you gotta have a really god tier mallet to beat those Etnaxes. It's just too good. Etnax meta, too good. Top tier, keep it clear. That's right, man. Holy shit. That is insane. Wow, boys. This is... what an incredible night of fights. This has been absolutely wild, boys. Holy shit. Holy shit. You know, we usually do the votes, but I think this is the last time our DFC prizes have run out. I'm going to try to scrounge up some for DFC 200. I think I still have some unclaimed somewhere. We're just going to forfeit them right back to the prize pool. And we're going to throw them in, give them away for DFC 200, I think. And we're just gonna jam it, but we're gonna award these things. I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna take it into my own hands for once, and I'm gonna throw them out to some very deserving people over the weeks. And I want to give a special cheers, special shout out to Muchez. That was one of the kindest things I've ever received as a since doing the DFC here. And one of the kindest acts I've ever seen for the D2 community. Let's all tip one back to Muchez. All the prize support that you've seen, most of it, I'm gonna say 99% of it, over the last almost, 2 years now, a year and a half, has been because of Muchez. That was one of the kindest acts I've ever seen. Certainly honored by that, but also a big cheers to that guy. I still can't believe it. We're talking to quantify this, taking time into consideration as well. That had to have been well over 300, maybe 400,000 forum gold worth of shit. Worth of top tier godly fucking items. 320/20s, 25s, 451s. We actually sold some of them back to Muchez recently to get forum gold to split it up and give them away. I was just like, it's so hard to just give away a 320/20. They were worth like 7,500 at the time. I'm like, let's just split this, make it last a little longer, even this out with forum gold, and just make it happen. But dude, point is, all of that courtesy of Muchez, and I really do think that was probably one of the kindest things anyone's ever done for the D2 community as a whole, certainly the PvP community. So big cheers to this guy, big thank you to Muchez. Kindest thing ever, man. There's a reason he is in the Hall of Fame, right? There's a reason not only for that, I think Bill put him in the end credits and shit too. Speaking of which, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's do it right. Let's send him off, Bill. Thank you guys so much. Holy shit, man. And speak of the devil. Wow, man. Muchez coming in with that 100 spot, dude. Holy fuck, man. Didn't know you were still here, brother. That was so fucking insane. Thank you so much, Muchez. Like, that Pride support was so insane. Like I said, I think we still have some secret ones that were just unclaimed. We're going to do a big thing for DFC 200. Just get them up in there. Throw some more prizes out there. But, bro, I can't thank you enough. It was such a moving, such a meaningful giveaway. And it lasted us for so long. Like, I just cannot believe it, man. We never really made it about prizes in the DFC. It was just about showing up, having a good time, and putting on a show, right? But for so long, we were able to do that, and wow. Like, it brought it to a whole new level, man. Added a whole new layer to DFC. So I really appreciate it, and everybody here does too, man. Like, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the hundo, bro. That was so crazy. Big cheers to this guy, brother. Let's all tip one back as Muchez sends us out of here in style. Bill, play us out of here, bro. Give me that beat. Yeah, that one. Another DFC in the books, another title defense from Squigs. Who's gonna stop him? We're giving them away, Muchez. I'm going to announce them all in the Discord. I'm taking this one. Hell yeah, boys. Every week, we're here kicking some ass, and it means a lot to be here with you. Another big shout out to Muchez, man. What a fucking savage. We'll make the announcement in the Discord, boys. Thanks again. See you next week. Peace.